All right, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Aaron P., congratulations, you are first. All right. I don't think that's anything interesting.
This one's for you. This one's for...
See your third eye right now, like she's here. Whoa, you're really letting me in. Wow. So beautiful. I'm seeing you so deeply. Wow, and very starseed as well. Very
Jesus.
grandmotherly.
That is some cringe shit.
Or your energy.
All right. Let's start with some Selnakim. 3 masculine things girls hate, but actually love. Sure, this is gonna be great. Xena from Kick or Keep, yeah or nay? Like, do you like whether or not I think she's attractive? She's conventionally attractive. I'm just not attracted to her, but like she's pretty. Like if she were to ask me out on a date, I'd say no, not interested.
On Kim, America's face of dating, and today we're going to be talking about 3 masculine traits that girls hate.
Russia's getting clapped this last week. Multiple air bases attacked with swarms of Ukrainian drones hundreds of miles into Russia. Putin had to saber-rattle nukes again today, so you know they're pissed.
Why does he even bother, like, using the nuclear threat when everybody knows he's full of shit? That's pretty funny.
Military planes destroyed. Kyiv vows to increase the scale. Kyiv officials said 4 Ilyushin-76 transport aircraft were destroyed in what appears to be one of Ukraine's largest drone attacks on targets inside Russia to date. So 2 nights ago, the Ukrainians launched a massive coordinated drone attack on these 7 areas of Russia. Many of the drones were successfully intercepted by the Russians, but there's one area of the map where they didn't see it coming, and that would be up here, close to the Estonian border, in the city of Pskov. Lots of Russian civilians filming videos in the city of the destruction from the airfield. This is something the Russians can't hide or deny. Ilyushin-76 cargo jet left burning from drone strike deep inside of Russia. Videos show casualties or injuries, so let me show you some videos of the planes burning.
Help me decide on dinner. Option 1 is a bowl of mashed feces mixed with Big Lenny's snot and fingernail clippings, and option 2 is fermented shit mixed with dog piss microwaved for 5 minutes. Drink options are liquid shit or hot cum. I can't decide.
I'd choose option 2, fermented shit mixed with dog piss and microwaved for 5 minutes. Sounds less gross than, a bowl of mashed feces mixed with Big Lenny's snot and fingernail clippings. Thanks for the donation, though. Microwave poop. Oh, yeah, and I guess it depends whose cum it is, but I think I'd prefer the hot cum over the liquid shit. Thanks for the donation, though, microwave poop.
Parked out in the...
Yeah, get fucked, dude. Russia is getting clapped hard. It's great. Thanks for the nation, Caleb.
But they actually love this stuff. And they do love this stuff, man, let me tell you. And where this is coming from is that most of the time, girls will speak in opposites, right? They'll tell you what they want in a man. They want a man to buy her flowers and take care of her and show her and tell her exactly where he stands, right? And ask her out and tell her that he loves her. But the fact is when you do these things, typically it just makes her run away from you. And that
No. The only time women will say shit like, oh, I want a guy who will go to the mall with me, buy me things, buy me flowers, shit like that, and then that's not their type, are just young women who don't know what their type is. Like, that's it. So women don't talk in opposites, just don't date, like, fucking 15-year-old girls who've, like, only maybe gone out on one date with, like, a fucking 12-year-old.
That's a problem that a lot of my clients have when they come to me is they're like, dude, I'm doing everything that I thought was right, and I'm getting ghosted, and I'm getting friend-zoned. It's because society and Hollywood, and especially girls, have trained men to believe that being a certain way is going to attract the girl, and changing who you are to please the girl is going to attract the girl, but then it doesn't. And it just pushes her away, and she starts running away, and then he starts chasing even harder. And so I'm here to shine a light on that truth today, on what actually women truly deep down desire and what they actually want, and what's gotten me results and hundreds of my clients that I've worked with over the past couple of years, great results with women. And we're going to show you one here in a second. But the first masculine trait that girls actually love is authenticity. Being authentic. I have a guy in my program named Blake, as you can see in this picture right here, and he literally just got his first relationship ever. He's in his mid-20s, and something I loved about him is that he has a great career. He looks good, as you can see, and he's getting pretty decent results actually with just
What? What's the... So he says this is a client of his. Okay, it's showing me the dress. Not, find image source. So that was posted on his Instagram 7 days ago, but I'm pretty sure this was on his website at some point.
what's going on.
Oh my god, dude. This is cancer. That photo looks extremely familiar. I swear it's been on his website for the longest time. And I'm also fairly certain that's like a stock photo. So that's the image. Yeah, Google sees that as the image source. I swear I've seen that photo somewhere else. Fishy. Let's see. DD donated $3. Let me take a look. 107.30.
Why recommend meat at all no matter how it came about. Meat and dairy contains almost zero fibers. Knowing that makes a meat a whole lot of nothing. Kind of clay going through. No. I mean, there are animal foods that trivially are beneficial to health. I would consider most I would consider most dairy, except for butter, to be an overall benefit for health. I would consider...
No. I don't know why you'd figure that. As far as like liquid milk, there's a pretty strong relationship between like liquid milk, including skim milk, and prostate cancer. With cheese, so long as you adequately control for socioeconomic status, cheese increases the risk of heart disease. It's just that it's not as bad as foods like butter, because the way cheese is fermented, it makes it so the saturated fat within cheese doesn't raise your serum cholesterol score as much as it otherwise would. I don't know why you'd figure that. I would have thought he'd say something like fish or bivalves.
Chicken to be neutral, like poultry in general to be neutral, and I would consider fish to be beneficial.
Again, I wouldn't consider things like chicken to be neutral. You're getting a substantive amount of serum. Like, I don't know what the portion sizes are either. But if you're eating like 1 or 2 chicken breasts per day, like that is a substantive amount of serum cholesterol. There's also other issues like, like phthalates. What's the other thing? Arsenic exposure. There's minor things like that. But yeah, it has cholesterol, no fiber. Considering what you can replace chicken with, like tofu, I don't know why you'd say something like that. That's really weird.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are animal foods that are beneficial for health. It's not like the absence of fiber automatically negates something's health value. Like, just imagine...
I would agree with that, but again, I wouldn't say those foods are healthy. See, 115.05.
Meat is the most nutrient-dense food on the planet. I heard it on TikTok. Okay, here, I'm going to share something. This isn't even, like, in my opinion, this is not a claim that's even worth contesting. You can just accept it. Doesn't seem obvious to me why you shouldn't just accept it, right? So, let's go to sortable. So this is the Nutridex. I sell this through my website. It's a gigantic multi-page spreadsheet. That has like a chronometer style like nutrition analyzer that has extra things for like anti-nutrients and gives a satiety score, a FODMAP friendly score, glycemic index. It gives more data than main. So let's go to nutrition per calorie, nutrition per standard weight, nonlinear nutrient density scores, normalized nutrition data. Okay, so this is the one that we're going to be looking at. Basically, you take a sum of all of the nutrients, nutrient density calculations. Okay, here we go. So what I did was I just took every single nutrient and multiplied, like, conversion capacity, but it's fucking cereals and meat.
Okay, well, he's comparing this with goose liver. So if you look at something like liver, yeah, you could argue that it's the most nutrient-dense food. It's just, it doesn't matter, but I think usually when people are referring to meat, what? They're referring to skeletal muscle tissue, not liver, and in any case, doesn't really matter. 137. 50. Ugh.
There we go. That'll be the first one that I use when I'm practicing. Are there really no negative effects to steroid use? Well, I didn't say there were no negative effects. I'm not aware of any. A lot of people like to fucking harp away on
What? Sorry?
cardiovascular disease risk somehow, for some reason. And we actually have RCT data on this now. People who have been on TRT long term.
TRT is different than this encompassing, like all-encompassing term like steroids. Yeah, if you're on low-dose testosterone and you're taking it for medical reasons, you're probably not going to really see at least any significant cardiovascular disease risk factors, because you're just replacing hormones that really should be there in the first place. If you're talking about taking anabolic steroids, which would include things like testosterone derivatives, DHT derivatives, and nandrolones, they absolutely are related to...
This appeal to nutrient density narrative is really annoying. Why aren't we instead talking about net effect on health? Who gives a fuck if an animal food had marginally better nutrient density than a plant alternative if the net effect is inferior?
Well, yeah, nutrient density doesn't matter. Nobody's... Like, nutrient deficiencies aren't really a particularly common issue. It's usually, like, overnutrition. So, like, eating too much of the wrong foods. That's the principal problem. Like, not being... Like, people aren't dying generally in the modern world because they're, like, deficient in vitamin A. So, like, why would you recommend eating liver for, like, massive, like, literally toxic amounts of vitamin A when you don't need that? Stupid. Thanks for the donation, Adam. Yeah, so if you look at steroid use in general, when they're used in a performance enhancement context, there aren't any RCTs that I know of because they can't be done, because these drugs are illegal. So, but what you can do is you can do some, like, cross-sectional studies and look at people who've used for a number of years and see if there's any relationship with heart disease risk. And yeah, people who've used steroids for longer, they have worse atherosclerosis. A lot of them, especially with current users, have maladaptive cardiomyopathy, lower ejection fraction. You do see higher event rates, so they're more likely to have a heart attack. You can find 1 billion case reports where people have like a really aggressive platelet aggregation, and then they develop, like, thrombocytes, and then they end up getting a heart attack. So, what the hell are you, like... Yeah, steroids aren't just, like, testosterone in a TRT context.
Like, for at least 5 years, I believe the trial was. And these were people who are at risk for CVD, and there was basically no statistically significant effect of the TRT. There wasn't even, like, a leaning toward an effect or anything like that. It was just complete. It was just a complete wash.
You wouldn't expect that. There was a pretty large prospective cohort on TRT, and they found that men who were on TRT had higher... they did have higher event rates, but they were actually less likely to die from all causes. So, depending on how the trial's conducted in individual patient care, that can have an effect, but... You wouldn't expect it to, if you're just talking about TRT.
So our best, most high internal validity evidence does not really lend credence to the idea that. Oh shit! Thanks, Jordan. It doesn't really lend credence to the idea that TRT is risky for cardiovascular disease risk at the very least.
Wasn't the question about steroids? Yeah, I wouldn't expect TRT to be a big risk for cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of any risks for TRT personally.
Again, it comes down to individual patient care because there's no specific dosage that you give for TRT. You may be on relatively high doses of testosterone. The dose is dependent on the whether or not symptoms are relieved. So if you're having, I don't know, sexual dysfunction because of low testosterone, if it takes a very high dose of steroids to alleviate that sexual dysfunction, then you're going to be on a high dose, and those higher doses are going to come with more side effects. So it really depends.
So they gave me the prescription. Why are bodybuilders dying younger and younger? Probably because the types of extreme exercise that they're doing is not good for them. Like, what?
Let me see if I can just get a side-by-side photo of Dallas McCarver versus someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger. But I mean, like, bro, the types of physiques that exist today versus a few decades ago. The fuck is this? Dallas McCarver, this guy was only, I think, in his fucking 20s when he died. So this is a dude who's like 20-something. I think he was like 28 or something at the time of his death. He was on all the steroids. Like, all of them. There was the autopsy report that came out. Some people estimated that this guy was on as much as about 6 grams of gear per week. So why is the assumption, gee, you must have been like exercising really hard, that's why you died, and not, maybe it was the 6 grams of fucking steroids you were on, most of which aren't even fucking approved for humans. This guy was on fucking trenbolone, which was made for cattle, and it's a nandrolone derivative. Like, do you think Dallas McCarver died because he was exercising, or do you think he died because he was on steroids made for cows? Like, what are you thinking? Oh my god, that is the stupidest take I've ever heard from fucking Nick. Holy shit. That is insanely stupid.
You have to take into consideration, like, the type of exercise that they're doing is extremely, and the types of diets that they go on, and all of the kind of weird things that they do, like, in addition to maybe taking testosterone.
They're not just taking testosterone, you wacko. You don't get to that size by just taking testosterone. I don't know if they had a full report of the steroids that, like, Dallas McCarver was on, but they knew for a fact he was on testosterone and trenbolone. And again, trenbolone's a nandrolone derivative. They're extremely dangerous. And the type of nandrolone he was on, it was literally designed for cows. It wasn't even designed for fucking human beings. There's not even any human research that exists on it, because again, it was designed for cows. And again, like, on top of all the other potential non-steroidal SARMs, growth hormones, secretagogues, oral steroids, most of which are going to be like DHT derivatives. Like, does he not realize there are other steroids than fucking testosterone? You cannot get to that size just by taking testosterone.
It's not clear to me why that wouldn't be expected to shorten your life. And also, we don't really have like counterfactuals. There are plenty of bodybuilders out there, and it's like, yeah, some die early, but that's true of everybody. Like, do we have any evidence that bodybuilders die at a higher rate than the average?
Yes. They die at a way higher rate. If you look at averages for each sport, I think basketball, it's roughly the same as the general population, maybe slightly lower, but bodybuilders, I think the mean or the median was something like 38. It was really young. Yeah, here we go. This was in renal and urology news. So, mean age of death was 47.7 years. Researchers found no significant difference in mortality rate above age of 50. So, they have a higher mortality rate, at least before the age of 50, compared to other athletes, and just the general population.
Average person, right? So like of the 40-year-olds who die are a higher proportion bodybuilders compared to the average person. Yeah, I've never seen data like that. I'd be interested.
I don't know where this shit is coming from that like lifting weights and training hard, you'd expect to not live as long. I just don't understand it. I mean, if you go to other countries where you do see some people who like work fairly difficult jobs, but they live into they still live into like their 70s and 80s, but they're in much better shape. So they at least live as long, but you see them still like being able to pick up logs and shit when they're in their 70s. Like, I don't know why you would assume being physically fit and active and doing like heavy weight training would make you live a shorter life. Like, what's the mechanism? How? Like, it just makes you stronger. It builds your body up. You're more resilient.
In Gonbarname ha bas koshalialaki mandan. Isha masi mishavad, var basmis havid has rot. Masibish tarshenaktanya vod. Buye tandike darakshima darash, vardamo javarate baradarash. Estshmami card buye tano sang in modabadanash gam.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam. The only path to donate dollars, ain't no way. Let me see. That is a very sophisticated chimpanzee. Wow. That's a nice donkey. That's a nice parrot. It's a good burb. It's really cute. Wow. Bears want cuddles too. Oh my god. Wow. I'd like to massage a parrot. It's a really pretty bird. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Alright, back to this bad dating advice.
literally just got his first
I officially have a girlfriend after a month and a half of seeing her. What the fuck does that mean? Like, what? Like, it took a month and a half of talking to her before asking her out? Or, like, to actually officially be girlfriend, boyfriend, and you're not just casually dating? First relationship, introduce me as her boyfriend to her friends. Okay.
relationship ever. He's in his mid-20s, and something I loved about him is that he has a great career. He looks good, as you can see, and he's getting pretty decent results, actually, with just his life in general. It was just he was struggling with the girl stuff, and he was being super inauthentic. He was being way too nice to please the girl. He was on dating apps. He was doing these lame pickup lines, and if you're on dating apps, please, for the love of God, get off them. You're not going to find your wife on there. She's probably talking to...
Yes, because everybody uses dating apps to find a wife. You fucking clown. Oh my god, what an idiot. This guy supposedly gives dating advice.
I know what women want. They want a skinny TikTok twerp that talks to himself in a Versace robe and pretends he's a Chad. I feel like dating coaches are liars. Do you think a TikTok dating coach would be honest with a first date about what they do for work?
Probably not. I'm sure these types of dudes try to hide what they do on like social media, because first thing a girl's gonna do is look that shit up and then be like, yeah, this guy's gross. And not just the way he looks, like just his ideas are gross. Thanks for the nation though, Caleb. Yeah, like this guy, again, is supposedly a dating expert, and then he says, don't use a dating app because you're not going to find your wife on a dating app. Because the only reason men date is to find a wife, and women for that matter too. Yeah, the only reason anybody dates anybody is to get married. Fucking joke.
20 different dudes, so you're already starting inauthentically. And the only reason you're on them is because you're too shy to approach in person. Let's just all be honest here. So you're like, let me just go to the dating app and...
No, it's just far more efficient. Like, especially if you're introverted and you can easily set up dates just because you're good looking enough or something, why the fuck wouldn't you use a dating app, especially if you're only really interested in casual dating? It's just far more efficient. Like, this guy's an idiot.
And throw a Hail Mary shot in hopes that it works, in hopes that it sticks, in hopes that I get a date with a girl who's talking to 20 guys at once, and probably girls for that matter, because the guys don't even know how to...
Yeah, so stupid. Why would that not also be the case in real life? You don't think women in real life are talking with 10 or 20 different guy friends they know? How is that any different than a fucking dating app? And again, you're doing that too. If you're looking for a girlfriend, you're talking to a bunch of different women. Like, what is this double standard? So it's not okay for women to fucking talk to dudes, even though you want them to talk to you and hopefully go on a date with you. You're supposed to find a woman who has no male friends and no men around them that are interested in dating them. Like, the only way that's going to happen is if you're dating, like, horrifically ugly fat chicks. Or you're seeking out a horrifically ugly fat chick.
Gamer at that point, right? And so, something I loved about...
I guess they don't have to be fat. They could just be horrifically ugly. The only path to $22. Vegan Gains, is this you 70 years from now? I will not be dancing. That's also fake. That's a mask. Yeah, I would not be dancing. If bears are so dangerous, then explain this. That is true. They do look cuddly. How could something be dangerous if it looks cuddly?
The wild women, the ripping and the tearing, the ripping and the tearing.
See, this is now, ladies. I mean, I can't comment, but
Yeah. That's pretty cringe. Not like that. Wow. Oh my god. That's a pretty sheep. Wow. Oh my god. Holy shit. See how fast he ate that lettuce? Oh my god. So handsome. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Appreciate it.
Like I said though, is that we got him off those dating apps and we got him being and learning how to actually naturally attract girls in person, and things changed pretty quickly. He started to naturally attract these girls. One of these girls came.
Skip to 200. This guy is one of the smarter MMA journalists around and was very pro-vaccine / mask / lockdown etc., but has walked back on some of his claims. What do you think? Is the diet for training MMA?
All right, first up, let's talk about masks. And again, not trying to convince anybody. So opinions that I used to hold, how many of them do I still hold? Here's where I'll tell you where I'm at now. To me, it looks like the evidence is pretty clear insofar as I can tell that mask mandates do not work.
Yeah, that's not true. I think there's the one, what was it? It was like one cohort study that showed or was it a meta-analysis? I can't remember. I remember there was one paper that showed they made no statistically significant difference, but there were so many prospective cohorts that came out showing that they didn't necessarily reduce rates of infection, but if you look at rates of severe infection that require hospitalization, they made a really big difference. So, like, the way COVID works, you can get mild and severe infections. It's not like if you get it, it's the same for everybody. So if you're exposed to a smaller viral load, your chances of getting a more mild infection are better. So, no, you should have mask mandates because, again, it, at the very least, reduces rates of severe infections that require hospitalizations. And, yeah, it was specifically a certain type of mask, too, wasn't it? Not just masks in general? No, the cloth masks that people were wearing did work. Again, they might not necessarily work for preventing infection, period, but severe infections that require hospitalization, yes, they do work.
I did not understand why people were punching stewardesses on flights. I did not understand some of the backlash that they caused, but I will tell you that I totally underestimated how much people would resist what I thought was, at the time, a mostly innocuous, and really at a bare minimum, not really an encumbrance. I still don't view mask wearing as a significant life encumbrance with, obviously individual biological circumstances notwithstanding, but the data, from what I can tell, is pretty clear on this. They don't work, right? They really don't. The question is whether masks work, and again, there is some mea culpa to go around. The typical surgical mask might be good for other respiratory or other airborne illnesses, but it turns out really not that great. For COVID, the best ones are going to be your N95, your KN94s. That's really about it. So short of that, they're really not going to do a whole lot. So
yeah, so I think that's just for preventing infection, period, not if you look at more granular data sets, when you look at severity of infection, just general mask wearing like cloth masks do work.
I'm pretty sure that I thought that any masking was good before, which is not true, and I'm pretty sure that I thought mask mandates were a good idea. And again, it can differ in different countries like Japan that have a culture of mask wearing. You can watch old Pride videos. You can see some guys wearing masks there. Maybe there it would make sense, but it doesn't really make sense for the United States. The data on that one's pretty clear. Okay, let's talk about the vaccine, as far as I can tell. All right, so let's get to it. Was the vaccine, including by me and other folks, and particularly the scientific establishment, was it oversold? Yeah, it was. It was oversold. Now, what do I mean by that?
Wait, what?
Particularly the scientific establishment. Was it over? So let's get to it. Was the vaccine, including by me and other folks, and particularly the scientific establishment, was it oversold? Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. It, like, cut death rates in half. What the fuck are you talking about? It also reduced infection rates. And that was... Everybody already knew that before the vaccine was even studied when it came to how it affected transmission. But it also reduced transmission rates because, again, it prevents the virus from being able to replicate. So what the fuck is he talking about? Not only did it cut death rates in half, but it also massively reduced actual fucking transmission rates.
It was oversold. Now, what do I mean by that? Listen, if they had come out from the beginning and been like, this is basically going to work like a flu shot where you'll have a seasonal one that you have to take all the time, rather than, hey, take one and you'll never get it. Okay, now take two and you'll never get it. Okay, now take three and you'll never get it, and then so on. And then ultimately turning it into one where it's a seasonal vaccine, I think this would be a very different conversation. But,
this doesn't make any sense. So, again, it relies on your body using the mRNA to code for antibodies. And once that mRNA dissolves, you're producing less antibodies and immunity wanes. So, yeah, you need to periodically take boosters to maximize immunity.
Was it sold as, if you take this, you won't get COVID? Yes. And then, of course, it came around, and then the Delta wave and the Omicron waves totally shattered that. People who were vaccinated got it. I'm vaccinated, and I got COVID. I think I've had COVID at least once. I don't know if I've had it more.
Yeah, so again, just because you got vaccinated and got COVID, that doesn't mean the vaccine didn't work, you fucking idiot. Like, again, if you hadn't taken the vaccine and got COVID, you probably would have gotten a much more severe infection. And, like, again, COVID's pretty fucking serious. It attacks all your body's organ systems, so it's especially a problem for young men, so dudes in their, like, late teens, early 20s. But there's a massive fucking rate of what seems to be permanent erectile dysfunction caused by COVID. Like, if you could nearly eliminate that risk by taking a fucking vaccine, even if you're still going to get COVID, at least you won't get some of these severe symptoms, like permanent erectile dysfunction, permanent brain damage, lung damage. Like you are also seeing some like organ disorders. Like, this guy seems to think that it, like, if it doesn't kill you, you're good. Desiree donated $2.
I'm a party girl in the party world. Life is nothing. It's fantastic.
That is not even how Hitler sounded. But thanks for the donation. Anyway, I've seen enough of this. Let's get back to the dating shit.
Came into his life. He said that there was girls in the past that would friend zone him, that would ghost.
Has there been in your life any kind of experience that would validate the existence of God? No. None whatsoever. I've had fair number of near-death experiences. I had asthma when I was a kid, fairly bad, and my parents wouldn't get me medication for it because they gaslit me into thinking that I didn't have it. So one day I actually couldn't breathe at all, and I just totally passed out because of the asthma. I was riding my bike, got an asthma attack, couldn't breathe, my throat just completely closed up, and then I just laid down on the grass figuring I was gonna die, and then I just woke up later.
Comedians, by the way.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. And again, I didn't, my life didn't flash before my eyes, didn't see God or anything like that. I also overdosed on opiates when I was getting medicated in the hospital for an E. coli infection. Again, didn't see God or anything like that. Life didn't flash before my eyes. Nothing like that. I've taken my fair share of magic mushrooms. Again, no religious experience. So, no, there's never been anything personally in my life that would in any way indicate the existence of a god. Let me take a look, Caleb.
So they'll say, oh, Putin's a thug, or Putin's a gangster, or Putin. There's no bigger thug criminal in the world than Joe Biden. He beat.
So tell me, when did Joe Biden order the execution of thousands of innocent civilians in one of the worst wartime massacres in history? When did Joe Biden order the illegal invasion of another country for no other reason than to, again, genocide the population, steal their resources to make more money? When did Joe Biden assassinate political rivals using it wasn't plutonium, but it was a nuclear material that you again can't get unless you're like a member of government. He made it obvious that the Kremlin assassinated him. How often has Joe Biden, like, again, targeted and locked up any political dissenters? Please show me the fucking relationship that Joe Biden has with the mafia. It's just provable. Putin has ties with the Russian mob and criminal organizations. Everybody knows this. Show us the fucking criminal ties that Joe Biden has with the mob. This is just psychotic.
Beats Putin by about 10 to 20 or maybe 100 times over. And anyone says that is just spewing propaganda, and it's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting to hear people who went to college and who I would ask advice from on other things saying stupid shit like Putin's a murderer or a gangster.
He goes out of his way to make sure everybody knows that he assassinates his political rivals. He uses nuclear material to do it so that everybody knows that it was him.
Or Putin's a thug. That is so fucking unhelpful and stupid.
But he hates the LGBT community,
That's
Jimmy.
right. He hates
I mean...
You know who does also? Half the lefties in South and Central America.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Jimmy Dore is, actually a fucking retard. Let's see. Kurt Metzger, Jimmy Dore's co-host, just released a new comedy special. 3 minutes in, he's complaining about wearing masks. Oh, boy.
I remember the first day of Ukraine. I got in an Uber, and the Uber driver's like, do you have a mask? I was like, did you not hear about Ukraine, dipshit? We're not doing that now! I mean, if you think it's doing something, go ahead. My mask in a store.
So this is what people consider funny. You know, I feel like if people can make money with these stand-up sets, holy shit, maybe I should do it and become a millionaire. If that's the bar that you need to cross to actually get paid to do comedy specials and shit.
I have come to discover that lifting weights is a waste of...
So Dee Dee donated $2.
Right. In fact, you would do much better to starts holding the weight in the contracted position, only doing the lowering of the weight. Let me give you the rationale. The positive portion of any exercise, the lifting of the weight, is the least productive in terms of stimulating an increase.
About 40% of the hypertrophic stimulus is, from the concentric portion of the lift, and about 60% is from the eccentric. So, why are you in favor of taking out about, nearly half of the stimulus from a lift?
Why? Because it's the weakest part of the movement. You cannot lift nearly as much weight as you can hold, and you can't hold as much weight as you can lower.
Static holds do not really contribute to hypertrophy much at all. So, yeah, just because you can use more weight doesn't mean it really contributes to hypertrophy much.
On top of that, the positive, or the lifting of the weight, is a negative in that it is the one portion of the exercise that makes the deepest inroad into recovery ability. That is a negative.
That is not true. If you're going to do something like heavy eccentrics, where the concentric is assisted, that is way, way more fatiguing doing overloading eccentrics than just doing normal straight sets.
What I've been having my clients doing is holding the weight in the fully contracted position for up to 15 seconds. And then once...
Yeah, so the stretched position is what seems to be... stretch under load is what seems to be the most hypertrophic. So trying to accentuate the contraction is kind of opposite to what you might actually want to be doing. You probably want to accentuate the stretched portion of the lift while under load.
They recognize their static strength is about to go, they start lowering the weight very slowly.
Mike Menser has a lot of weird, dumb ideas.
I've never done slow rep. Never. I was always doing the negative that people get injured or tear their pec. I would control the weight. Control instead of slow. Coming down on the...
Yeah, so you're most likely to tear a pec during a slow eccentric, because that's where the most amount of force is applied to the tendon. Doesn't mean you can't do slower eccentrics. It's just be aware of how much weight you're lifting and whether or not it's safe.
The bench, you come here, it's gonna explode at the bottom. If you're going to bend down, you wouldn't bend down slow in slow motion. You would bend down, then you come up. There's something bad going to happen when you go against the mechanics of what's natural for the body. It's a negative. You're not going to get any growth from a negative. It's always doing the exertion when you stimulate fast with fiber.
Yeah, so he's kind of right, kind of wrong here. The reason why you always see dudes tear their pec during the eccentric phase of a bench press, or really any lift almost, is because that's where the most amount of force is applied. So that's probably where you're going to see an injury occur. With that said, there's a sweet spot when it comes to eccentric speed. If it's too slow, you're not really going to get a benefit from the eccentric. There's diminishing returns, and it's also going to prevent you from doing more repetitions later in the set. Too fast, again, if the eccentric is too fast, then you're not loading the muscle as much as you could, and you're kind of getting rid of that eccentric stimulus. So there's a sweet spot. You want to lower the weight, slow and controlled. It should be slower than the concentric, but not super, super slow.
And I don't know about you fellas, but I know, what costs on the date? The meat. Told me she was vegan. I said, look at God. Oh, he didn't set my eye. My problem is I had no idea vegan food costs more than meat. She took me to a black-owned vegan restaurant, too. She trying to show me murals. but the menu had my attention. I was like, God damn. She thought I was looking at the mirror. She was like, what, you see Ice Cube? No, I see Ice Cube, but God damn. She said, what, is it the Nipsey? No, fuck Nipsey. God damn. How the hell is a cauliflower po' boy 13 on?
That is not funny, and I always wonder why people laugh at things that are not funny.
I have a dream that future generations will live in a world where nature flourishes.
French government mocked for MLK tribute featuring only white kids. How many black people live in France, by the way? Video made by the French Ministry of Education meant to pay tribute to civil rights.
I have a dream of a world where we are all equal. Boys, girls, women, men, tall, small, fat or slim, Christian, Muslim.
I have a dream that communication will allow humans to better pay attention.
I have a dream that tomorrow I, the underdog, graduate the class of We Did It and forget about the words and the name they once called me.
Even if this world
It looks like they're all coming from one particular, like, private school or something. That's probably why there's no black kids.
looks ideal and it looks as if it's just a dream, if everybody does something, we will make it.
I have a dream that the time for empty promises.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the nation, DD.
Him, and after he learned how to naturally attract and actually he started being authentic, things turned around pretty quickly. He stopped getting friend zoned.
It's probably one of the only times this guy gives good advice. Yeah, be yourself. You should just be your authentic self when you're trying to date. Maybe if you're like a serial killer or something, don't be your authentic self, but, you know, assuming you don't have any crazy wacko problems, just be yourself. Don't treat, you know, women or your dates like a therapist, but just be yourself.
Stopped getting ghosted. He was getting consistent dates with quality women. And as you can see right here, he got his first ever relationship ever. With dealing for the first, 25 years of his life, still struggling with getting ghosted. And it was all because he was being inauthentic, and most of you guys are being inauthentic. And doing lame pickup lines and doing these lame mind games, they're not going to get you dates, they're only going to get you ghosted. Okay? So, trait number 2, masculine trait number 2 that women absolutely love is emotional strength, right? It's a fact that 97% of men struggle with this stuff, right? They're just way too afraid to admit it. They think that it's not manly, or they're afraid that their friends are going to judge them. One of my clients named Jamie, we did a video testimonial with him. Actually, he's absolutely crushing it in his relationship. So we helped him get his dream girl, and we helped him build up his relationship so he can have a really great, effortless relationship, as you can watch in the testimonial. But something I love about Jamie is that his friends are like, dude, you got a dating coach? And some of them will judge him and test him.
Jamie, from attracting bland 7s to winning his dream relationship. It doesn't sound like he was looking for a good relationship. It sounds like he was just looking to date a hot girl. What? This is insane. Buddy, it's not hard. Just talk to better looking women. What? This is stupid.
Even his girl would test him.
Holy shit, these people are shallow.
And it's all about how you respond, right? It's all about your emotional strength. Most guys who are insecure, they would freak out about that. They'd be like, oh my God, she's judging me because I need help. It makes me feel weak. When in reality, most guys need help with this stuff, and they're too afraid to admit it, and they're too afraid to work on this stuff and just admit that they need help. And they're secretly trying to brush around and look through my content secretly and delete the history, right? Because they don't want their friends to see that they're watching dating advice, when in reality, most guys struggle with this stuff. And the way that you need to...
The majority of dating advice content online is embarrassing. You would not want your girlfriend like knowing, or a girl you're interested in knowing you watch this guy or fucking Fresh and Fit or some shit. So yeah, the majority of it's terrible. DD donated $2. Let me see.
My double IFB.
Well, Bill Clinton deserves to be in jail. Arguably Hillary too. But why Joe Biden? Yeah, this is tarded. It's a nice three-wheeler. Aside for the cowl.
I hear God. I worked in a nightclub, me and another manager. This day, our cleaners didn't come in to clean. So now me and him got to clean the whole building by ourselves. Right. I'm not used to cleaning a club building. So he says, Tiff, I'm gonna clean the bathrooms, you mop up front. When he gives me the mop up front, I go into a trance, meaning I'm stuck and I see a movie play out in front of me. I see the face of a man that's one of my favorite customers in the nightclub. I see everybody in the building on their knees, blindfolded, being shot in the back of the head, execution style. Hey. I hear a voice say, lock the front doors. I go to lock the front door because I said, well, what's the harm in locking the front door? Do you know the second I came back to my mop, he came over to me and he's like a big brother. So he like, you ain't started mopping yet? Move out the way and give me the mop. He pushes me so hard, I slide on the floor, and the second I slid away, he's standing in the same position I'm standing in, real bullets come through the windows and the walls and hit him exactly where I was standing.
What?
I lied to you not. Guess who did it? The guy I saw in the vision. Let me give you one more example.
Who is this? I kind of don't believe the story. I want to know what shooting this was. Because people bullshit all the time. And that just seems a little too specific. I could believe it happening, but the story seems a little too, I don't know, a little too perfect. Weird coincidences like that do happen. I know there was a terrorist attack that somebody predicted, and he ended up getting investigated by the FBI because they thought he had something to do with it, but he just had like a funny feeling that terror attack was going to happen.
And I don't know about you fellas, but I know, you know what costs on the date?
Oh wait, that was another one.
Hey, what is going on, guys? So today we're going to be discussing...
I'll take a look at that later, maybe.
I was busy making a new episode about...
Might look at that one later. Thanks for the donation, DD. Ham Whammy donated $2. What's the science behind NoFap? There's none. I saw in AY Discord that Avi may think NoFap is pseudoscience. Yeah, it is. I saw a paper recently that there's this like post-ejaculation syndrome where men have like extreme fatigue, anxiety, and shit. And that's actually related to low testosterone. So some of the people who claim to have a benefit from doing NoFap might just have low testosterone. But there's no particular reason for why you'd think NoFapping would do anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Ham Whammy.
Come back to that is like even my girlfriend, she's like, you're going to be a dating coach, you know? And I was like, yeah, because I struggled with this stuff heavily growing up, right? And she, you know, she gave me a little test from it, just like Jamie got. But something I loved about Jamie, what I taught him, and especially the guys in my program, was I was just like, if I can help most guys have a relationship like us, wouldn't that make the world a better place? How the fuck are they going to come back to that? It's impossible, right? It's emotional strength. I believe that this is...
This guy, like, brags about helping dudes get girls that are, like, above 7 out of 10. He calls girls that are 7 out of 10 plain not worth your time.
Superscript A 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 superscript.
I'm just gonna skip that. Thanks for the Nation 5. Yeah, like this guy is talking. What if I can teach guys to get a relationship that's as great as mine? And then he he calls women that are 7 out of 10 bland, not worth your time, and then brags about helping guys get girls that are 8 or 9 or 10 out of 10. Like, that's not what makes a quality relationship. Like, he's just a shallow jackass, and he's like bragging about how, oh yeah, some guy who was dating pretty girls, now he's dating really pretty girls with my advice. What was that advice? Talk to prettier girls. Like, stupid.
Necessary for the world. I believe that this is going to help make the world a better place. I had one of my clients, a French client of mine, who was 5'7", and he felt that he was too short for girls, right? He just thought he was too short. And one of the girls that he was talking to, she tests him hardcore, and she goes, "You're too short for me." And he said that before he joined my program, it ruined him. Like, he freaked out, like it destroyed his confidence for years on end. And when he joined my program, I was like, dude, you got to just say this, right? If a girl's like, if
a girl says you're too short for me, you tell her you're too much of a fucking bitch for me. It's all you got to do. If a girl's like fucking shaming you for your height or really any way you look, just call them a fucking piece of shit. Don't put up with that crap. Why the fuck would you? Why would you have any interest in dating a girl who's going to shame you for something you have no fucking control over? Like, imagine if you had, I don't know, some sort of fucking deformity on the side of your head, and she said, "Oh, you're too deformed for me." Like, okay, well, fuck you, bitch. That's all you gotta say. As if, like what? If you say the right line, she'll get more respect for you. Why do you want her respect? She's a piece of fucking crap. Like, if we're gonna talk about like men raising their fucking standards when it comes to dating, don't put up with that bullshit. Why the fuck would you want to date a piece of crap like that? Fuck her.
you're too short for me, just literally be like,
how are you feeling tonight? Did you eat before stream? Look forward to watching your final training session. Since I have now become a significant Patreon to Daniel Ige lifting vegan logic, the big twerk will need to be rescheduled.
Well, that's fine, Sam. It's not a problem. I'll do the final twerk. The final thing for the week tonight. So 200 sit-ups, 2 songs. I don't know if you wanted to do next week. That'd probably work out better for me anyway. Oh, thanks for the donation though, Sam.
and too handsome, right? Girls back in the day, I used to be really skinny back in the day, right? If a girl joined my program, I was like, dude, you got to just say this, right? If a girl's like, you're too short for me, just literally be like, and too handsome, right? Girls.
Why? Like, what? Dude, there is no fucking reason for why you should tolerate that sort of treatment from a girl. Like, yeah, that line's smoother, like, but why do you want to have somebody like that talk to you, respect you? Like, that's just horseshit. Don't put up with it. If a girl says, I would date you, but you're too short for me, just say, yeah, I'd date you, but you're too much of a fucking bitch. As I just found out. See you later. Don't talk to her ever again. She can, like, apologize to you, and then maybe then You can at least be on speaking terms or something, but don't put up with that fucking shit. I think that's a big fucking problem that a lot of dudes have, where like we're so pussy hungry. Like dudes just have a bigger sex drive, and it's like a lot of dudes have that kind of get in their own way.
He still looks skinny.
Yeah, he is. It's funny how he's like this expert dating coach, but he hasn't figured out that women don't like dudes who look like 12-year-old boys. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam. Like, dudes are so pussy hungry that if a girl says this type of horse shit to them, like, oh, I would date you, but you're too short for me. The thought isn't, oh, well, fuck you then. It's like, what can I say to still have sex with her? Like, don't put up with that shit. There's so many things that women do like that are just fucking bullshit, where they'll try to be, like, bitchy to you, not respect you in some way, a lot of passive-aggressive shit. Don't put up with it. Like, just don't. Like, why would you have any fucking interest in going out with a girl who's gonna treat you like that? Like, there's no reason to ever fucking put up with that crap. So if you get this sort of passive-aggressive bullshit, like, you're too short for me, you don't make enough money, oh, your hair's falling out, like, you're too bald, like, fuck you. Like, that's all you have to tell them.
Back in the day, I used to be really skinny back in the day, right? And I would just market it in a way. I was like, well, no, I'm not going to try to hide that I'm skinny back in the day. I put some muscle on now, right? I'm 190. We're still building up, putting on some mass. I was
Sorry. He's putting on muscle since when? Dude, when did he make his fucking channel? So, 2 years ago.
Is she interested?
I literally do not see any fucking difference. Sorry. In 2 years? What? Buddy, you have not been fucking working out. Give me a break. Let me see if he has, like, a stupid bathrobe video anywhere.
I'm still in a...
There is no difference. I don't see any, like, fucking bathrobe video where you can actually see his chest or anything, but there is literally no difference in his physique. None whatsoever. Okay, we can see his arms here. Let's look at a more recent vid, see if he has, like, t-shirt on or something. Holy shit, his clothes, man. These are, like, the dumbest fucking clothes. Like, so many Hawaiian shirts. It's another t-shirt. He's not doing a standing vid lately where you can actually see his arms, but there's no difference. There's literally no fucking difference at all in his physique. And that's recent. This is 2 years ago. And he's saying he's building muscle. Since when? Like, yesterday?
6'2", 135, I was super skinny, right? I had, like, the opposite problem. I wasn't short, but I was just way too fucking thin. And girls would be like, you have no ass. And I'd be
Okay, if this guy was the same height... By the way, I don't believe he weighs 190, unless he's like 6'7". There's no way he weighs 190. This guy is like 160, 170 tops. There's no way he could be the same height at 135 and like not be anorexic. If he's claiming he's like around 190 right now. I don't even think he's 190. He's probably like 160, 170 tops. Assuming he's like around 6 foot. He's full of shit.
I'd be like, so we match, babe. You gotta know, and you gotta have emotional strength about this stuff and literally market. If you have insecurities or flaws, market those on the front end.
Okay, look, it's so weird how this guy is talking about, being emotionally strong, not letting your insecurities get to you, shit like that. If you're not insecure, you'll tell women off. If they're not treating you the way like a decent fucking human being would treat you, and you don't tell them off, that's fucking insecurity, okay? If you're having a nice conversation with a girl, being polite, and then she just interrupts you out of nowhere and says, sorry, but you're too short for me, the thing to do if you're not insecure is tell her, okay, well, sorry, I didn't realize you were a bitch. Sorry, like, I'm... Say something like that, okay? Tell her off. Don't go, well, I'm also too handsome for you, apparently, too. Like, if somebody is rude to you, you be rude to them back. And you have a proportionate response. I think women will have a fucking lot more respect for you if you put them in in their fucking place and treat them the way they deserve to be treated than you trying to play it off as, my feelings aren't hurt, my feelings aren't hurt, hold in the tears, what's the best thing to say? I'm too handsome for you. No, just say, fuck you, bitch, and then just walk away.
And it's going to help you so much in the long term, right? Like, you will, if you just learn, like, how to naturally attract and just be able to, like, just say these comebacks, you will never have problems with getting ghosted again. Like, getting ghosted, oh my gosh, like, getting rejected, especially not knowing what...
You are going to create way, way fucking bigger problems for yourself if you find a way to navigate some of these situations where these rude, disrespectful, bitchy girls who only care about themselves end up agreeing to date you because you say some smooth line. You do not need people like that in your life.
To say to her over text. Like, if you just know how to naturally attract these girls and make these comebacks on your own, you will have no problem with girls. Like, you won't even consider the dating app. You'll be way too fucking busy with all the other girls trying to blow up.
Check this out.
I will take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Renee. And by the way, you should also consider, like, usually when people get that sort of aggressive response, they think they fucked up in some way. Like, Jasmine's been around me when I throw cigarettes into people's cars or purses. She hates it when I do this, but they're like, people will throw their cigarette butts on the ground. I'll pick it up, throw it back into their car and say, here, you dropped this. Or, like, I'll throw it into their purse or something. There's this dumb bitch walking into the grocery store, just threw her cigarette on the ground when there was an ashtray right there, picked it up, threw it back into her purse and said, here, you dropped this. They'll say, oh, sorry. Like, I smash people's fucking carts if they're blocking the way, like, just being, stupid. Rather than putting their cart against the aisle so people can walk by, I'll just smash their fucking cart, and then they'll say sorry to me. So if you say, like, if some girl says the stupid shit to you, and then you say, oh, sorry, didn't realize you were a bitch, and then walk away, she's gonna think she fucked up, in all likelihood. So it's not like you, like, never think you're in the fucking wrong by doing this. Roller skates. Oh god, she's gonna fall. Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, roller skates aren't really a thing you do in on the road so much. They're not great for, like, road use, but she just seems bad. That's pretty funny. Like how the lamp hit her. Thanks for the donation, Renee.
Up your phone right now. Like, but you have to take action at the end of the day. Like, you have to be the person that partakes in his own rescue, right? You have to be the person that's like, you know what, like, I know I need to change this, and you have to take action on that. Action takers always win at the end of the day. So, masculine strength number 3 that women actually love is presence. Presence, right? Not like Christmas presents, but presence as in your being, your vibe. And what is present exactly? I talk about this like deep in my book. And if you guys have not read my book yet,
the fuck kind of cover is that? That looks like one of those really shitty Photoshop jobs where like celebrities will have fans and they'll do these like weird Photoshop jobs where it'll have like a dumb filter and there'll be like lions behind them or something. That is a shit cover. There's like women in the clouds. This guy is so pathetic and such a bad dating coach. He literally could not put himself on the cover with like a girl he met. Or even hire a model. He didn't have the wherewithal to hire a fucking model to just pose with him on the cover to make it seem as though he can get girls. Like especially, there's this thing in the like pickup scene where there are these kind of like lame-looking, skinny, nerdy guys who say, "Oh, it's all about game. It's all about game," and it kind of is. And they'll flex and say, "I'm not the best-looking guy. I'm not super muscular. I'm not like this Chad, but I can get all these girls." He can do that angle, and he didn't even have the fucking sense to hire a fucking model from like Model Mayhem and just take like a good photo with him and some chick for the fucking cover to be like, "Oh, if you're like me, some nerdy guy, you can still get these hot chicks." He fucking has this like weird Photoshop job with this dumb filter with these random fucking girls in clouds.
I've not read my book yet. I don't know what you're doing. You guys
I should
have all
actually
read my
buy the book and read it on stream. That'd be hilarious.
by now. Like, it's the best investment you could possibly make for the money with the book. But what is presence, right? And I'll tell you what isn't presence, and I'll paint the picture for what it actually is. But what presence is not is that most of you guys are not present currently, especially when you're around quality girls, is that you are way too far stuck in your head. You're way too worried about what she's going to think about you. You're way too worried about what you're going to say, how you're going to come back to this test. I remember one of my clients back in the day, he said that he was so stuck in his head around quality women that he would just kind of sit there and awkwardly smile just because he was so locked in his head. And being present means being in the moment with the girl. It means just enjoying the moment, right? Like, you're not focused on what you're going to say next. You're not thinking ahead of like, you know, how am I going to say this? What am I going to say? Is my body...
I think I understand what he's trying to say. The point that he really should get across is stop putting women on a pedestal and stop assuming people are better than you. You might not be the best looking person, but there's a lot more to your value as a human being than how good looking you are. So like this, and a lot of dudes do this, they end up having insecurity issues. Everybody has insecurity issues in some way. And they end up seeing these like really good looking pretty girls and they're like, "Man, I'm not good enough for that." You have to snap out of it and be like, just because they're good looking, it doesn't mean they're better than me. I'm great for all these reasons. Like, I'm down to earth. I'm not a liar. I'm honest. I'm funny. I have productive hobbies. There's no reason why these girls shouldn't like me for who I am. Like, that's what you really have to learn when it comes to just dealing with women. They're not fucking better than you because they're good looking or just because they're women. So snap out of it and just like talk to them and don't have this attitude that they're better than you.
Body language, right? Like, you know, is my eye contact good? Like, you're just in the moment with the girl. And that's where I want you guys to be. Like, you guys should always be present with the girl where it's like she's slapping your chest, right? She's laughing at everything you're saying. It's almost like it's just you two together. No one else is there. And you guys are just vibing completely. She's laughing, like I said, slapping your chest, like I said. Just everything, you're on fire.
That's right. Slap your chest when you're with a girl. Like a gorilla. Let's see. Vegan Gains in a Kim Cage fight. Donated $2. Thoughts on tapirs? Tapirs are very interesting animals. They have prehensile penises, so they can actually move their penis around, kind of like how you can move your finger. And you can actually find them scratching themselves with their penis. So rather than like lifting their leg up to scratch their belly, they'll actually just move their penis and scratch their like stomach with their penis. Yeah, they have really weird noses. I like tapirs. Wow. Look at that nose. I like how they can curl their nose. There's a lot of strange animals. Wow, they like getting scratches. That's cute. Oh, elephant says hi. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains, Selna Kim Cage Fight.
Right, and if you're not there yet, guys, like you have to take action. Like, dude, just if you're not there yet and you're still getting rejected, you're still getting ghosted, book a call with me. Down in the description below, there's a call link right there. Book it in with me. We'll get you on board into my program. We'll get you rolling today. Or you can just DM me on Instagram, and we'll just say that you're directly from YouTube. Okay, so I know, because I get a lot of messages from guys all over the world every single day. But we will just send me a DM on Instagram. Be like, yo, dude, like I'm from YouTube, man. I really want to book in a call. Really want to do your program. We'll get you set up on a call with me, and we'll get you rolling in the program. Right? Bring your credit card. Stop not taking action on this stuff. Like, you guys have
bring
to
your credit
partake
card.
in your own rescue with this stuff, and you guys have to be prepared to take action. And you either pay for things with money or with time, right? And so, if you guys aren't there yet, you're still getting rejected. You're still getting ghosted. I know the pain of that, and I want to help you guys.
Some of his advice isn't bad, but he really doesn't know how to give it. We'll watch a bit more of his shit later. Let's look at some Frank Tufano nonsense.
What's up? How are you guys today? We're going to do a little bit of a...
Why does he look like he's dying? Why is his face so oily?
grocery haul kitchen tour.
The fuck?
Show you guys everything I've been
Bro,
eating.
those circles around his eyes are getting so much worse. Jasmine, look. He looks like he's fucking dying. What the fuck?
He doesn't sleep.
Dude, it has to be a combination of a lack of sleep, the tanning, because that's horrible for your fucking skin, steroids, and he doesn't eat, like, good high antioxidant fruits.
I may be fat, but he looks malnutrition and, like, he doesn't sleep.
Yeah, Jesus. His diet is probably also really low in, like, vitamin E and antioxidants in general.
Eating and doing. I don't think I showed you guys any of this new house, new kitchen yet, so you'll get a little bit of a tour. So at my dining room table, I have my masticum that I have with pretty much every meal. Guys, this is like a light antimicrobial. We have it on organsupplements.com. Glass bottle mineral water with...
I would not recommend eating mastic gum. It is super dense. Like, this is mastic gum. I started chewing it again because I've been having pain in my jaw, so I'm just trying to strengthen my jaw muscles. But, you don't want to eat it. It's really, really fucking dense, and I'd imagine...
Thai videos crazy might not be safe for YouTube.
Let me take a look at this. That should be safe. I don't think there's anything in that. Oh, wow. They went flying. What the fuck were they doing? Yeah, they literally flew out of the fucking car. Whoa, I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, that's why you wear a seatbelt. That's gonna be Sneeko one day, by the way. He doesn't wear a seatbelt. Thanks for the donation, Renee.
Have you ever met Frankie RW?
Real world RW? No. I've never met Frank in person. I've chatted with him directly. Like, I've debated him before, but I've never met him in the real world. Yeah. I don't think I got his GoFundMe ruined. I'm pretty sure the moderator saw it and it had nothing to do with me, but he flipped his shit after his GoFundMe for his stupid Frankie's free range meat thing was banned. But I've never met Frank in real life. I'm sure he'd probably shit his pants if he saw me in real life. He's in some like really small town in Pennsylvania right now, so I don't think I'll ever really run into him. Because I just have no reason to go where he lives. He used to live in New York. But yeah, I probably won't run into Frank in real life. Partly because he just doesn't live where I would ever go, and I'm sure he'd deliberately try to avoid me. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam. Caleb donated $2. Do you believe dreams have any significance? Personally don't, but I had a gay dream last night where I was doing gay stuff and I'm straight. What do you think? Well, I guess you're gay now, because even if you do it in your dream, that means it basically might as well have happened in real life. But in all seriousness, there are meaningful experiences you can have in a dream. It doesn't mean... Yeah. I have weird lucid dreams where I, like, smear shit all over myself, but... You can have meaningful experiences in dreams, but just because something happened in a dream, that doesn't mean anything. So... I wouldn't say you're gay because you had gay sex in a dream. It doesn't really mean shit, so whatever. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb.
Every meal, have some lemons here. Sometimes I'll have lemon juice for vitamin C. And then over here we have the apples that I have with pretty much every meal. Over here on the counter we got the pressure cooker. I use that for beans. And
that's definitely good. So the apples that Frank is eating, great. Lemon juice, whatever. You're not really getting much nutrition from lemon juice. He is eating beans, but he has this like weird... he has some form of eating disorder. He has this like idea with purity. You'll notice everything he eats is white. So he'll have beans that are white. He'll eat apples where he'll remove the skin for some fucking reason. And again, apple flesh is white. He'll eat potatoes. He'll eat white rice. He'll eat white bread. Everything's fucking white. So he's not eating these foods for any particular reason other than like this eating disorder thing that he has where he just thinks these foods are pure for some reason.
in the winter soups. We got a toaster that I'll use to freshen up the bread, and we actually have to make some bread this morning. This has been fermenting overnight, so we gotta pop this in the oven. Looks pretty good.
It doesn't ferment. Bread doesn't rise due to fermentation. It rises due to yeast activation.
Natural sourdough fermentation.
Oh, sourdough. If it's sourdough, then yeah.
Let me know, guys, if you want me to show you how to do this like quick and easy overnight sourdough recipe that doesn't take a while. I'm always weighing out the sourdough on the scale. These are just my cutting boards. I got salt everywhere. Steak knife, bread knife, Nutiva oil to cook with. We have that on Frankie's Strange Foods. Same with the sea salt that I put on everything. So on the other side of the counter, I just have my water key for fermentation going. This is the heating pad that only stays on for 12 hours, so I kind of have to reset it twice a day. But this should be ready in a day or two. Usually takes 4 or 5 days to ferment.
Yeah, again, I would recommend generally avoiding probiotics and fermented foods. Especially if you haven't really been eating these like lifelong.
Is it gay if I had sex with a tranny Earl?
It's kind of depends. There's some sex experts actually think that there's like more than just a male-female sexual preference. So there are men who are exclusively attracted to transgender females. So it's not that you like women in particular, it's not that you like men in particular, it's its own sexual preference, but if you ended up having sex with a transgender just because you recognize them as a woman, then I wouldn't say that's gay. If you are exclusively attracted to or nearly exclusively attracted to transgender women, then I'd say it's neither gay nor straight. It's just its own sexual preference. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb. Spank Tufano donated $2. Please react. Let me see.
Myself and editor Ian, we're at the Orange County Fair.
Yeah, Nico's here too.
Nico is here. Nico, are you mic'd up?
Yes, I am. It's on.
We not only do not have plans, we don't have tickets, but there is a protest going on at the gate, which seems like the logical place to start.
What's up, Blackie? Hope you're doing well today. What the hell happened to the Leo penis debate you mentioned like a week ago or so? Did he run away? That would be a shame.
He didn't message me back. I lost track of time. What day is it now? Friday. Hey, do you have time to debate this weekend? I forgot to reach out to you earlier this week. There we go. Yeah, I lost track of time. I just messaged him now to see if he's up to debate for this weekend. Thanks for the donation, Goopy Wookie.
Does Frank use separate cutting boards and utensils when cutting meats and veggies?
I'm not sure. I do see he has like 3 separate cutting boards here. Since they're all being used for like the same thing, it seems. Probably not. So I don't think so. A lot of people also don't know to do that, to use separate utensils and separate cutting boards for certain foods. So I would imagine he wouldn't either, because he's an idiot. So yeah, he's also talked about having food like he doesn't call it food poisoning, but it was clearly food poisoning. He's had a few videos he's made where he said he had like severe vomiting, diarrhea for an entire day, couldn't sleep. That's food poisoning, clearly. And then he calls it like candida and he needed to detox and shit. So I'm sure he's given himself food poisoning quite a few times. I've seen him make videos like that a number of times over the years. So he probably doesn't know how to handle raw chicken and stuff when he's eating that sort of food. Thanks for the donation though, Sam.
Start. Yeah. Let's do it.
You know what? We'll react to that after this Frank vid, just because that's long.
Boards, I got salt everywhere.
Trenbolone was invented for human use. It was called parabolin. It's not trenbolone. Trenbolone was invented for cows. Is parabolin a nandrolone? Parabolin. Trenbolone. Well, that's weird. Parabolin. Brand names, parabolin. Okay, no. So, Trenbolone was made for cattle's. It's just that one of the brand names is parabolin, apparently, according to Wikipedia. But Trenbolone was made for cattle. It wasn't made for humans. There might be a certain brand that ended up marketing to human beings, but no, Trenbolone was made for cattle.
I like it when the trannies come on my cock. Is that gay?
Again, I'd say that's neither gay nor straight. That's just a thing you like. But thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Steak knife, bread knife, Nutiva oil to cook with. We have that on Frankie's Strange Foods. Same with the
Nutiva oil. What the fuck is
sea
that?
salt that I put on everything.
Oh, it's just liquid coconut oil. Yeah, that's stupid.
So on the other side of the counter,
you know what? I noticed Frank is selling. So he has Frankie's free range meat and he has Frankie's free range foods. He's reselling a number of different products from different brands. So this is just my assumption. I think what's happening is if you go to his shitty meat website, he does not have the best reputation, for one thing. His website looks like dog shit. And what he's selling is massively overpriced. Like $125 for how many fucking eggs? These are just normal chicken eggs, by the way. 12 dozen, 144. So you're paying almost $1 per egg, which is fucking crazy. $12.50 for a fucking stick of butter. Like, these things are just so fucking overpriced. It's unreal. And, like, a lot of people are just uncomfortable ordering meat online. Like, who the fuck does that? It's stupid. So I'm assuming he's not getting enough orders, and in order to compensate for that, he's starting to sell this kind of shit online. Like, these are not made by him. These are just other brands. So he's reselling all this shit just to get more overall sales volume in. So his actual meat business probably isn't doing so great if he's selling, like, reselling all this crap. I can't, like, and again, it's overpriced as fuck. Like, you can just buy this crap at a grocery store. Pecan butter, $23. Like, what is he doing? Or, like, oats, $6.50 for this tiny fucking bag. Like, what the fuck? $27 for fucking coconut oil. So I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but this is a good sign to me that he's probably going to go out of business. Hopefully, anyway.
I just have my water kefir fermentation going. When you operate gas, the CO2 levels in the room rise, so you want as much ventilation as possible. All right, now we'll take a look in the fridge to show you guys
you do not want a gas oven, period. They're bad for you.
The rest of what I eat on a daily basis. So starting at the top, we just have actually some like French fries soaking in brine. I'm going to make some steak frites for dinner on Friday night. This is more of like a special treat occasion thing, not something I usually have. There we just have some leftover petite tender, some roast.
So, you want your meat at the bottom of the...
Trannies butts drive me nuts. I'm not gay though.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. So you don't want to put meat at the top of your refrigerator. You want it all to be at the bottom, because if there's any like bacteria or anything that like drips, it'll all go down. So if you have anything else, it'll like end up cross-contaminating. I don't think he understands. Like, again, this is why you've seen him get food poisoning so many times. It looks like he has just a mix of some of the plant foods he eats on every shelf, and then a mix of the animal foods he eats on every shelf, when you shouldn't do that.
Beef here. These are water kefir grains.
Yeah, this
that
is
I've been
insane.
eating with.
So he has this shit, like this stupid fucking probiotic shit, but it's right underneath the, like, this fucking gross meat that's thawing out. Like, you can easily have cross-contamination.
Eating with every meal as a probiotic. You know, sometimes I don't have like water kefir ready, so I'll actually just have water kefir grains with the meal. In here is our white bean puree. We've done a lot of
Yeah, this is really bad. He doesn't know how to actually store food safely, and this guy owns a fucking business where he would have to know how to store food safely, and he doesn't even know how to store food safely in his own fridge. Like, yeah, gee, I wonder why people aren't buying your disgusting fucking meat, Frank, when they see this.
videos on this, guys, but I have this as like a hummus dip for bread for lunch.
Yeah, this is
and
just
I have
asking
it as a
for
pasta sauce on my
cross-contamination.
udon noodles for dinner. It's mushrooms, artichokes, white beans, so it's a really nice balance of fiber, starch, and minerals. And down here we have some breakfast sausage. I'll have that for breakfast every day.
This is like where all his meat should be. He doesn't know how to organize his fridge.
And then we just have some bone and sausage. And then for dinner, I have fish, or we're gonna have the Raiders and seasonings and beer and stuff here. I don't know, for a few months now. Now in this cabinet here, I have my udon noodles and some oats. And I feel like a broken record, but guys, pretty much everything you see in this video is available either on the meat website or the foods website as part of my diet. And then over here in this cabinet, I have some vanilla that I'll put in the oats occasionally. Over here, this big 25-pound bag of cannellini beans. This is what I make usually once a week for that puree. This is actually available in bulk on the website too. And for the bread, I use either the Great River milling flour we have on our Amazon shop or the white and wheat flour that we have on the foods. Now that's actually everything I eat in my current diet.
He had to have smeared his face in oil or something.
But I do have some other stuff in my kitchen that I'll show you guys just for curiosity. So in those two cabinets we just opened, I have some leftover steel cut oats, that one. This is just a spice cabinet. You know, we got some steak seasoning, beef tallow down here, and then just all my random spices and stuff. This cabinet, I have my all-purpose flour. I'll use that to bread the cod or fish I'm having for dinner. Just a bunch of random grains in here. We got some white quinoa, Italian barley. There's some rice back there. Some dried apple rings that I don't really have unless...
So all these foods... I don't know why, like maybe part of it's because of his stupid fucking meat business, but like he's figured out you need to eat fucking plant foods to be healthy. He is eating a fair amount of fruits and not enough vegetables, obviously. I don't see any like broccoli or anything, but he is eating beans as well and grains, but He still hasn't connected that last piece of the puzzle that, yeah, red meat probably isn't fucking good for you.
Thoughts?
Let me see.
You guys that these fires have been started with directed energy weapons. You can see it in this video. This is in Turkey. This is what's been happening all over the world. They use high power laser technology and microwave technology as weapons. This is why we see things like this, aluminum melting from cars, but
I don't know if that's aluminum, but yeah, if there's a hot enough fire, it will melt metal.
Asphalt not melting. Even though aluminum's melting point is more than 3 times that of asphalt.
I have no idea if that's aluminum or not. That looks more like
One time I had a dream I was sucking a dick. When I woke up I was sucking a dick. Does that make me gay?
Probably yes. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. I have no idea if that's aluminum or not. That looks like it's probably some, like, I don't know, radiator fluid that's hardened or some shit.
Does not make sense. You guys need to look into this stuff. These are high power lasers that are mounted in the front of
That is not a high-powered laser.
military planes. Like, these are directed energy weapons, guys, and this is what's been...
Yes, the U.S. government is murdering its own citizens by starting fires in residential neighborhoods. That makes perfect sense. What a fucking moron, dude. Oh, these people are just psychotic. There is a lot of conservative brain rot these days, and they have just gotten so conspiratorial and so crazy.
It's an emergency. They don't taste that good. There's some pancake mix. I haven't had that in a while. Even though it fits with my diet, I usually get stomach issues from it. Some organic Brazil nuts here. Big bag of mastic gum to grind up, and there's some raisins back there. You know, I only have the fruit maybe rarely once a month if I've run out of apples and haven't been to the store. I use the dried fruit as a substitute. Up there is some stuff I don't really use. Those are ingredients for the marshmallows, the s'mores. We got some einkorn flour, which I don't really have. Some old bread flour and rye flour, some cream of buckwheat, breadcrumbs, and some walnuts. So not stuffed beans I'll use as backup, but we have the jovial glass jarred beans. Just some nut butters, macadamia nut butter, coconut milk. I don't really use any of this stuff. My kefir and calm, pretty much sun. But anyway, check that notification.
Well, Frank is still dumb. Some shorts that I want to watch from him, but let's get to this video.
Are you ladies farmers?
Are we what?
Are you farmers? We came up from San Diego County. We're just trying to get the lay of the fair. We're doing a little social media thing.
Yeah, that's nice. No, we don't exploit others.
You know, if you want to, like, criticize vegans, why don't you criticize the vegans and debate them or something? Like, it has to be trolling. It has to be just them deliberately trying to be stupid and annoying because they know right off the bat they don't really have an argument. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Gay 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 TM gay I'm gay am gay. Does this make me gay? I'm gay.
Yes, it does. Thanks for that donation again, Caleb.
My name's John Mendoza.
I just saw this. I thought this guy looked weird. He's very round. Yeah, it's weird. It's like he's inflated. He doesn't just look flat. He actually looks like he's inflated. I've never seen anybody who looked that round. It's really weird. It's like a big, chunky pillow. It's a very round man.
For profit, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, farmers. Can you tell us about your cause then?
Oppressors.
Farmers are oppressors?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. They oppress the farmhands?
Are you here for mockery or are you here to actually articulate something?
Yeah, like, if you have somebody who's just there to fuck with you and waste your time, don't bother. Like, you're there to do activism, not entertain some dipshits. So, yeah, ask if they're here to have, like, a serious conversation. If they're not, then just say, bye, not interested in talking to you.
Nice day.
Why? I don't understand. Why would you say I'm here for mockery?
I'm asking, I posed a question. Are you here for
Like, they picked up on it. He's obviously full of shit, and he knows he's being... We saw the beginning of the video. He knows exactly what he's doing.
mockery or you're here to articulate something?
You know, I'm surprised you expect to win anybody over to your cause when you ladies are being such bitches. You're being bitches.
Where do you get that weird voice from? We're not here to
My voice is quite beautiful, actually. I've done voiceover work in Hollywood. You ever see the children's show Arthur? That was me in the intro.
Impressive. Wow.
It is.
Come on, mushroom. Move along. Parasite. Waste of oxygen.
Well, who's?
Don't even... So, I think they're making a bit of a mistake. Just don't engage. Just say, not interested in talking to you, bye. And if they keep talking, just ignore them.
Who cares about the welfare of other species now?
Like, again, you're just giving them what they want. They want you to engage with them and waste your time, so just don't.
If he asks you to come and be a piece of shit, or you want to have engagement?
They're very loyal to each other. He doesn't even know the lay of the land yet. He comes in just... Does your heart rate ever drop below 100 beats per second?
Are you capable of engaging in a conversation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then what is your premise? Would you like to say?
Well, we just wanted to come learn about what was going on, and they immediately got hostile with us.
Well, I'll tell you what's going on. We're here to represent the animals.
Okay.
That are going to be killed inside the fair.
Okay.
We're just asking people.
Well, that was after you came at me.
Well, there's no reason to call anybody anything like that.
Sure. Well, tell them that.
Well,
yeah.
You're not a victim.
They're activists with me.
I am.
We stand on the side of animals. We don't come and make fun of them in the face of people who are trying to defend them.
Okay. So the animals in there. Can you tell us about the animals and what's going to become of them in
The
there?
animals are the majority of these animals, if they haven't already been killed or been sent to a slaughterhouse, sold, because
Yeah.
they were sold at auction.
Okay.
They will be sold at the end of this fair. So in a couple days, the fair will end, and there's going to be a big truck that comes and picks up all the remaining animals.
Okay.
And it's going to take them to different slaughterhouses to be killed.
Sure. And are any of the cows sold into sexual slavery?
They're what is this
Don't waste
one?
your
Wow.
time. Okay, he was a voiceover one time on TV, and that's his claim to fame.
3 episodes.
When he's 90, he's going to be like, I was a voiceover. So.
Yes, they're sexually assaulted regularly. Don't you know what the dairy industry is? Don't you know where milk comes from? I think we've proved our point. I think you look.
I'd actually like to learn more about the dairy industry, sexual exploitation.
You look like a dumbass.
What's that?
I think you legitimately look stupid. Whether it's for followers or what, we've totally schooled your stupid douchebag ass.
Nobody schooled me yet.
Yes, you just got schooled.
You can't just say I got schooled
you
without
did.
schooling me.
No,
That's
you did.
cheating.
Oh boy, this is gonna be cancerous.
This guy f***s the cows. Voiceovers for an
records. There's this art of music exhibit.
Animal rights issue.
I'll leave a comment. This guy is just fucking cancer. Hey, if you're actually interested in having a debate on veganism, I regularly host debates live on my channel. I'm not interested in trolling or getting any laughs, but if you genuinely want to debate a vegan, then the offer is open. There you go.
After hearing from them, hand me the double barrel. I'll kill these things myself.
They say stupid things.
Yeah.
Like that all the animals in here are going to die the day after the fair is over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
Yeah, they're not going to die the day after the fair's done. 10 days. Like, what is he saying?
They told us, they said they're all loading onto a truck, going straight to the slaughter.
Yeah, they're either going to be slaughtered or used for breeding and then be slaughtered, or their children are going to be slaughtered. Like, as if this is a meaningful difference.
Slaughterhouse right after.
One of them, I think he.
Thank you for that 9014. Excellent spam, sir. Yeah, I don't know what the point even is of posting this. It's like, haha, I eat meat. Great.
Welcome!
This guy is like an actual moron. Is this like all his channel is? Just trolling people for no fucking reason? Being a dickhead? Hey, what a douche. Let's go back to some Tufano content. He has some shorts.
So this girl vibing granola mom makes a TikTok saying, hey, eat these beans and lentils to raise your iron. Unfortunately, the type of iron in plant foods is non-heme iron, has an incredibly low bioavailability.
That is false. So non-heme iron is quite bioavailable. Using the term bioavailability to even describe the difference in uptake between non-heme iron and heme iron is like it's a misnomer. There is basically a chemical pathway in which iron is uptook by your intestines. It's regulated because your body can't rid itself of excess iron. So if you have a signal in your body saying that your iron stores are high, basically it will prevent any more iron uptake through the intestines. Now, if your iron stores are low, that pathway will be open and you'll be able to, again, absorb and uptake iron just fine. Heme iron, however, bypasses that pathway. So whether your iron stores are low or high, it'll be absorbed the same way. So there's no benefit to consuming heme iron, assuming, again, your iron stores are inadequate. Your iron's going to be uptook either way. There are some like other issues that can impact absorption, but generally it just has to do with the total amount of iron you're intaking. Women just need more iron when they're at menstruating age for obvious reasons, because you lose iron when you menstruate. So as long as you intake the appropriate amount of iron, you should be good.
And most anemic people, especially women, actually have too much iron stored in their bodies. It's just not active. And
that is not true. Where did he get that idea?
anything made with flour or grains, for the most part, has been heavily fortified with iron filings by our corrupt food system.
Nope. There are foods that have food grade iron added to them, which is not a problem because, again, if you're at risk of iron deficiency, eating foods that are fortified with iron, that would only be a benefit to you.
If you eat cereal, pastries, certain junk foods, bread, you're eating fortified grains and flours that have literal chunks of iron metal in them.
It's food grade iron. It can be absorbed, you moron.
The reason you're anemic is because you don't have enough B vitamins, animal protein, and certain minerals to
No. The reason you're anemic is because you're not eating enough iron.
activate the iron. So stop farting your brains out on the toilet with the vegan soup bull crap and go get
By the way, this guy eats beans every day, so what the fuck is he even talking about?
yourself a nice juicy steak. Grass-fed whey protein is also an excellent source of B vitamins to do this. Check out
It is not.
Frank-Tufano.
Frank is something else, dude. Working out can heal your liver.
Recovering from near liver failure after the carnivore diet has taught
He has not had near liver failure. He had one test where his liver enzyme count was high, and he claims he's had liver failure.
me that there are many things outside of diet that can really help accelerate the liver healing, like getting some sun,
Sun does not heal your liver.
recycling the skin, which really uses up excessive nutrients in the liver and stimulates detox. Jumping
You do not detox.
around, running, moving the lymph fluid around is also really great for detox. But
There's no such thing as detoxing.
something I haven't really heard anyone talk about and that I've been thinking about over the past few weeks is when you build up muscle, the muscle needs iron, vitamin A, B vitamins, all these different nutrients to compose the tissue. So if your liver is toxic, by building up the muscle,
What even is a toxic liver? Please describe that to me.
you're essentially taking nutrients out of the liver and putting them into muscle tissue.
No, not necessarily.
So when you exercise and work out regularly, that can definitely help, keep your liver functioning and moving and accelerate the detox over several years.
The only thing exercise does is it can prevent things like fatty liver disease. But again, there's no such thing as detoxing your liver. Just everything he says is so stupid.
The balance of fat-soluble vitamins is the most important nutritional factor in health and development.
There are no vitamins that need to be in balance with one another.
Vitamins A, D, and K. Vitamin A being in most foods, vitamin D from the sun, vitamin K.
You should rely on vitamin D supplements for vitamin D. The sun is an unreliable source, for one thing. And the sun is dangerous. It causes skin cancer. And even if you're not going to get skin cancer from the sun, it still causes skin damage. So if you want to age faster, get wrinkly, yeah, go in the sun. If you don't want that, avoid the sun.
K is synthesized by our gut and contained in certain fermented foods.
Does Frank secretly want to be vegan?
I think Frank secretly wants to be a vegan girl, not just be vegan, because he's made a long series of videos where he pretends to be a vegan girl. And with Frank, anytime he like does things like that, like pretends or makes fun of somebody, it's projection. So he probably deep down wants to be a vegan girl. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Part of the reason we're not as tall and beautiful is our modernized diet.
We're at the tallest average height we've ever been at. What does he mean? And beauty's like, what does he mean as beautiful? What? Beauty's subjective. It's vitamins do not determine beauty. Your personal preferences determine beauty. But you get vitamin K from green vegetables. I don't know what he means. You can only get it from fermented foods or from your gut.
Diet has destroyed the natural balance of fat-soluble vitamins that.
You do not need to balance fat-soluble vitamins.
Did you know that if you shit and fart at the same time, it's known formally as a shart? Also, hi Richard. Also, Bitchard Regis. Also, 777. Also, never forget Jason Blaha with yogurt in his mouth. Also, never forget Rich Piana. Also 7 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Well, I did know that, but thank you for educating those who did not know a shart is when you shit and fart at the same time. Appreciate the donation, Poopy Snacks.
Occurs in hunter-gatherer diets. With poor gut health and lack of sun for most people, the majority.
I don't know why he's assuming hunter-gatherer diets have an ideal combination of these vitamins. They eat whatever they can get a hold of. So why would anything they eat be ideal? It's just whatever they can get a hold of.
The majority of the population has excessive amounts of vitamin A, is low in D3, and
Most people do not have excessive vitamin A. And yeah, a lot of people aren't getting enough vitamin D. And that's because, again, the sun is an unreliable source of vitamin D. You should get vitamin D from a supplement.
missing vitamin K. Now, whether you label
Vitamin K deficiencies are extremely rare.
it as too much vitamin A or a deficiency in D and K, the solution is the same. You should be getting as much sun as possible.
No, you should be getting as little sun as possible to avoid skin cancer and skin damage.
While supplementing vitamin K2. And I would
There's no benefit to supplementing vitamin K2.
say it takes
no
3 to
need.
5 years of doing this to restore balance.
No, it does not. There's no such thing as balancing these vitamins. They do not need to be in balance.
You guys can try this, vitamin K2, on organsupplements.com.
He has a really gross smile. He should never, ever smile. I hope he just stays miserable so we don't have to see that disgusting grin on his face. Well, that is his latest shorts. Yeah, he has fucking mental health issues, dude. Like, for real. All right. Exercise scientist critiques Andrew Tate's training and diet advice. This is going to be good.
Most of you won't be able to do that. In fact, I would damn guarantee I'm stronger than you. Most of you won't be able to do that. Than you. I would actually recommend most of you people 7 days a week, no rest days. 7 days.
Also sometimes identify as male. Let's review up to muster.
7 days a week, no rest days.
7 days a week, no rest days. It's actually a bad idea. Your body needs rest and recovery. It's when it actually does most of its growth. I would recommend the most advanced folks that are seeking the highest levels of adaptation to their physiques and muscularity train at most 6 days a week, but most folks would get the best results training somewhere between 4 and 5 days a week. So 7 days a week is generally a bad idea.
Yeah, I train about 4 to 5 days per week. You need rest. Andrew Tate probably doesn't train 7 days a week. I guess especially these days because of the court case and everything. But yeah, he probably doesn't train 7 days a week. This is just something he says he does. He's a massive bullshitter. Like, given his pattern for exaggerating things to, like, make himself sound more cool, like, he said he was a trillionaire at one point, but then and that was only because he didn't realize how much $1 trillion was. Then he talked it down to a billionaire, and then he talked it down to having a net worth of about 300 million. In reality, his net worth is about $1.5 million. So he's probably saying he trains 7 days a week with no rest days just because he thinks that sounds more badass and he's like more serious about training. But if somebody was actually serious about training, they wouldn't train 7 days a week.
He's got a lot of exercise equipment at his home, so I guess house arrest is easy when you're frivolously wealthy. The chest press is a little...
See, Eric Salazar, my lord, it's time to set up a cage match. Me versus Dodo, cage match to the death, 2024. Also, how was your week overall? Ban everyone in chat. Week overall was fine. I had productive training sessions, quite a bit of weight loss because I'm dieting right now. So the diet's going good. Had fun with Jasmine yesterday. It was the one diet break I had in the last 3 weeks. But I didn't eat too much. So I didn't spoil, the whole week of dieting and training I did. So overall, things have been going good. Thanks for the donation though, Eric.
Well, the reps are a little too quick for my
you didn't donate, never mind. But, thanks anyway.
Tastes and probably not very close to failure, and I'm just moving the weight around. The range of motion is an amazing...
So again, he's saying 1,000 reps of machine press. He doesn't know how to train, and he's admitted that even when he was doing kickboxing, he never had a trainer. So he probably never learned how to train, and because he's stupid, he never even went online to look at like what good training actually is. So again, in his mind, oh, I see bodybuilders doing like sets of maybe 10 or 20 or something. So if I do 1,000, I'll seem like I'm working harder than everybody else. When again, 1,000 reps doesn't make any fucking sense.
Amazing, but because he's hitting that bottom stretch position, I don't have a ton of hate for it. Seems just fine. And it says machine press 1,000 reps. Seriously? Wait, hold on.
900 to go.
Oh yeah, okay. So he's doing a ton of repetitions with incredibly light weights, which if you can do 1,000 reps of something in some workout, it's probably either catastrophically overdoing it and is...
And by the way, he's lying. If he's doing these workouts where he's doing like 1,000 reps, but with like baby weights, like he's doing here, he wouldn't be as strong as he is. Andrew Tate is reasonably strong. I've seen him do a actual, bench press session at a commercial gym, and he was pressing, I think, like 285 for reps. That's pretty strong. So he's lying about this. He's just saying 1,000 reps because, again, he doesn't know how to train. And in his mind, 1,000 reps sounds like super badass. So I'll say it's 1,000 when everybody else is doing like, I don't know, maybe 50 reps for a given muscle group in a session.
It's going to cause more damage than growth, forcing you to spend most of the next several well, several days or a week or more recovering instead of growing and adapting, or it is so profoundly easy because the weight is so profoundly light and you're so far from failure in any one set that it ends up being a very poor use of time to not get you the best results possible.
That set was 100. There's 600 total or 700 total. I don't know. Which means I have to say 600 because I have to make it harder for myself, to punish myself for not remembering. I'm actually 85% sure it's 800.
Okay, so he's punishing himself for not remembering. That's not really good for sports science. Maybe with the RP Hypertrophy app, he could accurately log all of his inputs and not have to ask
Shameless
himself this
plug.
question. It looks like he's using a full-size laptop, which is generally how I like to work out, with a refrigerator-sized computer next to me at all times.
I'm not 100% sure, but 600. 400 more. If I had it leather, 100 more.
There's a term for this in hypertrophy training literature, and it's called junk volume. It's doing lots of reps, but each rep is so profoundly easy, and you never really get very close to failure, so none of the parts of your muscle that really grow the most, the fast twitch motor units they're called, they never really activate much, and so you spend a lot of time doing this, you accumulate plenty of fatigue, or in his case, not even that many because it's so easy, but you don't get a huge stimulus. If he did 30 total repetitions, but each one of them was very, very heavy and very hard and was done in a very controlled cadence with a deep stretch, he could get all of the benefits and more of his workout without spending, I don't know how long doing this. It takes a long time to do 1,000 reps.
Single day of training.
Tate's prison beast mode. Oh my God. It's everything I ever wanted out of a workout.
In that jail cell, I had no access to a gym. I had no access to any kind of workout equipment. It was just me in a
Those push-ups looked amazing.
gym.
It's
I
back
had no
up there.
access to any kind of workout
Yeah. 3-inch ROM push-ups.
equipment. It was just me in a jail cell with you with bottles of water, holding them out as long as I could hold them out for. And then I'd drop to the ground, endless push-ups. We had the time. Every single day we trained. We woke up disappointed, we swallowed the disappointment, and we got the training.
I mean, this is very good psychology. The 1,000 trillion push-ups and the milk bottles or whatever, that's... Just don't go to jail and you won't have to do that kind of stuff.
Every single day. What is your excuse?
What is your excuse stuff? Look, training every single day is not a good idea. Again, 6 days a week, 4 days, 5 days is better, but sure makes for good memes. And what else is Andrew Tate other than a good meme? I don't know.
Welcome to the Tate Fitness course.
Oh yeah,
There's a
this
Tate
is
Fitness
amazing.
course. Unbelievable.
Now this fitness course has a very unique angle to it. And the angle to this course is staying in shape, having a good physique, growing your strength in as little time as possible.
Sounds really good.
This is not going to be one of those courses that talks about this muscle, that muscle, eat this, eat that.
Okay, so nothing with actual content or information. Just hardcore stuff.
This tendon, this joint.
It's like, I don't know any of that stuff. I don't actually know things. I just want results.
I'm uninterested in all of that shit. Even when I was a professional fighter, I was completely uninterested in all of those things.
Almost all professional fighters are, I can assure you.
Even as a world champion, I was uninterested. I believed in hard work and dedication.
I don't understand how hard work and dedication are antithetical to knowing what you're doing. But I suppose your mental bandwidth is small enough, it's one or the other.
I
Yeah.
believe in this muscle, that muscle, da-da-da. So if you're looking for a fitness course that's going to sit there and talk about a whole bunch of science
Science.
and garbage,
Garbage. Yeah.
then go buy another one.
Another one. No, wait. Go buy another one. Hey guys, if you really like that, what you might really like extra is our extended edition of this video, and well, actually a lot of our videos occur in our member section. Hit that join button and you will be whisked away into a portal of magic, and by magic I mean extended video editions of what you just saw.
This is my fitness routine I use to stay in shape. And the reason we're in my bedroom.
My bedroom. His bedroom looks nice. You could take away the civil rights of at least 20 15-year-old Romanian sex workers there, I imagine.
Based.
Time to get canceled.
If you want to go to the gym and train for 3 or 4 hours a day, that's fine.
Idiot.
But I know a whole bunch of people who dedicate their personality to being a gym rat and having a good physique. But they don't have anything else.
Okay. Apparently the other hours of the day, the 3 or 4 hours of the day is all of them and they don't have anything else. They just sit around and play video games the rest of the time. Fine. What do you do with the rest of your time, Mr. Andrew Tate and friends of yours?
Okay, yeah, you're in shape. So?
Nobody cares, right?
Unless
These are
you're making
such
money,
good shots.
I don't see the point in dedicating that much time to it.
it's a fair play. You got to know what you're getting out of the gym, and you can actually get a great physique if you have a minimal list of, intelligent pieces of equipment that you're using in an intelligent way. Let's find out if intelligence applies here.
What you need are 2 mats.
2 mats? I bet you don't even need those, but we'll get to that in a second.
You need a bar, which you can pick up for $10. And you don't even need a lot of weight. I'm a strong guy.
Really?
In fact, I would damn guarantee I'm stronger than you.
Unlikely.
And I use 30 kilos of weight.
Okay.
I don't know how the fuck this guy thinks you can get stronger by using light weights. Like, strength is specific. You need to use more weight to get stronger. So.
Dope.
Mats. The mats are not for you. The mats are for your floors. Because I don't know if your floors are anything like mine. Expensive.
Yeah, the target demographic that buys these things probably does not have expensive floors. But it's nice that he is expecting them to get richer over time, while still adhering to his workout routine, because they have all the time in the world to get rich and import people against their will from various countries, forcing them to have sex, whatever else you do for money, it's none of my business, or, do other kind of entrepreneurial activities.
Then you get the bar. Now, this is going to look easy.
Maybe because it is. I'm kidding. I don't even know what it is yet.
But I promise you it's not.
Promise received.
So I would actually recommend most of you people start.
You people? What the f***?
With 20 kilos. This is 30 kilos. The reason we do these 2 particular exercises is, I'm about to put a graphic in for you because I'm a professional. You're going to see it.
Whoa, those are such cool graphics. I like that I don't really like science and shit. But, he's got science graphics.
Every muscle group in the body.
He is unironically following the Tufano protocol. Frank does the same shit. He does, fucking 1,000 reps in one workout with insanely light weights that do nothing. It can't just be a coincidence. Retarded people must all think alike. Yeah, so if you see anybody promoting these ideas, do 1,000 reps in a workout, you know they're fucking retarded. It's not just a coincidence that they just had one bad idea. I think this is a good litmus test to tell if somebody is an actual moron.
Your legs, your abs, your shoulders, your chest, your arms, everything's going to be done with these 2 exercises.
Really?
So you start here, burpee, back, lift it up, over your head.
Camera guy, what are you doing?
That's 1. We're going to do 25 of them.
Okay, so a burpee supersetted to a not athletic clean and press does work a lot of the muscles of your body. Well, it's probably mostly cardio workout and doesn't really get you very jacked or very strong. If you're very out of shape and you want to become sort of skinny and have some muscle like Andrew Tate, then that's a fine thing to do.
That's 25. So you can tell I'm out of breath. I'm probably in better shape than you.
Probably in better shape than you. I love the advertising. It's just quite direct. You suck. But you could be like me if you did this.
In fact, if you're doing it with 30 kilos, most of you won't be able to do that. So you need to start with 10 kilos, maybe even 20 kilos.
I like the progressive element. That respect.
I'm not even sure if that's 30 kilos because those are 30 kilos would be over 60 pounds. And that looks to me like standard plates, not Olympic plates. So it's a 1-inch hole. Yeah, those are standard plates. So that looks like, I don't know, maybe it's just the proportion, but the bar can't weigh much more than 15 pounds? And those weights have to be 10 kilos or something, right? So it's probably 45-ish or something, if that.
You're doing it with 30 kilos.
I like the progressive element. That respect.
Then 25 jumps. The aim of these jumps, they don't look pretty. So your knees up high. So, 1.
Okay, there are way more efficient ways of training whatever the jumps train than doing the jumps, and way less taxing on your joints and connective tissues. So almost anything else.
Not graceful.
When I do that, I'm gonna try and keep my hands up. That's just
Let me guess. From your kickboxing days, just good old muscle memory.
old fighting habit.
Wow. How'd I know that? This is great for his demographic, because everyone in his demographic thinks they fight even though they don't. So like, yeah, man, always keep my hands up, brother. It's just because, you know, like I've seen a couple Andrew Tate videos. I'm kind of like a K1 fighter. Yeah.
Now if you're sitting here going, well, why burpees, Tate? Which muscle does my Ducimus Maximus meet my Shut up. None of that shit matters.
Damn.
You're not bodybuilders. You're not science geeks. You're trying to have a good physique.
Good physique means you're building the body in a specific way, which means you're a bodybuilder now. And if you want to have the best physique, then you want to know what you're actually training, which means you're a science geek. It turns out if you want a certain appearance, you are actually encouraged to think about it a little bit.
And you're trying to get paid.
I don't know what this has to do with making money. By the way, for the record, almost everyone who does this will not have a good physique. Andrew Tate did not get a good physique doing this. He got it training for years and years and years in combat sport and having generally good genetics, comparable calorie intake to his expenditure, and moves around a lot. That's it.
In my personal experience, girls don't find that whole bodybuilder shit attractive.
True. They find money attractive, and they also find the potential that you will sell them down the river and they'll never have homes again attractive. Too much. Too much. I'll back off. Let me tell you guys
I
about
like
the RP
these
hypertrophy app.
Jabs at fucking Tate.
These dudes who do that bodybuilding shit, it's gay.
Very...
Dude, Tate wears the gayest fucking trendy European clothing. Like, look at this shit. It's all trendy European trash. And then he's calling fucking people who lift weights gay? Like, for real? Who the fuck is he to talk?
A good way to make a critique that has no substance at all. Let's just call it a name. My man.
No f***ing around changing weights.
Changing weights. That's for science geeks.
So what we're basically looking to do is 3 exercises in 1 set.
I like that his facial expression during this video is like he was woken up at 3 a.m. and told to film this impromptu. He's like this. Go on my f***ing face, bruv. I know you, son.
Alright, so 10.
Oh, that's the worst technique I've ever seen. God damn, I wasn't ready for that shit. Folks, don't hide in your upright rows. Open up into them. Get your elbows.
Proof that some people should never have kids.
I don't think you need proof for that, but... Oh, member-only content. So, can't watch that, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, though, Matthew. Where were we?
Up and out. That will train your shoulders like it's supposed to. It looks like he's dying in there. Am I allowed to make these jokes? Like a Jewish workout. You just like recoil at the bill. Hey! It's $100 for breakfast. Hey! The stock portfolio came back and you had less return than you want. Hey! All day. I'm here all day. Terrible.
Wow.
Awful. And he's using his legs too. I don't know why. He's trying to make it easier for his shoulders. Maybe he doesn't want to.
Dude, he's literally Frank Tufano. Like, this is something Frank Tufano would do. You know, there's actually research on athletic prospects. So, like, how to actually see if somebody in the future is going to be a good athlete, so that you can like invest time into training them and it won't just be a waste of time. People who are like naturally physically inept will do these sorts of things. So people who have really good like body awareness, really good nervous system efficiency, who are able to like just have better coordination, they won't do something like this. They'll actually just naturally more efficiently use their body to lift a weight because they can feel their stronger muscles working. And like they'll do, like if you ask them to do an upright row, they won't do this like weird thing. They'll go like this and use their shoulders and traps and everything. Yeah. So Andrew Tate probably isn't a great athlete naturally. If he does this sort of shit, it's kind of like, I'm actually surprised that a dude doing this stupid shit. He was never a good kickboxer. He was middling, but I'm surprised he was even able to do as well as he did.
Here is the proof I was taking about.
Let me see.
Police say this is the house a young child escaped from and went to a neighbor's house asking for food and water. They said that that child was severely malnourished along with another one they found inside the same home. Now, we talked to neighbors in this area and they said that they don't really know the homeowner of this home very well, but she's in business with a woman who has gained a huge following online with YouTube videos getting hundreds of thousands of views.
Okay, that's weird. Scare Theater, what's up, dude?
Being a mom's a full-time job, but
Popular Utah family vlogger Ruby Frankie was arrested Wednesday. The 41-year-old mother of 6 is known for sharing clips of her children's daily lives on their now defunct YouTube channel, 8 Passengers. Today, she and her business partner, Jody Hildebrand.
Really? A YouTube family vlogger was starving and dehydrating her children. What the fuck?
For 7 months and then you give it back like a couple weeks.
I've had my phone away for like a day.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that. You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October. And they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago.
Police say a clearly malnourished 12-year-old child
Whoa.
crawled out of the window of Hildebrand's Ivans area home. A neighbor
This woman
told
is fucking insane.
one when he showed up at their house asking for food and water. Officers say his wrists were duct taped. He had wounds from being tied up across his body. Investigators say they found a 10-year-old girl inside the same house who was also malnourished.
Oh my God.
Frankie's family vlogs ended without a specific reason given. Frankie now works for the Utah County company Connections along with Hildebrand. It's described as a treatment program for those with mental health and addiction issues. Connections has been the subject of a lot of controversy, specifically for its teachings on parenting. Many of Frankie's siblings are also online content creators. Her sisters released a social media statement saying, quote, "Ruby was arrested, which needed to happen. Jody was arrested, which needed to happen. The kids are now safe." Frankie's eldest daughter, Sherry, posted this picture on Instagram with the caption, "Finally." In the next slide, she said her family is glad justice was served. She wrote, quote, "We've been trying to tell police and CPS for years about this," end quote. The Santa Clara Ivans Police Department did not provide an update on the children's condition. According to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, Frankie is still in custody. At this
How in the fuck were the police notified for years and then did nothing? This
point,
is
we know
insane.
the Santa Clara Ivans Police Department is working with the Springville Police Department on this case. We will continue to bring
Wow.
updates.
A family vlogger was starving and torturing her kids.
Don't forget about us, don't, baby, don't, baby, don't let it go, no, baby, no, baby, no, baby, no, don't forget about us, don't, baby, don't, baby, don't let it go, my baby boy, you all know what this is, ha ha, don't forget about Frankie, John Venus emoji.
I could never forget about you, but thanks for the donation, Mac.
Remember when Tate was released from jail, he told the press that he did 7K push-ups while locked up or some shit. As if he even kept track, and his deriding followers actually believe it with those half-ass push-ups to makes it sound impressive, lol.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a little overly exaggerated. There's a good chance he did something like maybe 200-300 push-ups a day, some shit like that, but, I wouldn't be surprised if he exaggerated knowing him. Thanks for that donation though, Taylor.
Typical child protection laws being poorly enforced once again.
Yeah. I think one of the fucking problems is, too, when children come forward, they're not taken seriously. So maybe you should, like, not treat children as if they're, like, fucking useless and retarded. And if they come to you saying that they're being abused, you should take it seriously. It's just my thought. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Back shoulders, I don't know. If I saw him doing this at the gym and you pointed him out and I didn't know who he was and you were like, does that person know what he's doing? I would say, no, he does not.
Straight away, Jesus. Change your grip.
Straight away, mate. Don't f***ing wait for it. Just moving stuff around. I would make a critique, but that would be filed under science and nerd and gay. Oh shit, that was so f***ing athletic. You guys ever seen some shit like that? That's world championship.
I throw it up to change my grip. If you're not comfortable with that, you can hold it and change it slowly. My hands are now reversed.
Guess what the advantages of reversing your hands?
Nothing.
You get to lift in a slightly less comfortable position, accomplishing nothing on net balance.
What does he
now
think
I've got to change
he's
the grip
doing?
back to the original grip.
Duh.
So once again, I throw it.
Oh. I've seen more athletic catches in my life.
And back again. Between those 3 exercises, that is all I use to stay in pristine physical condition.
Yeah, I don't think he looks exactly like he's in pristine physical condition. He's like a guy that...
He looks like a guy who might do a push-up every so often.
Like is tall and skinny and just like smokes a lot of cigarettes and drinks and sometimes hits the gym and you're like, yeah, Frank, he exists. Andrew Tate is probably great.
Oh, I love how he used the least flattering photo possible.
For hustler advice, how to pick out cigars, and advice on how to take people who previously had genuine life trajectories and hopes and dreams for themselves and imprison them against their will and use them for sex. Other than that, I wouldn't go to him for workout advice because while it's not terribly wrong, you can do better almost anywhere. Anyway, Mr. Andrew Tate, if you see me in real life, please don't beat me up. But
0.
4 out of 10. 4 out of 10.
Really? Okay, to be honest, I'd give that like maybe a 2 out of 10. Because he is just encouraging you to move, which is important, but like that's so little exercise and you're doing so little and there's no like progression scheme. The advice is just stupid. You can get better at home workouts from like other places. Like that's 2 out of 10 at best.
4 out of 10. That's it. Don't cancel us. See you guys next time.
I think that was being way too fucking generous. Yeah, I'd say like 2 out of 10 at best. Let's see. Oh yeah, this looked like a funny one.
Hello, how's it going? You alright? Today we're going to be looking at the weird and wonderful world of street interviews. First up, we have the most disturbingly honest woman in the world.
If when you're in a relationship, what are some of the techniques that you'll use to like nag the guy so we can look out for those as men?
I don't know, just lower his self-esteem, I guess, calling him names or something.
Because those are some of the things you've done with him in the past?
Yeah, I guess.
What are some of the mean things that you've said to your boyfriend even though he's doing his best?
If they have like a dream or something, you know, like try to insult that to kind of like get them down, I guess.
Just tell him like you're nobody, your rap career is not going to work out. What's the ultimate goal? Goal just to keep him in like a constant state of like depression?
I guess kind of like make them doubt themselves about like who they are as a person and like their own personalities and stuff like that, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's great. We'll watch out for that.
Next up, let's take
How the fuck do you find these people just randomly?
a look at what happens when you ask someone in Canada
Holy
what their
shit.
name is.
What's your name?
My name? Oh, let me tell you my name. I'm confused because,
yeah, this guy's great.
you know, Like we're supposed to believe in the ministry, right? So is the church and state supposed to be separate? I'm confused because I never went to school, right? Is a confused person get a resolution? I don't understand. You see, when you go like that, right, you have a cross, 2 sticks, right? And that's how I felt when I was in Waterloo. Because when I walked in Waterloo and smiled at people, they treated me like a vampire. They used the cross and they went like this by not smiling at me. In Toronto, hey, hi guys, you know me, Steve Spiros, easygoing. Those who know me, I'm a nobody. You understand? And you can't kill a person with no body. So why am I afraid? I'm not afraid. I'm afraid of the boogeyman. Who's the boogeyman? You figure it out. I'm getting out of here. I'm going back to Waterloo where the vampires hang out. And I'm going to wear my sunglasses at night. You know why? Because women show their tits, have short skirts, and then they feel violated when I look at them. Why? Because I have sunglasses on and I'm weird. I'm from Humberside. I'm sorry if I made a fool of Humberside, but all those people who called me a sleepwalker, I woke up. Now I'm going back to sleep because I'm going to be committed in an isolation room because I'm going to go back to the ministry and allow them to perceive me as I am, a fuck up. Goodbye. Hey, Toronto the good. Look at this square. It was a shithole when I worked here. Now it looks like New York, Manhattan. Where are the bums? There's no bums here. Toronto doesn't have bums. But Waterloo, they're creating bums. They created me. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's the church. Talk to the Pope. He knows everything. I had it. I'm gonna die. How can you die when you're dead? Oh, wait a second. I'm going to be crucified, right? I'm not going to raise my voice.
Well, that's enough of that. Next up, let's have a lesson of the complexities of left-wing politics.
She literally just asked his name and he goes on this rant. Fucking insane.
Do remember how we were trying to remember the name of the little black bitch with cat ears? It hit me. Fucking D'Angelo Wallace. Lamau just had to share that.
Yeah, D'Angelo Wallace. I can't stand that guy. Apparently he suffers from depression, which I'm glad to hear because he deserves it. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
Cool. Would you consider yourself to be a socialist?
Disbelief at how retarded people are. His critique on religion is great too.
Do you accept that humans evolved from apes?
Yeah, probably. From Neanderthals, yes. Whether...
From Neanderthals?
Probably.
Why from Neanderthals?
Well, who else would you suggest?
What's your definition of success? Oh dear, I don't really answer that kind of question.
Well, it's true for me. You see, I believe.
You mean true for you is different from true for anybody else? How can something be
absolutely,
true for you?
because I can't
Something's
prove...
either got to be true or not.
How do I take a leak if I have to wake up a few million years to do that?
Wait a minute, I don't understand.
Well, if I was to go to the toilet, you know,
yes.
I mean, how did we evolve with the ability to release waste?
Are all the questions going to be like this?
They always go for phallic symbols. They did. They don't like the thing in Seattle. You know, they tried to blow that up. I'm telling you, these people, they're schizophrenic.
That's fascism.
Fascism?
Yeah.
What do you see when you look in the mirror? Meant by nothing, but whatever it is, it's very, very simple. And why is that funny?
If you believe in the teachings of Jesus.
Sausage Appreciation Society.
Whatever. Don't send me Richard Dawkins stuff. It's all old.
Kind of, but at the same time anarchist if it goes, or if it gets to that point. Because words are just words until action actually starts. And actions speak louder than words. but at the same time, words speak louder than actions because sometimes it's the right thing to do.
So let's get serious for a second. Climate change is a big issue, and both left and right have some valid points on the topic, and with the combined brain power of both, I'm sure that we can solve it.
A lot of people who advocate on the other side of this issue are concerned about their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren because of the way that the climate might change and make it less hospitable to human life. Is that a concern you share?
Well, of course it's a concern, but we're talking about 2080. I mean, who will be alive at 2080? By that time,
well, my great-great-grandchildren will be.
That's right.
Whether it's man-induced or not is not the issue.
Yeah. It's like these people don't care about their grandchildren.
It sort of is if you're standing here.
No. Whether it's man-induced or not is not the issue. Yeah, the issue is we have to change. And we have to get adaptable, and we have to look at renewables. We have to clean up our act.
But if it's not man-induced, what will renewables help?
It will help.
How, if it's not man-induced? You're a scientist.
We're fucked. Maybe it's best just to get drunk and forget about the climate.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. We're going to Brighton, aren't we? We're out tonight. We're grand. Yeah, that's how it is, isn't it?
Dude, it would be so great if you take one of these drunk lunatics and make them do an IQ test. I wonder if it's possible for them to genuinely score a 2 or 3 or something.
Man, we're searching for the wildest city or town in the UK. Where is it?
Oh, that's what you're searching for. Brighton?
Yep.
Fucking class. Birds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean, man. Dude, can you tell us something your mum doesn't know?
These birds, they're easy sort of thing. We're gonna go out. We're gonna get out there. We'll get with it, guys. We're going with it, sort of thing.
What's up? What's up? How you feeling, man? I'm pretty lucky. Say what? I'm fine. I'm pretty fine. What? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Can you finish these lyrics real quick? Okay. Back home again. I can't wait to get back on the road again. Back again. Dude, front of baggers? I don't know if I know the song. Here's the lyrics. Back home again.
People are fucking weirdos.
Indiana land.
I've recently set up a Twitter account. Follow me on there to see all the weird and wonderful things that Twitter has to offer. Link in the description.
Your name is Heart Attack.
Yeah, I go by Heart Attack. Kick me in the nuts, $20 or stop me for 10. And I've had a bunch of famous people kick me in the nuts and everything else.
Famous people have kicked you in your nuts?
Yes, and Brock Lesnar, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, punter for him.
Brock Lesnar kicked you in your nuts? That's a hard kick.
It's on YouTube and it's all over.
Doesn't it hurt?
Hell yeah, it hurts. Let me kick you in the nuts and see if it hurts.
Well, I figured if you get kicked in the nuts all the time, you might be like a
No. You get used to it, but the pain never goes away.
You don't get nut calluses.
No, man. I get bruised nut.
If anyone has ever heard of Jerry Benedetto or Spike Polite, please let me know in the comments.
Jerry Benedetto was in the first schools of martial arts against bullying. Jerry Benedetto does Kitsugo, which is mixed martial arts from the 70s. Jerry Benedetto, Grandmaster Jerry Benedetto, Kitsugo martial arts. Master Jerry Benedetto, my other friend Bob Bavagno, friends with Rocky Graciano. I met him when I was going to box.
How does Jerry Benedetto fit into this again?
Well, let's get back to Jerry Benedetto. He's the one who teaches.
Jerry Benedetto.
Jerry Benedetto. Yeah, so Jerry goes, I just couldn't help laughing, It's like
Jerry Benedetto.
Jerry Benedetto, martial arts, Kitsugo, mixed martial arts, one of the originals. What are they gonna say?
Something about Jerry Benedetto.
Jerry Benedetto, so he always had he had a little bamboo stick. He goes, what are you, a yo-yo? And when he called her a yo-yo, I thought it was funny.
What was Jerry Benedetto doing when at this part of the story?
Oh, so he was going around showing us reading.
Classic Benedetto.
So standing like this, not like this.
Probably rolling out a tape, too, if you want to.
And he gave him a short jab sidekick, and Pete went into the wall.
We do have to go, though.
You want my email? You do an interview with me, and I worked with a musician years ago, a lot of them.
And you can walk with us if you want.
You would be. I would like to be heard. I'm not concerned about money. Just the whole quid pro quo, I would say, is my friend Spike Polite, he's with Human Sewage. He was in Spike Lee's movie, by the way.
Spike Polite's his name?
Spike Polite. You can look it up on the internet. That's my boy.
Does he know Jerry Benedetto?
Jam with the Ramones. No, he knows Joey Ramone, though. He knows all the Ramones. He's good friends with him.
I'm Lucifer the devil.
Oh, cool. Lucifer means light bearer.
I'm Lucifer Morningstar, the devil, Satan.
Would you be interested in boxing against him?
Sure.
Would you want to box him and show off your skills?
I would love to spot him if I had gloves, but I don't have gloves.
I got the gloves.
Yeah, pop the gloves on.
Beautiful name, Morning Star. I love it.
Lucifer Morningstar. I'm
So
the
do you guys
devil.
want to fight or no?
No, I can't. I can't.
You were sort of talking a big game about all the karate you know, though, right?
I don't know a lot. You know, dude, I can't.
Can we pop the gloves on you?
I just sold my gloves.
It kind of feels like you're scared a little bit.
No, I had a pair of Everlast.
I got gloves right
I just got rid of
If Jerry Bonadonna was watching this, he'd be sort of ashamed that you don't want to fight, don't you think?
Don't know a lot. I know a little. Are you asking me to?
He told me he was taught by Jerry Bonadonna.
I didn't say I was good. Look, let me
Listen, you fucking pussy. Listen, you fucking pussy.
I don't want to throw any. I don't want to contact with you like
Listen,
that.
motherfucker. I'm Lucifer Morningstar.
Put the gloves on.
I can't
The one
contact with
above
you.
all.
Okay.
Put the fucking gloves on and try to hit me.
In the left corner, we have
What the
Jerry
fuck, dude?
Bonadonna's.
Stop being a fucking.
Dude, you were taught by Jerry Bonadonna. You can take him.
He knows who the fuck I am. I'm the fucking devil. You know that you can't beat me. I'm the fucking idiot chasing me around.
Well, yeah, for sure you're the devil, but he was literally telling me he was got taught by Jerry Bonadonna.
Is Jerry Bonadonna the devil? Hey, I'm trying to impart upon you the magnitude of the situation that you're in right now.
I respect you're doing your devil thing and I'm doing my interview
I'm
thing.
not the devil thing, you fuck. I am the devil, motherfucker.
No, but you're sort of trashing what I'm doing. I'm just saying we're out here.
Lucifer is requesting your help, and you got a fucking microphone stuck in his mouth like it's a fucking cock.
And that's it.
What
Thanks for
the
watching.
fuck, dude?
If you liked it, like it.
That's so bizarre. Oh my god. Did you ever get a street bike to do track racing? No, I don't think I'd ever get into track racing. Like motocross, sure. Enduro, something like that, but I'm not really into track racing. What? Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna put the AC colder for Jasmine. And I'm gonna get a drink too. Oh. Man. I'd get a sport bike just to like fuck around with, but I don't think I'd actually get into racing. It's just hard, man. You need a lot of money. You have to like do a lot of fucking practice. You have to have a truck to transport the bike, switch out tires all the time, change oil fucking every fucking time you like even practice race. It's hard to upkeep the bike. You have to like tune it. Just too much. I'd rather just be able to get a bike and, you know, like actually practice and race. Motocross is just easier to get into. Yeah, doing big air on motocross is sketchy for sure. I'd rather try big jumps on motocross than try to go like 300 kilometers an hour around a track. See, Luke at $92. When can we see you weaving through traffic in New York City like this? Looks sick. Yeah. Oh. Son of a bitch. It's a good cat. It's a good kitty. Look at this good kitty. How good this cat is. Look at him. Such a good kitty. I took Prismo down to the park today. Yeah, and Finn. I have done some rollerblading vlogs before. Those look like the power slide next skates. Yeah, I have done some rollerblade vlogs before. Yeah, like I don't live in New York either. There's not really anywhere like this to skate. I'd have to go to Toronto or something. I actually haven't rollerbladed in a little while because I've still had this problem with my right knee. It's a little hard to skate right now. Maybe once I'm done dieting, I'll be at a light enough weight where it will take some pressure off my knee, but I don't know. But yeah, basically all the roads here are like fucked up and jacked up as shit, and traffic is going at like 70 kilometers an hour. So I can't really skate like that in this city. I have to either go on the sidewalk or trails, basically.
Yes. Look at this kitty. Look at him. That's a good cat. Oh, yes, this is a handsome kitty. Look how fucking big he is. See how big this cat is? Yes. Yeah, it's a good whim.
Guess he's just gonna sit there.
It's a good little whim. Hmm?
Let's see. Is animal agriculture trying to cash in on lab-grown meat? Let's take a look at that.
A cultivated meat company which claims to not use fetal bovine serum in their production process. I find this interesting because although some companies like Upside Foods claim to have developed an animal component-free medium for the development of cultivated meat, they still do use fetal bovine serum in small amounts. In the past, I made the mistake of thinking they don't, when in fact they still do. If you look at the FDA submission letters from the two companies that have just been approved by the FDA,
Yeah, so they have been using fetal bovine serum, but the plan is to use none. And it's because there are substitutes right now.
Look at this kitty. Mwah.
If you were granted complete control of all the world's governments for a year, what 5 significant changes would you make?
Let's see. All world governments. Ban animal agriculture outright. I would say make self-defense a universal human right to where you are allowed to bear arms. The only exception being explosive destructive devices. Legalize all drugs and actually open up research into drugs that are some sort of like drug that can make you happy. So, you know, something maybe like heroin, but it's non-addictive and it doesn't cause, you know, health issues. I think they really should research some sort, like put research into substitutes for these addictive drugs that are at least not as addictive and probably more importantly won't ruin your health. I think that's very important because you're never going to get rid of drug addiction. So the most sensible thing to do is to actually give some of these corporations money to actually make drugs that can give you those same feelings but aren't as harmful.
WHP 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 I'm gay.
Thank you for that, Vegan Gains. Appreciate the donation. So, yeah, not only legalizing all drugs, but they need to actually research new drugs so that you can basically have drugs with the same effect as, like, crystal meth, heroin, OxyContin, whatever, but they're not, at least not as addictive and not harmful to the human body, because you're always going to have people who are interested in drug use and will get addicted to something. But if there's a better alternative that won't ruin your health long term and ruin your life long term, I think that's the perfect way to kind of deal with that problem. And of course, legalization, and especially if you sell at or below cost of production, you'll completely get rid of organized crime. Aside from that, I think prison system reform would be a big one. I would say if you're actually serving a prison sentence, they need to get rid of probation. That's one thing. Two, they need to make prisons like an actually hospitable place. Prisons are horrible, really all over the world. So making prisons like an actual hospitable place that you wouldn't hate going to, that's a big one. And as far as number 4, what would be a good one? Or sorry, number 5, right? Number 5. I think maybe education system reform. There needs to be a much bigger emphasis on critical thinking. Something has to be done with like bullying as well, because that's a huge issue in school. I think teachers need to be paid more money. So more money for teachers, more investment into stopping things like bullying, overall reform that actually encourages more critical thinking activities rather than just memorizing shit. That's probably the 5 big things I would change if I was like the, unquestioned ruler of the world. Thanks for the donation, vegan memes or mans. Sneed donate tellers, will you stream the Shredder's Revenge DLC or Starfield? I don't know if I'll stream the Shredder's Revenge DLC, but I should be streaming Starfield. It's a good chance eventually I'll stream Shredder's Revenge. Usagi's cool. Not psyched about Karai. I thought they should have added Slash as a playable character. But yeah, I'm gonna, as long as it's not garbage, I'll stream Starfield. Thanks for that donation, Sneed.
Another vegan lifter, would you say he's getting vegan gains?
Let me see. Oh, I know of him. How much is this? $5.73. That is a easy fucking lift, man. Yeah, isn't he like a record holder in his weight class in like Masters or something? Or he has like a state record, something like that. Can't remember his fucking name, but yeah, I know him. Or know of him. He was looking pretty jacked, too. Thanks for the donation, Renee.
I want to fuck non-whip in her sexy ass and come inside.
Alright, well, maybe ask nicely. Thanks for the donation, Chad. Let's see.
Upside foods and good meat, they both still use fetal bovine serum in their production. And if you don't know, and I've covered this in videos before, the extraction method for fetal bovine serum is quite cruel. The good news is that many companies are seeking to eradicate the use of fetal bovine serum entirely, so hopefully this becomes the industry standard over time. I've even been told by Jenny Stochkovic, which I don't know if that's how you pronounce her last name, but I hope I didn't, humanely slaughter that. But she did say that Upside Foods has a process without the use of fetal bovine serum, but it has not yet been approved. Now, obviously, this is just her word, and I couldn't find anything confirming this, but now, referring back to Jenny, I saw her make this post on Twitter. It says, "Behold, a 100% cultivated, lab-grown meat Big Mac. Would you eat it?" To which somebody commented, "How much fetal bovine serum?" She said 0 and that the company uses their own alternative. This caught my attention, so I reached out to her and asked which company she was referring to in this tweet. And she told me it was O Meat, a cultivated meat company from Los Angeles, California. So I went over to their website and found some interesting details about their process. First, I found this, which speaks on the alternative to fetal bovine serum they use. It says, "The secret to O-Meat's approach is a patented process that uses plasma humanely collected from cattle to support the growth of a small tissue sample. This sidesteps the need for inhumane inputs like fetal bovine serum or artificially engineered growth factors. O-Meat taps into the natural biology of the cow and lets nature do its work. It's a simple, elegant..."
So it's just bovine serum rather than fetal bovine serum.
Approach that solves the cost and complexity issues that some say cultivated meat could never overcome. So first off, they are still using animal inputs, just not fetal bovine serum. And I have to admit that when I see the word humane, I do inevitably have a little bit of an eyebrow raise, given how much we've seen animal agriculture throw the word around to justify, mass murdering animals for a cheeseburger. Usually cultivated meat companies, from what I've seen, end up saying things like painless as opposed to humane. So this made me wonder, does this company have any ties to animal agriculture? And I was hoping I was just being paranoid in my assessment here. So I decided to keep reading about their process through their FAQ section on their website. Let's take a look, and just a heads up, I'm going to be skipping parts that I don't think are worth reading for the purposes of this video. Let's get into it. So this section says, "How are you different than the plant-based burgers I've been hearing about?" And it says the plant-based burgers are, well, made from plants. They imitate meat. O-Meat, however, is the real deal. It's delicious meat that's simply grown directly from cells outside the animal. No sacrifice required. It's a way more sustainable, humane, and clean way to get meat on the table with no animals or plants harmed in the process. So this all sounds very interesting, but there's a couple things I'm curious about. First off, when they say it's way more sustainable, do they mean in relation to plant-based burgers or burgers derived from conventional means like animal agriculture? Because I'm sure it's more sustainable than conventional meat grown through animal agriculture, but more sustainable than plant-based meat, I'm not sure. I would need some evidence for that.
Hello Mr. Gaines. How's the diet and exercise going? Could you give me some good recommendations for anime to watch and on what platform? Also, I love seeing you snuggle with Prismo. He's such a good boy, smile.
The diet and training's going great. I'm losing 5 to 7 pounds per week. Very rapid weight loss. So I'm expecting to be done dieting in the next 3 to 6 weeks. I've gotten quite a lot leaner. And I haven't lost any muscle, and I'm actually getting stronger too, so it's going good. It's basically been the smoothest dieting I've ever done, really. Don't have any cravings. Don't constantly feel hungry. Having a very easy time staying on track. I'm still able to accumulate, not losing any muscle, so... good recommendations for anime to watch and on what platform? Crunchyroll seems to have the best overall selection of anime. Chainsaw Man, if you haven't seen it yet. Dorohedoro is amazing as well. If you're into isekais, Jobless Reincarnation is really great. Rising of Shield Hero, also extremely good. Those are some anime that have come out recently that I'd really recommend.
Nate Diaz rolling with Big Boy.
Oh, sweet. I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks, Renee. And yes, Prismo's your good boy. He's sitting on my lap right now. Thanks for the donation, though, Detail. Hope that helps.
Oh, okay. I'm going to get under your neck like that so people watching the arm from getting And then just control the wrist. If I'm here, you're trying to control. Like, see, you're getting around my neck, so I'm going to put that in. Control the wrist. Yeah.
So last time I checked, Trump is facing over 20 charges. If convicted, is he able to run for president again? How was he bot charged with treason of the Ukraine phone call scandal? Give any thought to him being a political plant?
I don't know about the Ukraine phone call scandal. I don't think he called Putin, right? I don't think that could technically be considered treason, but pretty close. He apparently, according to the U.S. Constitution, because he is getting charged with trying to overthrow an election, he can't run for president if he's found guilty. Apparently, some of the charges, if he is found guilty, he could still run for president, but if he is found guilty of the charge of trying to overthrow the U.S. election, then he wouldn't be able to run. Is he a political plant? Well, Russia certainly wants him to win the election, and the Kremlin is supporting candidates that are friendly of Russia, one of them being RFK Jr. It was actually found out recently that one of his major political donors was from Russia, and it's obviously, the Russian government that are funding him. Thanks for the nation, though, Trolland Trump. Dodo Nightillers, why do you think Tate is only worth $1.5 million? He has a Bugatti, and those are at least $3 million. He did not own his Bugatti. So his Bugatti, I believe, was a rental. It was either a rental or some type of lease, and he did not own it. There's no way he would have been able to own a car like that. He doesn't make enough money for it. So that's why it didn't get repossessed by the Romanian authorities. It was just returned to whatever dealership that actually owned it. His other cars were repossessed, and again, if you calculate the value of his home and the cars that were repossessed and his Bitcoin, his net worth works out to about $1.5 million. That's why his net worth calculation is that low. He just massively overinflates his income and the amount of money he has. Like, again, he started off by claiming he's a trillionaire. Then when he learned how to count and he realized $1 trillion is too much, he then claimed he was a billionaire. And then when, again, he realized how much $1 billion was, realizing that was too much, he then said he has a net worth of about $300 million. And again, his actual home is shit. He renovated a really cheap, shitty warehouse. He got it for, I think, $70,000. And he spent something like $100,000 renovating it. So, he does not have the money he claims to have. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Cruz is such a fucking idiot.
Let me see.
Republican Senator Ted Cruz is jumping on the Biden 2-beer bandwagon. As I told you earlier this week, it is possible that there will be medical organizations recommending people not drink more than 2 beers a week. This would not be Joe Biden coming and ripping your 3rd beer out of your hands, despite the conspiracy theories and theorizing from Republicans.
What?
They are now making this the new gas stoves. Kooky Cancun Cruz appeared on, I guess this is news.
Sorry, he thinks because of the new health recommendations to limit alcohol intake, he thinks Biden is going to ban beer to only 2 beers. What?
Max yesterday, defiantly saying if they...
Do you believe consuming Irish sea moss to have some essential minerals or any healthy benefits? Or is it considered snake oil?
I don't know. It's probably okay for you. I don't see why it would really be bad. But I also don't see why it wouldn't be like any other plant food. So, whatever. It's not some sort of miracle sort of health food where if you eat it, you're going to live like 10 years longer. So, just don't expect that you're eating something magical. It's just another food. Thanks for the donation though, Dutchie.
What color is your Bugatti, bitch? Don't talk shit about the top G. You just jealous hoe. Suck it, little bitch ass nigga.
Well, I don't have a Bugatti, but I have a much fucking cooler vehicle that gets way more girls, and it's this. And I own it. So, you know. But thanks for the donation, Andrew Tate.
They want us to drink 2 beers a week, they can kiss my ass. You'll notice the group of white men all wearing hats, except for one dude, wearing behind Ted Cruz, quite a diverse group of people. And Ted Cruz actually grabs a beer. What a guy. This is what they are focused on.
I think the last thing Ted Cruz needs is more beer. This is, like, it really shows you just how fucked the Republican Party is. Like, they have no platform to actually stand on. Like, you know, Joe Biden is fighting for workers' rights. He's supporting Ukraine, and he's against China, and he's, like, ensuring national security. He's also trying to help students with like student loan debt. He's trying to expand healthcare rights. And then here's the Republicans saying, they want to take away your beer. Well, I'm not going to let that happen. Like, okay, yeah, we'll vote for you.
Because they have lost any ability or willingness or interest in governing.
The state has now done that for new construction. They're trying to go after and regulate ceiling fans. I got to tell you, it's hot in Texas. We don't want to get rid of our ceiling fans. And now these idiots have come out and said, drink 2 beers a week. That's their guideline. Well, I got to tell you, if they want us to drink 2 beers a week, frankly, they can kiss my ass.
And there is Ted Cruz, courageous.
So, he's saying, I don't care if it's unhealthy to drink more than 2 beers. I'm still gonna drink. Okay, well, have fun with that? Like, what point is he trying to make? This, what? I'm so confused.
Opening and sipping a beer, and then the gentleman behind Cruz doing the same.
Do you know who Alternative Hypothesis is? No.
Everybody sipping their beers.
Oh, okay. Senator, I brought a beer to drink with
Oh,
you.
boy.
I'll drink this non-alcoholic beer with you because I'm not allowed to drink on camera, but I'll have a sip in the
Well,
meantime.
look, I got to
So
say,
what-
have you ever seen a brand do more damage to itself than Bud Light, which single-handedly seem to destroy themselves? So I'm glad you're not drinking a Bud Light. Personally, I'm fond of Shiner Bock, which is a good.
Oh my god, they're still going on about the Bud Light thing. Bud Light didn't do anything to harm their brand. It's just that crazy fucking wacko anti-trans bigots attacked Bud Light, and if you actually look at their like earnings, nothing changed. People just freaked out for no fucking reason, and again, nothing changed. Their earnings are the same as they were before.
Texas brand. I've been to the Shiner Brewery in Shiner, Texas, and I recommend it. And I promise you, this is not alcohol-free beer down here.
That's
You know,
good.
And by the way, the one I have right after the show won't be alcohol-free either.
Isn't this brave of Ted Cruz to do?
Yeah, so brave.
Fuck. Ahaha, I need to see that Texan drinking beer impression again. Have a conversation between two beer-loving Texas not wanted their right to drink 3 beers taken away. Y'all can kiss my ass, I'm drinking my goddamn beer.
Alright.
Them goddamn liberal cocksuckers are trying to say that we can't drink more than 2 beers a week. Well, I got some news for you, liberal faggots, you tranny-loving, gay-sucking tards. I'm gonna drink all the damn beer I want.
There you go. Hope you enjoyed that impression, sir. Thanks for the donation, Texas Ranger.
Have you read the book How Minds Change? A main takeaway is that when people associate themselves as members of a group, facts and logic are extremely low on the importance scale, and as long as there's group consensus, that's good enough. Republicans 101.
I did not. That does sound like a phenomena I'm quite familiar with, though, and yeah, Republicans come to mind. Thanks for the donation quest. Dutch, you don't need to tell us. Supreme Court has unfortunately struck down the student loan forgiveness plan. I've received an email that my student loan payment starts next month. Biden really let me down that one and lost the vote for me. Well, why would you not vote for Biden just because of the student debt? And I mean, at least he tried. Like, what other fucking candidate is there to vote for? None. Just vote for fucking Biden. Thanks for the donation, though, Dutchie.
You can kiss my ass, vegan gains. Kiss my ass, 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 kiss my ass.
I won't do that, but thanks for the offer. Appreciate the donation, I'm Niagara.
That camera angle on Ted Cruz looks like the start of a really bad porno. Lot of sex about to happen in that room. Lot of sex.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna film an erotic, like Ram Ranch or something. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
Do. So listen, this is the new gas stoves. This is how you know Republicans have hit rock bottom. We have a medical reality. There is no amount of alcohol that is good for you. Science now tells us. Ted Cruz already looks terrible. He's all puffy. He's red. I don't know that he should really
Overweight.
be drinking any beers. But the reality about alcohol is, listen, based on human lifespan, there are modest amounts of alcohol that if you drink, they likely won't end up being what kills you. If human lifespan was 1,000 years, then you might say, well, even any alcohol is potentially going to reduce my lifespan. There are amounts that, while not good for you, they likely wouldn't be what ends up killing you. And so that's what the medical science now understands. But this is not a mandate. This is not nanny
just a
state stuff where
recommendation.
Joe Biden is going to ban bars from even serving you through.
Dude, this is like the same thing happened with lead, by the way. They said fucking like there's no safe level of lead. Like are they going to do the same thing? Like, the fucking government wants you to avoid lead. Well, I got news for you, government. I'm going to eat all the lead I can. Oh, like, it's so stupid.
3 beers in a day, never mind a week. These are recommendations. And they want to pretend, as is always the case, the recommendations are authoritarian, and also the recommendations are mandates, and also they are going to legislate the recommendations. Of course, none of it is true. It's good to have 2 cups of fruit and 2.5 cups of vegetables a day. Is anyone coming and forcing liquefied cauliflower down?
Is it okay to date someone with BPD?
You can date whoever the hell you want. So long as their condition is under control and they're taking their medication and they're not horrible to be around, why not? It's up to you, though. Take whatever risks you want. Thanks for the donation, though, reluctant fuckboy.
Down your throat? No. It's better for kids younger than 2 not to be on screens. Does that mean the police show up and say, get this kid off Cocoa Melon? No, they don't. It's better to exercise at least 150 minutes a week. Does that mean there's any legislation?
Well, the actual recommendation is 120 minutes of vigorous exercise a day. That's what the actual recommendation is.
Around that? Of course not. And I could give more and more examples. This is the new conspiracy theory, and it's because they have nothing. Everything else they have has just crumbled. They're losing on economic issues. They're losing on social issues. They are potentially going to renominate one of the most ridiculous people they've ever had run for president, and they may lose with him. They may win, they may lose. So what are they relegated to? They're relegated to Ted Cruz, probably the last guy who should be drinking beer, acting as if it's some kind of act of courage.
When was the last time y'all had a beer? Damn leftist pussies. I don't leave home with a Budweiser stuck up my ass. Yeah. Biden can try to take my beer, but I got a little present waiting for him. America fuck ye.
Yes, that is the average Republican brain rot. Thanks for that donation, Ted Cruz News. Vegan Eagle donated to others. There was a nonprofit organization I heard about in the area that saves bald eagles and other endangered carnivores. I then later found out all the volunteers were meeting up at a steakhouse. Imagine helping vicious carnivores while chewing on dead cows. Yeah, it sounds pretty fucking typical, dude. Yeah, what do you expect? People make no fucking sense. I'm sure if you were to argue with all of them, they would all universally say, animals kill other animals. That's all they'd have for you. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Eagle.
I see a big opportunity here. We need to start recommending people not eat rat poison or fall onto kitchen knives. That should knock out at least 95% of these right-wingers. The remaining 5% we can probably lose to the beer. Problem solved.
Yes, I should actually do a skit about that on my second channel, where a health agency says you shouldn't eat kitchen knives, and then Ted Cruz commits mass suicide with his voter base. That'd be pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
I'll pay you $50 if you can make it through this entire song. Also, David Parkman is cool politically but one of the biggest retards when pressed on veganism. He embarrasses himself when he talks veganism.
You'll pay me $50 if I can make it through this entire song. That might be hard. I don't know if it's copyrighted either, but why not? Tim Pool does suck. Yeah, Pac-Man has had some horrible, horrible vegan takes. I don't like Pac-Man for a number of reasons. That's not the only topic he's dishonest about. Literally, any time he gets into a debate with somebody, and he starts losing because he either has like a silly position or he doesn't know much about the topic, he always does that. He's just dishonest in general. Thanks for the donation, though. I'm Negra. Divorced dad music. Gay divorced dad music at that. Yeah, I've watched Neon Genesis.
Did you think I'd leave you there? Did you think I'd never keep my promise to?
Where did he find this Neanderthal? Look at him.
It's easy when I'm lying there with you, and every night I dream of you, and every night I promise to hold on to.
Gay!
I dream I one day wake up next to you.
Bro, remember, this is the same guy who says there's like a masculinity crisis and men aren't like men anymore and there's too many like dudes who are feminine and shit, and then he makes this gay ass fucking music. Like, he should take his own fucking advice.
Hey bro. You identify more as a conservative than liberal on most issues? You are pro-gun, anti-SJW woke nonsense. Is that right? So why do you like Joe Biden so much? How do you reconcile that?
I'm not right on most issues. Yeah, like there's a lot of retarded social justice warriors, but there's a lot of retarded fucking conservatives too. You can find retards among any kind of political party. It's just that, yeah, usually left-wing talking points are the ones that are right. Thanks for the yeah, like guns being the only exception, but that's starting to change. There's a lot of left-wingers now, especially in the younger generation, that are pro-gun. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Did you know you left me there, staring at the heartache in my soul?
My name is Tim Pool, and I say there's not enough masculine men, but I sing like a gay.
There's only one thing I want you to know, is that I have found my peace here.
What antivirus software do you recommend?
None at all. Antivirus software is a scam. Just use Windows Defender. That's all you need. Thanks for the donation, Psych Out. Hope that helps. Never, ever, ever use antivirus software.
Did you think I'd walk away? Did you think I'd break my promise? Not today. It's easy when I'm standing there with you, yet every day away from you. It's another day I break my promise to hold on. Holding on is harder than I knew. Did you know I left you there, staring at the heartache in your soul as your heart fell to pieces?
Yeah, for real, this like song is actually gay.
There's only one thing
I think Tim Pool might have actually turned people gay with this song. Like, I'm starting to think about sucking dicks, honestly. He might actually be like, this might be a psyop. I think Tim is trying to get this large conservative audience and then talk about masculinity and all this shit. Then he dropped the song so that the most amount of people would see it and turn them gay.
think you should know is that now you can rest in
Yeah, Neon Genesis was great. It is one of the best anime of all time. The Neanderthal discovered light.
Man, this new Bieber song sucks. Why is he wearing a beanie? Very masculine though. Big dick energy for sure. So much riz.
Tim Pool is probably what Justin Bieber will look like when he's older. Which is the funny part. Thanks for the donation though, Adam.
Hi VG. Hope you are GR8 tonight. Would you agree that if guilt had a face, then it would be Marjorie Trader Green under oath? Lol. Also, how much to watch Don't Be a Sucker? It's on you.
What is Don't Be a Sucker? Oh, that. I think we've seen it before on stream, dude. Now that I think about it. Yeah, we've watched it before. It was like a year or two ago, but we've seen it before.
If somebody tried to unlawfully interfere with the process of counting the electoral votes, unlawfully, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution. Wouldn't you agree?
Does it define that way? Is it
Oh my god. This is hilarious.
define that way?
Well, I'm asking for your understanding. If somebody broke the law in a way designed to interfere with the process of counting electoral college votes, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution.
She knows Trump is guilty, and she's literally... She has to cope this hard that, well, interfering with the electoral votes, it's not that bad.
You mean interrupting Congress? Is that what you're referring to?
Doing anything unlawfully to interfere with the process of counting the electoral votes.
Interrupting Congress, like when the Democrats interrupted Congress and had a sit-in on the House floor and stopped Congress?
Excuse me.
You're not asking questions, dumbass. You have to answer the questions.
I'm entitled to ask my questions in the way I'd like to ask them, Your Honor. I ask that you listen to my question and simply respond. May I proceed?
Yes.
So if someone broke the law in an effort to interfere with the counting of the electoral votes, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution. Am I right about that?
Breaking the law is unlawful. There's been over 700 people charged for what happened on January 6th.
Right, and those people were trying to interfere with the lawful process of counting the votes for the Electoral College, right?
Dude. This lawyer must want to smash her face in. This is just frustrating.
I would assume, yes, they did. They stopped the electoral count. Yes.
Right, and so those people would be enemies of the Constitution. You would agree with that, right?
I don't know if it. I don't know. I don't know if it defines it that way.
Well, having taken the oath that we saw on the screen, if you were aware that someone was going to unlawfully interfere with the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes, you'd be obliged by your oath to try to stop them, right?
Your Honor, I object. The claim is not she violated her oath. The claim is under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And so her opinion on words like enemies are words of art often in the law. is just irrelevant to the matter, to whether or not she engaged, did a direct and overt act of insurrection.
Your Honor.
Her lawyer sounds like a fucking retard. Your Honor, object. This isn't about the 13th Amendment. Like, he sounds stupid as shit. Did she find like the most dumb fuck lawyer imaginable?
We had a 1-hour presentation on the law from Mr. Bob. We did not object to that.
I will let you answer the question. I've forgotten what it is.
Ms. Green...
Wow, yeah, she is guilty as fuck, dude. That's funny. Oh, see? This song is about a guy realizing he's gay and breaking up with his girlfriend. See, look at him. Yeah, that's totally what this song is about. Cop donated $2. Now this is nuts. The cop literally grabbed him by the chin when he was getting away. Let me see.
Ready? Where you going, bud? Come here. Come here. Come here. Stop walking away. Stop walking away. Come here. Hands out your pocket. Hands out your pocket.
5092.
Go like this. You got anything on you, man? No. Stop running. He's running towards 114 in regalia. White t-shirt. Red shorts.
You said their colors. Fire to home. We're gonna head up there.
North on 113. He's trying to get picked up right now. Cranberry, let go. That's a car, flip on it. It's dragged my partner. One.
We're gonna head up there.
Weren't fast enough. Oh well. Thanks for the donation, Cup. Oh, see? All the closets are closing? It's a metaphor. He's uncomfortable now with coming out of the closet because his girlfriend broke up with him and she's mad. See? The song's literally about, you know, being gay.
My apologies for persisting on that anti-fascist educational film Don't Be a Sucker, but it is one of my new favorites that I could watch on repeat all day long. It reminds me of what fascists, i.e. Trump, DeSantis, etc., would want to happen.
Yeah, it's a really good film, and it's surprising that, you know, for such an old film, it would be so relevant today. Thanks for that donation, that bend over. Saying he's finally stepping out of the closet. It's a metaphor for being gay. Yeah, Tim Pool's just doing this psyop, you see. He claims to be anti-LGBT, but it's all a ruse to try to turn people gay. That was a terrible, terrible song. Let's see, Tool donated $3.
Have you seen this crazy shit? Fucking cops.
Bodycam shows Ohio police pull disabled black man from car.
Come on, bro. Step out of the car. I cannot step out of the car. I cannot step out of the business. You got in the car. You can get out of the car. You got in the car. Hello. Hey, bro. Can you come down the street to Ferguson and Grand? The police just pulled me over and they trying to make me get out the car, and I'm telling them I'm a paraplegic. I can't get out the car without no help. These motherfuckers.
Oh my god, they don't understand how paraplegia works. Just because you're a paraplegic, it doesn't mean you can't move your feet.
They on some bull. Just come down the street, bring some people with cameras. Come down the street, come bring cameras and bring somebody so they can witness.
Yeah, the video was edited by the city, yeah, sure it was.
What's going on? I'm not getting out. I just told you I'm a paraplegic. I cannot get out. I do not have to. I do not have to. Can you call your white shirt, please? If you pull me out of here, you better expect. So here's the thing. I'm gonna pull you out and then I'll call a white shirt because you're getting out of the car. That's not an option. You're getting out of this car, so you can cooperate and get out of the car. I'll drag you out of the car. You see your.
Oh my god, dude. He literally... Yeah, he has like some sort of cane here, too. He clearly has some sort of special apparatus that helps him drive.
There are two options here. What would you like to do, sir? What would you like to do, sir? I would like for you to call your white shirt. I will.
Like, bro, his legs are emaciated as fuck. He has a special apparatus here for him to drive. And they think he's lying?
Come on, bro. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Listen, get out of the car. I am a paraplegic, bro. You can hurt me. Get out of the car. You can hurt me, bro. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. What are y'all doing, bro? I'm a paraplegic, bro. You're making this. I'm a paraplegic, bro. I'm trying to tell you that I got help getting in the car. Y'all can hurt me. They can hurt me. Get out of the car. I'm a paraplegic. Ow. You have to get out of the car. Ow. 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 Get out of the car. Somebody help. Somebody help. Something right here. Somebody help. Stop. Somebody help. Stop. Someone help. So are y'all recording this? Somebody help. I'm a paraplegic.
Oh boy.
Somebody please help me. Stop. You are hurting me. What are you talking about? I'm a paraplegic. Stop. I'm a paraplegic.
Stop what? Like, the way they escalated this, he's not doing anything. He's literally just trying to protect himself because they're attacking him. He can't walk. Like, what is he gonna do? It's just so stupid.
Make this worse than it needs to be. I'm a paraplegic. I gave y'all.
What's the best part of Neon? You have to watch it.
I gave y'all everything y'all asked for. Cooperate. Can y'all call the white shirt? Can y'all call the real police, please?
Like, what the fuck? And they're grabbing him by his hair and shit. Oh my god.
You make it so much harder than what it has to be.
He couldn't get out of the car! What do you mean he made it harder? Holy shit, this is insane. Oh my god, I hope this guy gets millions of dollars in the lawsuit that's gonna come. He deserves it. Wow, this is insane. And then rather than putting his shoe back on for him, he throws the shoe and they drag him out with his underwear showing? Full investigation is underway? I don't think there needs to be any investigation. It's on fucking camera. Dude.
I'm trying to explain it to you several times. You're getting out. Ow!
I'm asking you. It's just the way it's written and the way the characters interact with one another. That's what makes it special.
It's not an option. It's not an option. I told you, it's not an option. It's not an option. Ma'am, he made his decision. Ma'am, he made his decision.
He made his decision. He can't walk. This is just insane, dude. The police are so fucking racist. Dude, this is not a great video. He really didn't have to fucking put in all this shitty rap music, dude.
This got me curious since I've been watching Vorsh in place of you when you are not live lol. He's been saying that communism would solve a lot of problems, but growing up I've heard of it being mostly bad, granted a lot of it is Nazi propaganda. Thoughts? If that dumbass would have complied with the police officers, none of that would have happened.
Yeah, so when it's literally impossible to comply, I don't think you can make that claim, but thanks, Poopy Farts. Communism would solve a lot of problems. It wouldn't. So, no. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. So I don't know of any communist system that's like actually worked. People seem to naturally resist it as well. So even if it is technically better, the limited ability for people to cooperate seems to make it impossible. It kind of naturally results in totalitarian dictatorships. And again, there's been so many issues with rights being violated, mass starvation, crap like that. Doesn't really seem to solve problems. But thanks for the donation, Ben.
Solid day.
Yeah, whatever.
This section is also a little odd because I've never seen cultivated meat companies compare their cultivated meat environmental impact to plant-based meat, but instead...
Yeah, it would be impossible for them to have a more efficient way of creating meat than just by making like soy-based, meat substitutes. Literally impossible.
Meat that comes from animal agriculture. I mean, maybe some companies have, but I haven't seen this before. Secondly, they also mentioned that no plants are harmed in the process. This is a bit confusing for me too, considering I don't know how you even harm.
This company sounds like a scam. There's no fucking possible way you could make lab-grown meat and have it be more energy efficient than just growing soybeans and turning those soybeans into a mock meat.
Dyke 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 dyke.
Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Farm a plant. And lastly, they said no sacrifice is required. Now, to be charitable to them, they very likely just meant no sacrifice in the sense that an animal has to be killed for their meat. But at least in regard to animal products, there is still a sacrifice of cow plasma. But maybe I'm just being a little too pedantic here. How does the cow plasma collection work? We collect plasma once a week from our cows. The process is similar to how humans donate plasma. Because plasma regenerates quickly, it does not deplete the cow. So this does sound far less unethical than fetal bovine serum extraction. And I also found in this article concerning their process that the blood is given back to the cows. But while I was reading this, I grown curious as to where exactly they get these cows from. And the answer is right here. It says, where do you get your cows from? We have our own farm with a herd of about 75 Holstein cows rescued from nearby farms. The cows graze freely on 30 acres of land on Omeat's farm in California. So this is interesting. The cows they extract the plasma from are animals rescued from animal agriculture. So this sounds like an animal sanctuary that still uses the animals for their plasma to generate cultivated meat. But I'm curious as to what they do with these cows if for whatever reason they were unable to donate sufficient amounts of plasma each week. I mean, hopefully they still allow them to be taken care of and they don't treat them like conventional farms do when an animal is no longer able to provide for them, like downers. And if this happens, or even
that's not true about lab-grown meat. I debate you on this. Are you talking about the claim that there's no way for it to be more efficient? We can do that if you want. So jump in the Discord debate weight room if you want to chat about that right now, Vince.
one of these cows die from natural causes, do they just rescue more cows from animal agriculture? And how do they do this? Do they end up buying these animals from animal agriculture? These are all things that I'm super curious to know. This section says, wait, you have your own farm? And it says, yes, in the last year, we converted a piece of severely degraded land into a lush grassland. We planted phytonutrient-rich grasses ideal for a cow's diet, as well as local growing conditions. We've implemented a number of regenerative practices for soil health, like no-tilling, cover crops, rotational grazing, and natural fertilization by our free-roaming herd. The vegetation on our farm holds about 30,000 gallons of water per acre, minimizing runoff or the need for watering. So this just sounds like a regenerative animal farm that doesn't actually kill their animals for meat. This section says, can you tell me about your farm practices? It says, Omeat has worked with the lead.
So that claim doesn't make any sense. Converted severely depleted land into lush grassland. That just sounds like some Alan Savory bullshit. Planted phytonutrient-rich grass. Yeah, okay, right. Okay, so they're trying to make it seem as though the cows were responsible for regenerating the land when they just planted fucking grass seeds. As well as local growing conditions, implemented a number of blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure.
Leading animal welfare scientist Dr. Christina Horbach of UC Davis in designing its farm and approach to animal care. This work has entailed the development of processes for collecting tissue samples and plasma. Omeat's collection practices employ positive reinforcement and are designed to ensure the holistic well-being of the animals. We have a full-time veterinarian at our farm, along with a number of vet techs providing close care for Omeat's herd. Now, this is interesting. It has been confirmed that UC Davis receives funding from a major livestock lobby group, and the Clear Center, which is an academic center dedicated to helping animal agriculture operate more efficiently, receives funding from UC Davis. The founder of the Clear Center is Frank Mitloner, not sure how to pronounce that, who is a professor in the Department of Animal Science at UC Davis. And he is a big defender of beef and has even testified in Congress defending it. So all of this made me find it very interesting that Dr. Christina Horbach from UC Davis is the animal scientist being used to help design their approach to animal care. Now, I'm not implying that...
All right. Fuck. There we go. What's up?
The Clear Center is Frank Mitloner, not sure how to pronounce that, who is a professor in the Department of Animal Science at UC Davis.
Vince, you have to concede they're good,
Ron. Testified in Congress defending it. So all of this made me find it very interesting.
Christina Horvath, UC Davis, is the animal scientist being used to help design their approach to animal care. Now, I'm not implying that.
Hello?
There we go. What's up? Their center is Frank Mittloner. Not sure how to pronounce that. Who is a professor in the Department of Animal UC Davis.
You gotta turn off my stream, dude.
Defending it. So all this made me find it very interesting. Christina Horvath, UC Davis, is the animal scientist being used to help design their approach to animal care. Now, I'm not implying that. Hello. There we go. What's up? Their center is Frank Mittloner. Not sure how to pronounce that. Who is a professor in the Department of Animal.
Am I getting trolled?
Off my stream, dude. Defending it. So all this made me find it very interesting. Christina Horvath, UC Davis, is the animal scientist being used to help design their approach to animal care. Now, I'm not implying that. There we go. What's up? Their center is Frank Mittloner. Not sure how to pronounce that. Who is a professor in the Department of Animal.
Am I getting trolled? What the fuck is he doing? What the fuck is Vince doing? Says he's in Discord. Why the fuck does he have my stream playing? Are you there now?
What the fuck is...
I have no idea what Vince is doing. He just has to turn off my stream. It's not him, it's a troll. Okay, I'll just disconnect then. Alright, I'll just wait for Vince to get some of his technical issues sorted.
That this detail alone just confirms that this company is tied to animal agriculture, but it does make me raise an eyebrow. It says if you have...
Oh, by the way, thanks for the donation, Gins Voodrum. Yes, you do have to concede there. Good rum.
Lamau, watch this insanity.
There's a little black woman walking and spraying stuff on the sidewalks and trees.
A New Jersey man calls police on a 9-year-old girl spraying for bugs outside.
No, you're not in trouble.
It happened back in October when Gordon Lashy called non-emergency police in Caldwell, New Jersey. He reported a, quote, little black woman spraying stuff on the sidewalks and trees.
I don't know what the hell she's doing. It scares me, though.
Body camera video shows an officer arriving to the scene to find a 9-year-old girl spraying for lantern flies. The state of New Jersey has a campaign called Stomp It Out, encouraging people to kill invasive species that are harmful to trees.
What's that? Oh, what do you use?
Yeah, it really shows you how fucking racist people are, dude. That they're terrified of a little girl spraying for lantern flies. Holy fuck. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. That's fucking nuts. Okay, is this the real fucking Gitterum?
A campaign called Stomp It Out, encouraging people to kill invasives that are harmful to...
That can't... Like, is this fucking his actual account? Yeah, I think this is the real fucking good room. What the fuck? Why do you keep showing up in my fucking Discord with my stream playing? Like, what are you here for? He says he was in the waiting room. He keeps fucking joining the Discord with my stream playing. Yeah, I think this is the real fucking good room. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's the real me.
Why do you keep showing up in my fucking Discord with my stream playing? Like, what are you here for? Dude, you need to turn off my stream. Keeps fucking joining the Discord with my stream playing.
Is that what's happening? Is that better? Oh. My bad. I had my live stream stuff on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, that was the real me.
Okay. Yeah, people thought it was a troll. That's funny.
I finished my stream like 20 minutes ago, and I still had all my shit hooked up.
Okay. Yeah, so... Yeah, what was the issue you had with the lab-grown meat stuff?
Well, lab-grown meat can be customized to anything that you wish as far as protein, carbohydrates level.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So it's not a matter of soy being better than meat. You know, you can customize the meat to have the same amino profile as soy if you wish. That's why I'm so behind lab-grown meat.
Okay, I think you misunderstood. I think you misunderstood what I said. I said there's no way you could create lab-grown meat to be more energy efficient than just making soybeans and converting it into a mock meat.
Well, if it has a higher caloric level than the soybeans, then yes, but, you know, protein is protein and carbohydrates is carbohydrates.
Well, even if you were to change, say, the like fat and carbohydrate content in lab-grown meat, again, it would still be less efficient.
No, you can make it the same, or you can make it even more efficient.
No,
you can do whatever you want with you can do whatever you want with lab-grown meat.
Like, unless they found some way to make like nitrogen uptake 100% efficient, there's no way.
They can do that. I mean, Richard, that's the cool thing about lab-grown meat. You can put any type of amino protein. You can lab grow the meat. You can take out all the fat in it. You can literally take out every single last piece of fat in the meat itself. You can even customize how much fat you put in it. You can actually add other additives such as what you just mentioned. You can add additives, you can add EFAs, you can add anything you want.
Well, right, that protein has to come from somewhere, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so soybeans literally just, well, soy, they literally just make amino acids, and that's free. You don't have to have any kind of real energy input. Like, you just have to make sure they're exposed to the sun, make sure it rains, and that's basically it. Whereas with lab-grown meat, you have to use some sort of protein source, like, you know, again, like soy or something, and then you have to add those amino acid components to the growth medium, and then there's going to be a lack of efficiency when it comes to nitrogen uptake. Like, it's not going to be 100%. So, like,
right.
It's impossible for there to be for it to be more energy efficient than just making soy.
Okay, Richard, how long does it take to grow a soybean for harvesting?
I don't know, a few months, I guess.
100 days at least.
Okay.
Sometimes more, about at least 4 months.
Okay, but like again, the energy input is like 0.
Excuse me?
Like the energy input's practically 0. You do have to like plant the seeds or whatever, but again, the like plants make their own nitrogen. Animal
see,
tissue
Richard,
doesn't.
this is just another example of you never being a farmer before, and you've never worked on a farm. I mean, you have to plow the ground first, you know.
Right, right.
There's a lot of energy that's involved with, you know, growing soybeans.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that, but again, there's also energy required to make the growth medium to grow lab-grown meat. And again, nitrogen uptake isn't going to be 100% efficient. So, like, the problem I have with the claim that company was making was they're saying it's more energy efficient to grow this lab-grown meat than it is to make soybeans and then turn that into something like a burger, which I would say is impossible.
No, it's more efficient to grow lab-grown meat than it is soybeans, and I'm going to explain why. Hold on just a minute. I need some water.
Sure.
You talk for like 4 hours. It seems as though my throat gets dry. And this is why I'm also so behind lab-grown meat. I'm also wanting more hydroponic gardening as well, because that's going to allow us to more efficiently grow plants as well. So, and I've done hydroponic gardening before when I lived in Silva. It's pretty awesome, actually. Amazing how you can get nutrients in the water and, you know, the production that's involved. But I'm getting off subject. So a lot of lab grown meat, remember, everything is controlled, controlled. Everything's controlled as far as to the requirements of aminos, the requirements as far as raw materials. Not only that, the only thing you need is electricity. Now, you can get electricity from wind and solar. There's like 2 different plants out there, Richard, that lab grow meat, and they use wind power in order to actually do it. I mean, and wind power is very efficient. Did you know that all of my websites that I own are, the power to run my websites is wind power as well. So it's much more efficient, and it's more environmentally friendly, because when you're plowing the land, you got the tractors and they're blowing all this smoke and shit and everything,
Well,
But
again, like, to create the growth medium, that's not just a matter of electricity.
Yeah, you're right about that,
Do you have a paper showing
it uses a lot less energy to grow lab grown meat
Well,
than it is any other product.
Right now it doesn't.
So great. Huh?
Well, right now it doesn't.
It does. It's done
does
that
not.
for years. It's done that for years, Richard.
Okay, can you show me a paper showing like energy input in kilowatts or something?
Yeah, let me see if I can find that. Give me just a minute.
Should add them. Because that's one of the reasons why it's not economically viable right now, and they haven't brought anything to actually, like, for commercial sale.
Let's see, there was one there with wind power. I can't remember the name of the company itself. Give me just a second. And I know where you're getting at. There's a bunch of reports to where, cell-grown meat uses more energy than livestock, but that's only a temporary. But there's 2 plants out there that are actually using wind power, which is going to make the difference. I'll have to actually locate that later, but there's 2 plants. Not all of them are.
Well, wait.
There's 2 plants that are using wind power.
Wait a second.
Facilities.
Wait a second. I see an issue here, because if you're gonna admit like most of these operations are less energy efficient than livestock, well, livestock needs to be fed like plants that are cultivated to live. So if it's less energy efficient than livestock, then it would absolutely be less energy efficient than just growing soybeans.
Well, those reports are talking about, some of these starter groups there, you're talking about these facilities that are still on day one. Like I said, it's still a new energy. There's still a new industry. But what I'm talking
Well,
about
you
is
said now. You said
let
with
me finish.
today's technology.
Yeah, with today's technology for the most recently updated, lab grown meat facilities are way more efficient than the growing meat itself. But all these, it's like, what's the best way to describe it? You know about the Xbox,
Okay, well,
you got an Xbox 5, right? Or
I've
what are they called? Xbox 360.
PS5.
You always got to start with the Xbox and then the Xbox 360.
Yeah, no.
So it's just an advancement in technology.
Well, I've seen a few papers showing that like they've increased efficiency like by 30 times and stuff, but that's only theoretical. I haven't seen something produced at scale that is proven to be more efficient than like normal, meat agriculture. Like
Yeah, and
I want to
wish
see
I
a
had
paper where they used a machine at scale.
Well, I'll find it. I just wasn't expecting that to be asked itself there. I didn't have my paperwork prepared or anything.
Okay, sure. Well,
So
I'm
that's me there.
I added you on Discord. If you find the paper later, I'm interested in the topic. Just send it to me.
Right, but you have to understand why I'm behind this. Just like everyone else here, we can't no longer support the meat and dairy industry.
Well, yeah, for sure.
It's gonna overcrowd itself eventually.
For sure.
It's just not sustainable.
Well,
with
I'm behind lab grown meat. Like I support it. I think it is a technological advancement we need. It's just that I don't agree with the claim that one company is making, claiming their process is more efficient than just growing soybeans and turning that into like soy burgers. I'd love to see research saying otherwise. That'd be great. But
I'll tell you,
I don't believe it.
I'm gonna locate because I guess it's probably because I'm tired. I can't remember the name of those two companies that are all wind powered. And like I said, it's just a lot of the other facilities that's producing it is using it's using that original technology to where it certainly isn't efficient. But I'll tell you right now, they're going to catch up, and these facilities are going to advance to where they're not only going to be more efficient than regular cultivation, but it's going to be also more sustainable. We're going to get rid of the meat industry. We're going to get rid of the dairy. No more plowing of agriculture once we get the indoor hydroponic gardening in place. You will never have to find kids in Africa starving again. There'll be food for everyone. The cost of food will be lower for everyone. So
yeah, I'm sure they'll be able to do that.
I've been working with these companies for years. They're awesome there. So, but I'll get that paperwork for you there. I'm
right.
sorry, that's on me. I wasn't prepared or anything.
Yeah, no problem. It's all good. Just send it later when you have time.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and finish my work there. But night, cuz.
All right. Good night. Alrighty then. That was pretty fucking hilarious. He was listening to my stream thinking it was me talking to him. And I thought it was somebody else trolling. Let's see, Dodo donated $2.
We know that all nature and the warm water and the currents and the weather and the science, we respect all that. But in the name of Yeshua, we thank you now. You will be still. You will not be a category 3. You will not be a category 1. You will not even be a category at all. In fact, you lose your name. We cancel you. Yes. We cancel you tonight in the name of Yeshua. We cancel you, Idalia.
Meet MAGA pastor Kurt Landry, who tried to get God to cancel Hurricane Idalia, which unsurprisingly found their arguments pretty unpersuasive. But hey, it almost worked.
And we decree and declare that we push you onto a sleeper mode.
That is not an effective way to stop the weather. I can guarantee you. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Sorry, we aren't going to speed past that like that didn't just happen. Vince, you have the entire chat in tears, aha.
That was pretty funny. We kept listening to my own voice on repeat. That was funny. Thanks for the donation. Vince is a boomer. Dodo Dollars, are you play Dead Space again today? Can you not play too late? Because I need to sleep, but don't want to miss it. I wasn't playing Dead Space. I was playing, what is it? Daymare 1994 Sandcastle. Don't know if we're going to play it tonight. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yeah, I think I lean towards your opinion that communism won't work. A big red flag for me with communism is that every single worker, regardless of title, receives the same pay, benefits, etc. It's absurd if it's true, like MDs make the same as a burger flipper.
Yeah, it wouldn't really make much sense. There is an issue with wealth inequality, but the way to do that is through taxation, not through just paying everybody the same wage. It's kind of stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Dodo Tellers, I know someone IRL who believes plants are sentient and she's not vegan and she is woke and believes in psychics and homeopathic remedies and herb medicine woo-woo. What should I say to make her realize she's dumb? I don't know if there's anything you can say. Usually those people are just ideologues, and the reason they believe what they believe isn't because the propensity of evidence leans in that direction. It's because they're just stupid and crazy and they want to believe that. So I don't think you really can say anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Do you secretly have a crush on Katerino? I could see the lust and sexual tension in your eyes when you were interacting with her on In the Kick or Keep debate. Would you be willing to buy her OnlyFans if she ever makes one?
Who the hell is Caterino? I don't even know who that is. Oh, her, I fucking hate her. She was the most annoying, stupid fucking asshole on stream next to that, fat guy, Wes. Yeah, she's stupid as shit. No, I wouldn't buy her OnlyFans. Yeah, just not into her. She's a massive, massive fucking dummy.
Hey, what is going on, guys?
And
So
annoying
today-
as shit.
or even-
So, no way. Thanks for the donation, though, honest truth.
As where do you get your cows from? You take like no reinforcement and are designed to ensure the holistic well-being of the animals. This is interesting. It has been confirmed that UC Davis receives funding from a major livestock lobby group, and the Clear Center, which is an academic center dedicated to helping animal agriculture operate more efficiently, receives funding from UC Davis. The founder of the Clear Center is Frank Mitloner, not sure how to pronounce that, who is a professor in the Department of Animal Science at UC Davis. And he is a big defender of beef and has even testified in Congress defending it. So all of this made me find it very interesting that Dr. Christina
Hoop donated $2. Let me see.
On June 15, 2023, an officer was patrolling a high-crime area known for the sales and use of narcotics in Elgin, Illinois. The officer observed a 34-year-old male interact with multiple people in what appeared to be hand-to-hand transactions in a parking lot. The officer stopped his vehicle for multiple traffic infractions after he left the parking lot.
Officer McMillan, Police Department. You got your license and insurance on you today?
Yeah, can you call the lieutenant for me? I want a supervisor.
Okay. Still need the ID though.
Okay. There you go, right? She ain't suspended.
Got insurance.
Lady car.
A lady's car? Okay. Well, can you see if you can find it for me?
I don't have. Get the white shirt here. I'm not with following me through. Over. Yeah, no probable cause. I didn't violate no rules. No.
Well, you don't got a seatbelt on. Didn't use a turn signal.
I did use.
You were
the turn
speeding.
signal
Nope.
right there.
You were speeding. Got a brake light out. Okay. Don't got insurance in the car. which looks like you're banned from. So
I look like I'm banned from there. Hey man,
Oh my
let's call
God.
the white shirt.
This guy has like 8 traffic infractions and he's selling drugs.
He's asking for boss. I stopped him. He's got no seatbelt. He's got a brake let out. Turn without using a turn signal. All right, Jerome, you got the insurance?
I told you I don't have it.
You want to look for it or?
No, I don't want to look for it. If you're gonna give me my ticket, give me my ticket.
Okay. I got the supervisor out here. So
Okay.
I'm gonna talk to you. Okay. You sure you don't want to try to call your girl?
I don't want to do nothing. Write your tickets, what you gonna do, and leave me alone.
Well, can I ask why you're being so hostile with me?
Because you pulled me over for nothing. So just let me talk to the lieutenant. I don't even want to talk to you. Can I have my ID and my tickets? That's all.
Yeah, he really wants to get out of there.
What's up, man?
How you doing, boss man?
I'm gonna get one of the
I didn't mean to come call you out your office or even mess with you. Okay, I dropped some money off to my niece and nephew in the towers, them Project Section 8 towers, whatever. Boom, I go to JJ's, I get some water, I see somebody I know, boom, I chop it up with them. I pull out the parking lot. He come from behind me from like if you coming down the hill. He tailed me from all the way from there, all the way to right here. He pulled me over. I put on my turn signals. I stopped at every stop, a full stop at every stop sign, everything like that. Then all of a sudden he say,
This guy has a lot of gold on
I'm
him.
banned from JJ's. I came from a hot spot, something like that. I don't really know y'all areas out.
Bro, if this guy, like, didn't spend the money on the gold chains and shit, and maybe spent it on just making sure his lights were working, he might not have gotten stopped.
At a hot spot. If I ain't dropping off money to my niece and nephew, I'm gambling at y'all casino. I'm out of here. Just like this, I couldn't. This like look like a slow pace of living right here. I couldn't do nothing without here. So I don't understand why he following me. I don't understand the harassment. I don't know if this a special ship. I don't know nothing about nothing out here.
Where are you from?
I'm from Chicago. I'm from the north side of Chicago. The only reason I came to, the only reason I come to y'all town is to drop that money out to my peoples or gamble, or I'm the fuck out of here.
All right, and we'll get you out of here as soon as we can. All right.
Yeah. So I'm just, but I'm trying to understand, sir. See, I came to you with respect.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand.
Well, I don't exactly. I mean, I just got out here, so I don't know what they have going on.
I'm trying to figure it out too, shit.
Let me talk to the other. I'll go talk to this officer and see if we can see what's going on. All right.
All right.
Old library lot.
I am be leaving here shortly.
Brown's coming out. He says he's going to be less than 20 minutes. His dog just got certified, so 25 minutes is, I think, reasonable.
All right.
He's banned.
Sit tight for us. No one's pulling you.
You know you're barred from over there, right?
I never know I was cricket, not Jay.
Dude, the fucking dog thing is bullshit. You should not be able to establish probable cause just because a fucking dog, like, fucking sniffs the car. It's total bullshit.
James.
Okay, were you in cricket today?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, so when you're in the lot, all right. Clarify.
Okay.
The K-9 unit arrived on the scene to perform a sniff of the vehicle and alerted to the presence of narcotics.
Find dope. 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 Off. Find dope. Find dope. Find dope. Find dope. Find dope. Find dope. Find dope.
Is that a positive?
Yes.
Oh, man. Look, here's the deal, all right? We can make this real easy. If there's something in the car, just let us know. All right?
Bro, if you...
You're not looking in my car. Don't give a fuck what a dog does. Dog doesn't say there's drugs in the car. Dog can do what dog does. Like, it's a fucking dog. Like, isn't it fucked that we live in a society where it's like, we don't have the right to search his car because that would violate his rights. Bring the dog to fucking sniff the car. Like... It's a fucking dog. It's just so bullshit.
You search that car, I need your ticket number. I will be suing you.
Okay, that's totally fine.
I will be suing you.
So I want to know now. Again, let's just make it real easy. Okay. Is there anything in the car that should be in the car, my man?
My man, if you search that car, I will sue you.
Okay. I'm going to ask you again.
My man, don't say nothing to me. I got the right to remain silent. You get in that car, my man, you search that car, you will get...
Hands on top of your head.
I didn't do nothing. Why did you...
Hands on top of your head.
Why did you do it? Hell, man, I didn't do nothing.
Right.
What is you doing? Hey, let me... Hey, I didn't do nothing. Violating my rights.
Okay.
Hard.
Hey,
get off me.
Roll up, dude.
That is some good
Stop
crack.
Get off me.
Roll up.
Don't get off me. Hey, man, get off me. Hey, get off me. Hey, you put your knee on my back. You put your knee on nothing. Get off me. Hey, get off me. Get off me. Hey, get off me.
Got it, Johnny.
Hey, get off
Dude,
me.
this is some funny shit.
Hey, get off me.
If you kick me, it's going to be a charge. Hey,
Hey, get
if you
off
kick
me.
me, it's going to be a charge.
Hey, get off me. Get off me. Hey, get off me. No, tear me.
Officers found a bag containing 8 individually wrapped white color rock pieces that later tested positive for cocaine.
Oh, there's...
Well, he's a gunner.
There it is.
Yep.
This is what you want?
Yep.
Well, you're not cooperating. We got to get you in the car. Okay, sit up on your knees.
Dude, why are they filming his ass so much?
And you're flopping around.
It's not tight enough. Too warm.
Well, it looks like he was making, like, drugs, too.
Cool. Drum.
Lawful possession of a weapon by a felon. Aggravated unlawful use of a weapon.
Speaking of drugs, did you hear that the Biden admin is urging the DEA to reclassify marijuana in effort to ease long-standing restrictions? If only he'd legalize marijuana, the second term would be handed to him.
Oh yeah, that would help a lot.
You are autistic. The dog is trained to sniff for drugs. In this case the dog found the drugs, you retard. How is that a problem? The black man then proceeds to act like an infant child and resist arrest.
Yeah, a dog cannot fucking tell you whether or not there's drugs in the car. Okay? It's bullshit. How is that any, like even if a dog could perfectly communicate and say, oh, there's drugs in the car, how is that any fucking different than a cop saying, oh, I smell marijuana, oh, I smell this, I guess I can search your car now. Like, it's fucking bullshit. You shouldn't be able to fucking do that. I think that's a violation of your constitutional rights, especially if you're using a fucking dog that can't speak people, and it's just, like, grabbing something to, like, because it's being trained to, like, to do that. There's a huge risk of false positives. Cops can mislead the dog to give a false positive so that they can get like a bullshit justification to search the car. There's so many fucking problems with it. So yeah, I don't like the idea of getting probable cause to search the vehicle by using a canine. I think it's horseshit. Thanks for the donation though, Majin Buu. Yeah, Ben, I don't know, like, the Democratic Party is super afraid of, like, Trump or DeSantis getting elected, too. Like, why the fuck don't they just pledge to legalize weed and also, like, be pro-gun? Like, the Democratic Party would never fucking lose if they legalized weed and they were also pro-firearms. They'd never fucking lose an election. So I don't know why they do this. Like, and by the way, the Republicans would be forced to become more progressive if the Democrats did that. There'd be no way for them to fucking win. So it would benefit the Democratic Party because they'd win, and it would benefit them again because there'd be less political gridlock because, again, Republicans would be forced to adopt these progressive views. Corrections officer, but we go to the same academy along with taking criminal justice. Dog being trained for sniffing things out along with explosives. No, it's not a violation of rights. Cops could have searched without the dog anyway. They couldn't have. They got the dog for a reason. They, like, unless they had some other way of establishing, like, probable cause. But I really don't like the idea of using fucking dogs to get probable cause. It's bullshit. Like, if I waved my cat at you and then the cat meowed, I guess you have something on you. Like, it's just fucking bullshit.
Change actually in marijuana policy handed down by the Biden administration, Health and Human Secretary Javier Becerra, saying this on Wednesday. I can now share that following the data and science at HHS Gov has reported to POTUS's directive to me for the department to provide a scheduling recommendation for marijuana to the DEA. We've worked to ensure that a scientific evaluation be completed and shared expeditiously. And so to put that in lay people's terms, we will say that this is the best way to explain it. Specifically, and this is Jennifer Peltz at AP, the Federal Health and Human Services Department has recommended taking marijuana out of a category of drugs deemed to have, quote, no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. The agency advised moving pot from the...
Please tell me, like, in a world where alcohol is perfectly legal, what like medical use does alcohol have? And does it not have a high potential for abuse? It's literally the #1 cause of emergency room visits. It's just so retarded, dude. Our laws are backwards.
The Schedule 1 group to the less tightly regulated Schedule 3. The Schedule 3 drugs have a potential for abuse less than substances in Schedule 1 or 2, and abuse may lead to moderate or low physical dependence or high psychological dependence on those drugs. So, so marijuana now classified the same way as heroin, as ecstasy, as quaaludes, as LSD, all of those drugs that we know quite well. And the change in scheduling here, skipping Schedule 2, by the way, going right from 1 to 3, would still keep weed as a controlled substance, but some would be the same in group as ketamine, anabolic steroids, and some acetaminophen codeine combinations. While not legalizing the drug recreationally, federal government not doing that, this move would help reduce or potentially eliminate criminal penalties for possession.
That's good. One less thing that fucking police can use to arrest black people for no fucking reason. Oh god, my fucking nose. There we go. Mac donated $2. React, hot chick, cute cat. Let me see.
Basta. 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 No basta. No.
It's a really pretty cat. Yes, bite her good. Really sink your claws into there. Sink your teeth into her.
Basta.
That's kind of funny. That's a cute kitty. Thanks to the nation, Mac. Renee donated $2. Sheesh. Let me see. That looked funny. It's gotta be a pretty bad storm. Thanks for the donation, Renee. That was a good one.
Horvath from UC Davis is the animal scientist being used to help design their approach to animal care. Now, I'm not implying that this detail alone just confirms that this company is tied to animal agriculture, but it does make me raise an eyebrow. It says, if you have your own farm with cows, how does this address the environmental issues you mentioned tied to beef? So they mentioned the environmental issue tied to beef earlier in the FAQ, I guess. It says, fantastic question. It does so in two ways. First, Omeat's approach dramatically reduces the number of cows needed to create beef, which is one cow providing plasma once a week. We can create many cows worth of beef annually. This means we can feed the planet with only a fraction of the current number of animals currently used in meat production. Omeat's farm is designed with the ultimate goal of being carbon negative, largely by implementing a host of regenerative agricultural practices. So I'm not gonna lie, this whole carbon negative thing with the regenerative farm reminds me of the whole White Oak Pastures claim that they created a carbon negative when in fact they did not. Mike the Vegan and Plant Chompers have covered this greatly. But at least in this case, they said it was their goal to achieve a carbon negative and not that they indeed have, while citing poor evidence to support the claim. Here it says, do you plan to work with existing farmers and ranchers to implement O-Meat's approach on their farms? It says, absolutely. We see ourselves first and foremost as a meat company, and our goal is to be the bridge to the future of the meat industry. We're perfecting a sustainable operation that existing farms and ranches can implement, generating the same volume of product but with a fraction of the overhead. It's way more efficient, and we don't have to sacrifice the cow. So after a little more digging, I did find in an article from AgFunder News that the founder of O-Meat claims that although some commentators argue that the whole point of cultivated beef is to displace animal agriculture, the founder, not going to try to pronounce that, claims his approach would still enable a 95% reduction in cattle production and transform the unit economics of cultivated meat. So it seems they don't really have the goal of eradicating animal agriculture like many cultivated meat companies do, but instead they want to work with animal agriculture, but in a way that involves getting them on board with cultivating meat from extracting plasma each week, as opposed to the conventional method of breeding and murdering animals for
all that fucking means is they're going to collect blood from animals that are slaughtered. That's what it sounds like.
For their flesh. While this method is indeed better than, say, factory farming or even local farms, I remain a little bit skeptical over this company and their ties to animal agriculture for all the reasons gone over in this video. And just to be clear, I'm not making this video to initiate some kind of thought process for vegans to be super skeptical over every cultivated meat company trying to create cultivated meat. I just thought some of the details covered here warrant some amount of skepticism. I'm happy to know this company has found a more ethical alternative to fetal bovine serum, but I continue to hope for a completely animal-free production process for cultivated meat. It seems as though this method is more ethical than factory farming. Quote,
my hair isn't fucking receding. It's literally the same as it's always been. Ever since my channel started. Fuck you, dude. Where's a fucking video?
Hey you there, are you a broke ass
videos? It's about a hand length. It's the fucking same, dude. Let me see if there's like a profile shot. So this is 6 years ago. Look. So there it is. Dead on. That's the left side. It's the fucking same. There's literally no difference. Eat shit, my hair isn't fucking receding.
Humane local farms, and maybe even cultivated meat companies that use fetal bovine serum, but not as ethical as plant agriculture, but it could have more of an ability than plant agriculture to replace reliance on conventional animal-based agriculture for people who still want animal products. And assuming the founder of O-Meat's numbers are legitimate, this method has the potential to not only prevent the existence, suffering, and murder of 95% of cattle for beef production, but also the remaining 5% would simply be giving plasma each week. I remain curious as to how this company would function if there was no animal agriculture to rescue animals from. They'd have to opt for breeding, right? Oh, and in my last minute of researching for this video, I found this. This article is titled, Cultivated Beef Company O-Meat Begins Generating Revenues, but Not From Meat. Cultivated meat.
The ironic, well, it's not even ironic, I guess it's just sad and stupid. We could switch to a completely plant-based food system just fine. And it would be, like, again, I don't agree with Vince. Maybe he could prove otherwise, but we could just grow soybeans and make mock meat. There's no reason why we need this. It's kind of stupid. Dodo donated $2. Found this interesting. Watch. Let me see.
You know, Richard, I think we should put our differences aside and have some lab-grown meat with some taters and have a big fat joint. Tater 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 tots, so yummy tater. Tater 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 tots with a nice juicy lab-grown steak. Tater tater tots.
I don't think I'm going to do that, but thanks for the donation, Vince Goodrum.
When students go to university to study mathematics, the undergraduate fantasy that we teach is that we have this bedrock of axioms, and everything is built solely on these axioms through deductive argument, and that we have a towering edifice of brilliant mathematics, all of which is solidly established in an incontrovertible way. That's a beautiful kind of conception. The problem is that's not true. It's not even close to true. It's almost impossible to live up to that fantasy. Some of the top mathematicians in the world have been looking at this as a philosophy question, have been actually working with AI. If you start always inputting your ideas, your proofs into a machine, at what point does the machine do a better job of helping guess the next step? Obviously, this is something very hot right now. It's moving fast. And the question becomes, well, what is it we want from proofs? What have we historically needed from proofs? What is it we believe when something's proved? And how does AI change that? These are massive questions that are popping out of woodwork right now. I'm Andrew Granville. I work in analytic number theory. When I was young, I worked on Fermat's last theorem before it was proved. Today, I work in ideas of L functions and multiplicative functions.
Tillers, believe it or not, a slim majority of Americans want stricter gun control. That doesn't mean they want no guns. They just want more gun control, whatever they think it means. They don't know what that fucking means. Guess what? Americans who say they want more gun control, they'll say stupid shit like, oh, I want universal background checks. That already exists. Oh, there should be like a licensing system. That already exists. Like they always advocate for things that are always in place, that are already a thing. It's fucking stupid. And the idea of gun control is completely failed. I mean, 12-year-olds are running around in Chicago with fucking guns. Like, what are you even doing with your life?
Did you finish practice session 3?
I did not. We still have to do that tonight. I'll start doing the sit-ups after we react to that video Danny made. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Appreciate it. Gun violence is a big problem. Then why do they think gun control is the solution to that? Like, again, 12-year-olds in Chicago are running around with guns. What fucking gun control measure is going to stop a 12-year-old from owning a gun? Nothing. So, like, getting rid of organized crime is what's going to do that. It's so stupid. Like, what are they even fucking claiming? Less strict... should be more strict. What is, like, what do they want? Bipartisan support for preventing the mentally ill from buying guns, expanding background checks. What do they mean expanding background checks? Like, you can't get better than doing a national background check. They already have that. And mentally ill, I mean... fucking everybody is mentally ill. Fucking Christians are mentally ill for fucking thinking God exists. Everybody's depressed or has some sort of fucking personality disorder. Like, you have to, like, restrict it to certain mental illnesses. It's just not mental illness in general. Yeah, whatever. People are stupid.
Startup Omeat, which uses nutrients harvested from the plasma of, quote, healthy living cows in its cell culture media, has started generating revenues by selling these nutrients to other companies in a serum called Plenty. Billed by Omeat as an ethical replacement for fetal bovine serum that is equally effective at a fraction of the cost, Plenty is rich in cytokines and growth factors, proteins that encourage cells to grow and differentiate. The serum will primarily be used as a supplement for cell culture media used in Omeat's in-house production process for cultivated meat. Before it can get its meat into consumers' hands, however, the Los Angeles startup is generating revenue by selling the serum to firms in biopharma, regenerative medicine, and vaccine development that use in vitro cell culture. So, they're not just using this plasma to generate cultivated meat, but they're also using it to manufacture a kind of serum that is, quote, more ethical than fetal bovine serum, and selling it to companies to generate revenue. And maybe this revenue is being used to further fund their project of cultivated meat with this plasma? I don't really know. After reading all this, it's clear that this company still views animals.
That company honestly sounds like a sham. Like, it's bullshit.
As commodities. And after reading this part of this article in particular, it becomes harder and harder for me to believe that they can sustain all of this simply by rescuing animals. I'm not making the claim that they are for sure breeding animals for these purposes, but I just find it hard to believe that they're not. Who really knows? Anyway, guys, that's the end of the video. What do you think about this company? Do you think they're this like weird, you know, cultivated meat company that's animal agriculture in disguise? They're certainly an anomaly when you compare them to other cultivated meat companies with everything gone over in this video. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching.
Considered getting Jordans? You mean like Air Jordans? Basketball shoes? No. They're overpriced. I don't know why I'd wear basketball shoes, and I don't think any of them are vegan. They all use leather. I'm just gonna go take a pee-pee, and then I shall start my sit-ups. Starting to get more definition. Am I gonna watch Fiona and Cake? I will watch anything related to Adventure Time. Yeah, Adventure Time's the shit.
But I'm interested in all different aspects, including computational and algorithmic questions. I've long been interested in popular writing and mathematics. My sister is a writer. We've been thinking it would be fun to do a graphic novel in mathematics. So we worked together to develop it and eventually wrote it. In the graphic novel, I felt like there was room for us to develop it to be true. And eventually, there's got to be. And then with suitable work, and it's complicated, by Peter Schulze. He had a very, very difficult proof that he wasn't 100% sure of. He would try and say, well, this is true, and you should know this, Lean. And Lean would say, I don't know this at all. You're going to have to explain this better. The bits where he had been uncomfortable with what he'd written, it was where it asked the most questions. So he felt, okay, that was verification. It was sensibly asking the right questions. So it's an exciting time.
Boring video. See, Plant Chompers. Professor Bart K. debunks vegan plant chompers, or did he? Able donated tellers, are you going to play Starfield? Yeah, probably going to play Starfield, unless it gets, like, horrible reviews at launch. Yeah, I'll buy it and play it. I'm not pre-ordering it, though. Thanks for the donation, Abel.
Lisa Mosconi, a neurologist who directs Cornell's Alzheimer's prevention program. It's what I love to do because my heroes are scientists who are actually doing science and making great scientific advances, which she is doing in spades. Her program does MRI and PET scans so they can see what's up with the brains of people on different diets. She has a fascinating book I'm reviewing. Ted has done such a great job of attracting top neurologists like her. Sandrine Thuray, 7 million views. Wendy Suzuki, 8.
Yeah, not a cookie cutter. Golden One is a shit channel. The guy's a Nazi. He's a far right-wing Nazi wacko. He literally made a video a few years ago claiming Hitler didn't commit the Holocaust and he wasn't such a bad guy. Golden One's a piece of shit. I wouldn't recommend watching him, and he's a fucking moron.
0.5 million views. Laura Boyd, 36 million. Faith in humanity restored, watching so many people watch real scientists like that. But all of a sudden, my channel lit up with information about me I never knew. I've been exposed for spreading lies. I might also be a charlatan and scientifically illiterate.
Yeah, MK1's gonna be
being
good.
clueless, I got destroyed by a professor. I always want to take comments on my channel seriously and understand where they're coming from. I didn't see anything specific in these comments to tell me where I'm off base, but if a professor is calling me out, that sounds important. I'd so much rather apologize and correct myself than to stay wrong. The dumbest thing I could do is to stay wrong and harm my own health and everyone else who watches my channel. So I decided to pause the brain episode and see what Professor K has to say. He's been a guest lately on some of the shows hosted by Carnivore Doctor YouTube stars, and those interviews are getting good traction. When I landed on his channel, I noticed some familiar faces like Stanford professor Christopher Gardner. I've listened to many of his lectures over the years, read his papers, and I'm enrolled in one of his nutrition courses. His latest paper, the Swap Meat Athlete Study, comparing performance of recreational athletes across 3 diets, is small, but it's very interesting. Bart's episode about me is 96 minutes long. It's about debunking the episode I had just done about Professor Tim Noakes. I watched all 96 minutes of it to see where Bart thinks I had gone wrong. You're probably interested in less time.
Dodo Tellers, how long do you think the Republican Party will be the party of Trump? For a while, I guess. It's not just that they're Trump fanatics, like they've clearly been radicalized. So these ideas are probably going to stick around for quite a while. None of them have any chance of winning without kissing Trump's ass. Also, do you think Ron DeSantis will fade into irrelevancy after this primary after he loses? Yeah. I'm surprised he even stayed running for this long. Everybody thought he was just going to back out. He might still do it, but yeah, nobody's going to give a shit who he is. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Remember, take a 5/10 minute break each hour. Also, when you feel tired, then end the stream.
Yeah, when I start to feel tired, I'll end the stream. I didn't have a training day today. It's a rest day. Tomorrow's a rest day too, so don't really feel tired yet. Thanks for the donation though, Sam. Appreciate it.
So I'll just touch on the parts you're probably most interested in about me and the topics we covered. I'll link his episode in the description for people who want
Favorite
more.
shoe brand?
First,
I don't know,
am I
man.
doing this
I
for the
don't.
money?
And you're
not
an
a shoe
outlaw
guy.
who's here to make money and fleecing other stupid people of their money to support your little sing-song.
I am retired because I'm old, and fortunately, I don't need the money. I do this for fun and hopefully to bring some good into the world. I don't know how much Bart knows about Plant Chomper finances, but let's get the inside scoop from my accountant and auditor.
My kids call me the Countess of Cash. At age 71, I still work full-time at our family company, and that's my official title. Unfortunately for me, Chris is obsessive about Plant Chomper finances. He didn't want to run ads on his channel, but YouTube requires it, so he turns off all the options he can, like non-skippable ads and ads that interrupt his episodes in the middle.
Yeah, Bart K periodically tells his fans that he's quitting YouTube unless they pay him more money on Patreon. And then he is accusing this guy of doing this just for money. Right.
Don't get me started on how much
The
money he loses
hypocrisy is
buying
crazy.
so many books, paying for access to talks.
I don't know if I've ever worn
like
Zero
the
Drop
American
shoes.
Diabetes Association.
Is that a brand?
etc.
If it's a brand, then
he gets
no.
asked every week to promote some product, and he turns them all down. People offer to donate to support the channel, and he says,
I
"No
do not
thanks.
sleepwalk."
You don't want to know how much money he loses on this. I wish I didn't know."
This is what YouTube said I earned from the Tim Noakes episode during its first week, $75. But I spent considerably more than that because I bought his books and some papers I used in the episode.
Perhaps, though, Chris, you could bring yourself up to speed with some of the methodologies that are available to circumvent those paywalls.
I know, Bart said I didn't need to. Yes, I've known about Sci-Hub forever. I also pay for stock footage and photos I use. And yes, I know about Creative Commons too. It usually takes me 3 weeks to produce an episode because of all the research and also trying to figure out how to display the data in a way that's simple in video form. But what if someone like Bart were able to turn those into longer episodes and publish one every day or two like he's doing? He turned mine into 96 minutes, adding 72 minutes of monetizable content. If you then let YouTube run both skippable and non-skippable ads throughout the episode, you get this.
Let's do that.
Trying to find a Medicare plan can be confusing.
You mean the 22 countries study?
What is being a hero? Sometimes it's choosing playtime over prep time, or skipping the grocery store to do something you love.
Between LDLC, so-called, and anything else.
Every layer of this mud has revealed another layer.
That seems like
boy.
a sweet gig compared to my financial disaster of a YouTube channel. Thank goodness.
See, Caucasian Paul donated to Lars. Is her booty natty? Also look at the comments. No, it's not. Yeah, no. She's had cosmetic something done to it.
You look comfy. Smile, turn the stream off now. You are tired. Sleep now. Good night.
I'm not tired. I haven't done the sit-ups and twerking yet, too, Sam, so I at least want to finish that before I end stream, but thanks for the donation, Sam. Just replying to every comment, fatherless comp, desperate girl, shit, no class, fuck is wrong with women, inappropriate, never seen her father, what the fuck is this shit? Did she say something in the video?
Call the first one savage, mold my move.
Why are they fucking harassing her like this? Holy shit, that's bad. And by the way, all these fucking people watch porn. If they're gonna complain that she's Making sexy workout content? They all fucking watch porn. Fucking retarded. Yeah, that's bad.
I'm retired, and please nobody tell Tony. But a new episode every day doesn't give Bart much time to fact-check the career scientists he's debunking. He also has a Patreon page, which I don't have, and he's had a side hustle selling a vegan dietary supplement that he has taken for a very long time.
Here is a product which is derived from a blue-green cyanobacter that grows in this one particular lake. December of 2010 was when I started taking the product. The product changed hands for the new company, and I decided to come on board and become a marketer of the product in my own right. I'm taking 4 capsules once a day.
It made me curious about where he's a professor, because most universities would want their faculty devoting time to doing science, publishing papers, and teaching.
Russia announced yesterday that they turned their Satan II nuclear missile system on combat alert. Obviously meaningless propaganda. What's the point of having nukes if they aren't always on alert? But Tim Pool and RFK Jr. fell for it and fear-mongering.
Yeah, that's the whole point. You have to be ready for a retaliatory nuclear strike. They're not smart. Like, again, they've threatened to use nuclear arms. What, this has got to be the 8th or 9th time now? Like, when are you going to start calling their bluff? Super stupid. Thanks for the donation, Pistachio. Is the scooter you have the Burn E? No, it's a Red Sky Arrow.
I could find that he was once a lecturer, not a professor, at Montfort, and he had Wintech in his Twitter bio once, Fairfield another time, but neither has a record of him that I could find. But I did watch this interview where he explains why he isn't a professor.
When you are appointed as an academic, obviously before that you will go for a job interview, and the panel will ask you a bunch of questions, and one of the classic questions that they ask just about invariably is, what separates you from every other academic that we're going to be interviewing for this job? To which I've always proudly got up on my hind legs and said, I will never stand up in front of a paying crowd of students and espouse fallacious dogma.
You know, you would have had to lecture to people, have X amount of plant matter in your diet, be it broccoli or greens or something, because you need to get X, Y, and Z vitamin or mineral out of it. But even with all that knowledge, you're still happy to go, nah, I don't need it. It's not necessary.
Correct. Within, a few weeks, you get a knock on your office door and the senior dean comes in and says, now listen, we need to have a chat about what you've been saying to students in class. And I'm like, are you out of your mind? 3 or 4 weeks ago, you interviewed me. I told you what I was going to do. I'm now doing it. I'm legally entitled to do it. And now you're telling me to not do it. And then that starts a whole process of bullying, harassment, all these different processes that they start invoking and this and that and the other thing. And that basically is...
Dude, this guy projects like crazy. He bullies and harasses everybody.
But I'm not aware of any...
Bart K fucking doxed every person he debated, which is why I refused to debate him. He, harassed them, calling them syphilitic bitches, fucking, claiming everybody should go to the doctor he debated's, hospital and complain about him and, lie to his superiors. It was so fucking crazy. Oh yeah, make fake reviews.
It's PSH Tachio, not Pistachio. Get it right, please.
Okay, PSH Tachio. Sorry about that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Any university that wouldn't ask this question.
I get people saying to me, where is the evidence that your carnivore diet is good for you? Okay. To which the answer is, of course, it does not yet exist in the literature. We don't.
He's surprised. He debated Michelle Lowe on this too, and he admitted, at least. Claims he's right, also claims he has no evidence to prove he's right.
He's a wacko. That science because we're just getting started down this track.
But Bart did have something very important and valid to say about me and my episodes.
Videos about stuff he knows nothing about in an area that he has no training in whatsoever, that being health, nutrition, physiology, anything basically relating to the stuff that I absolutely am actually an expert in.
I try to make it plain in my episodes, as I did right up front in that episode, that I am an earth scientist, and my mission with Plant Chompers is to identify with the vast majority of people who are trying to figure out who to listen to. The dilemma we all face, though, is there are university scientists whose ideas completely oppose each other. How do mere mortals like us make sense of that? I started that episode having just walked out of an earth science talk relating to food systems. I am at MIT's Media Lab today because I just gave a TEDx talk to a packed audience. The beard was to represent our forests because we've converted almost half of them globally to farmland. And that is driven primarily by the food we eat. Here's what Bart had to say about that.
Yes. A lot of forest has been cut down to clear land for human food production purposes. Most of it, Chris, for monocropping, not for grazing.
Did Bart just say...
and that's to feed the livestock, you idiot.
I should stay out of nutrition and then render an opinion in a field he's not trained in without backing it up with evidence? Here's some evidence I had just presented in my talk. For land use, there is nothing like cows, except maybe sheep, but we don't eat much of them anymore. This comes from very well-researched data from scientists at Oxford and shows that the elephant in the room is actually a cow. Chicken, pork, and fish use a fraction of land cows do, and plants are way below them. If you add crops, you see that their global agricultural footprint is less than half of pastureland. 43% of those crops are used to feed animals. If you remove beef from the picture, global land use for agriculture drops in half. It's shocking. And if you remove dairy, it drops in half again. Is it any wonder that 80% of the deforestation of the Amazon is thought to be for raising cows?
I remember watching the epic debate between Dr. Ricky versus Bart Key. Was that how much of a dishonest POS he was when Dr. Ricky simply cited the LDL cause as paper and put him in a corner. We miss him.
Yeah. And then he just proceeded to yell and scream, call him an idiot, and I think he ended up rage quitting.
It works in a certain way, something would work. All point to... So you're saying that the mechanistic explanations in data is more important than a meta-analysis. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay, well, what you're saying is not scientific, unfortunately.
Who's the senior scientist of the two of us?
Just because someone's senior doesn't mean they're not wrong.
Who's the senior scientist of the two of us?
Just because they're your senior doesn't mean you're not wrong.
Scientific, Charlie Brown. You back it up with some credentials, okay? Have you got a list of publications as long as you're fucking...
He literally uses his credentials as an argument in a descriptive debate. It makes no fucking sense. He's so retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ben. That was pretty hilarious happening.
Cattle, and most of the remainder is to grow soy to feed pigs. Since the year 2000, we've converted tropical forest to farmland equivalent to the area of Ireland, the UK, Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, and Poland combined. I can't imagine a scientist in 2022 not knowing this and promoting an all-meat diet any more than I can imagine going back to burning coal in our homes to heat them. But I know when speaking about nutrition, I have to back up everything with data from the best scientists who are actually doing science and collecting data, just like I have to do in earth science. That's why you often hear me in my episodes saying, that's above my pay grade.
Maui time. 7,777,777.
I think you forgot to send me the link via them now, but I'd be more than happy to look at some more Maui. Thanks for the donation, though. Kid Boot Any Tillers, nigga speaking facts. Haven't we already seen this shit before? You already sent me that clip. It's just with some dumbass reacting to it. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Maybe we should hear from a scientist like Roy Taylor, whose team has collected so much solid MRI data of ailing organs. And that's why my 20-minute episodes take 3 weeks to make.
Chris has been obsessed for 22 years with the science of nutrition studies.
I noticed in the comments section on Bart's channel there were some specifics. One commenter said Bart caught me lying about my father. I know that tendency well because when my father got heart disease, I always had to mow the lawn because he said it would strain his heart.
Hang on. Was that the same father you were talking about earlier? With the clear arteries, that one?
Expensive mistake.
All right, well, let me take a look. Oh my god. What the hell?
Oh, Maui.
Is that a cat taking a nap? And another cat doing a mlem? Holy shit, that's amazing. Well, thanks for the donation, the Mao. That is a very handsome orange kitty.
How many fathers have you got, Chris?
Here's what I actually said in that episode. Like my 93-year-old father-in-law who can eat anything and his LDL stays low and arteries
Father-in-law.
Clear.
I can clear that up. It's my dad who's 93 and has great arteries. Chris's dad died of a heart attack at 70 after years of eating the Atkins diet.
Commenters and Bart made a very fair point about me not always...
Yeah, Bart K, senior scientist, has done all the research. Doesn't know what a fucking father-in-law is. Genius.
Always pointing out conflicts of interest. I did it with some papers Dr. Noakes was referencing, but inexplicably I didn't when referencing a paper that refuted his claim about LDL cholesterol not being causal. I wrestled with that before releasing that episode. First it was in and then it was out. I was having two problems. The first is it was a very long list of authors and I wanted to treat them all fairly without making the episode a whole lot longer. For example, the statin research Dr. Krauss referred to was funded by the NIH, and I didn't want to paint him unfairly with too broad a brush. The second is, I feel differently about food company funding than I do about pharma funding. 99% of the time, food companies are not funding research to improve the health of a product. It's to sell more of it regardless of its health. Marion Nessel has some great books about that. Pharma companies can do that too, buyer beware, but oftentimes they're funding really good scientists, as they have with Brian Ferentz, to improve the drugs almost all of us end up depending on for some portions of our lives. And if you're a meat lover, you must appreciate the many billions that pharma funds universities each year to research the vaccines, antibiotics, and dewormers that keep meat abundant and cheap. And if you're a pet lover, same thing. Shots, painkillers, dewormers, yada. They move science forward a lot more often than food companies do, and they need leading university researchers.
Wow.
Bart didn't mention that I made a glaring error with not disclosing funding, and I apologize. Nina Teicholz is Dr. Noakes' most referenced source and helped him with his legal problems. And she receives dark money to the tune of $1 million a year from an Enron hedge fund billionaire in Texas to fund her lobbying on behalf of the beef industry, and her PR campaigns to discredit nutrition scientists. I really am sorry I neglected that. One important clarification is Bart frequently claimed that I said you should ignore studies with questionable funding.
Because remember, Chris, conflict of interest is bad and it's a reason to ignore everything they have to say and move on.
What I actually said is those are yellow flags. Well, actually, I said, uh-oh. The New Zealand Dairy Board, uh-oh.
New Zealand Dairy Board. Industry funding invalidates science,
He
says
didn't
Chris.
say that.
That's what he's implying here.
But in the episode, I devoted a lot of minutes to those papers to go through their claims. Bart corrected me on the 7-country study led by Ansel Keys and referred to it as the 22-country study.
The 7-country study was only one of the many things that he...
You mean the 22-country study?
The 22-country study is actually this one from Yerushalmi and Hillebo, published in 1957, a year before the 7-country study began. The 22-country study was based on United Nations food data and published this fascinating chart showing the sharp rise in mortality that comes from eating more animal protein. All of the 7 countries' data was from 16 areas among...
Yeah, I'm eating a high-protein diet to prevent muscle loss. I'm not eating a high total amount of protein just because calories are so low, but like most of the calories are coming from protein pretty much.
in 7 countries over 50 years, not 22 countries. But it pretty much confirmed the chart in the Yerushalmi and Hillebo paper and added the clarity that the added mortality was coming from saturated fat-laden meat, not fish. Bart made the point that that was associative data, and you can't infer cause from that.
You cannot inform on cause and effect using associative data.
But he did make an exception
Yes, you
for the
can.
smoking
That's totally false.
studies because the association was so strong.
The incidence of, for example, lung cancer in smoking populations increases relative.
Yeah, so that's a double standard. Like Bart literally admitted to a double standard. You can infer causation with prospective cohorts. You don't need randomized trials. I think even Bart has like this crazy retarded opinion that even randomized trials aren't enough to infer causation. Like, he's insane.
By 11,500% per pack year of smoking. That's really, really hard to ignore.
He didn't produce evidence for those numbers. The landmark studies on smoking were led by Richard Dole of Oxford. He was treated just like Ansel Keys was treated when Dr. Dole showed evidence that smoking was harmful.
In 1950, when they published their results, it was received with apathy, anger, and disbelief.
So clearly we had to approach it by some other method, and the obvious method was what we now call a cohort study, and to try and see if we could predict who would get lung cancer. So we thought doctors would be a good population to study.
The British doctors provided quite a nice natural experiment. Some of them didn't smoke at all. Some of them started smoking cigarettes when they were young and kept on smoking cigarettes all their lives. And then when the results were published in the British Medical Journal,
I don't know how far you need to go exactly, but I'd recommend getting a scooter that's like at least around 1 kilowatt in battery size. But I don't know exactly what you're going to be using it for. You'd have to give me details.
the doctors read the British Medical Journal and thought, my God, this is serious. This doesn't just kill patients, this kills doctors.
And that is exactly analogous to where we are today, but for different topics. While doctors were influenced by medical journals, consumers were influenced by this.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro country.
And this.
The media were, of course, against us for a long time, and whenever they announced a new observation on the harmful effects of smoking, as likely as not the man who announced it would be smoking a cigarette, or they would have someone else get up from the tobacco industry and say, well, it's controversial, somebody else doesn't believe it.
But the experts who dogged Richard Dole his whole life and weren't actually doing science didn't have the internet to amplify their claims. Dole's study of doctors, which, like the 7 countries study, lasted 50 years, caused the U.S. Congress to ask him and his co-author, Richard Peto, to testify about the magnitude of the problem.
And he was prepared to go to the United States of America and face the venom of tobacco lawyers. It wouldn't be a thing that anybody would want to do, and I saw Richard doing this in his 91st and 92nd year. But I think when Dole walked into a room, you sort of had to be on.
You need one for commuting 30 miles a day, but also want to be able to use it for fun off-road, so two-wheel drive, lots of power. Yeah, you'd want a scooter with at least kilowatt-hour battery capacity. You'd probably want 2,000 watts total motor power too. And monoshock suspension in all likelihood. So I would just look for scooters that cover you for that. Sorry, Weped. Weped scooters are fucking crazy. They're super fucking cool. You might want to look at some of these. These are the crazy huge ones, but they have ones that are more reasonably priced. This one that folds, Cyberfold, that's $2,600. Still a bit expensive for a scooter, but you know. That has both a front and rear monoshock, it looks like. Or maybe not. That might have a rubber elastomer rear shock. Something like this would probably be good off-road. It's a little too expensive. It's like 10 grand.
Best behavior. You certainly couldn't.
How do you manage hunger? Are you using GLP-1 agonist? Nope. I'm either taking about 2 energy drinks per day, like Monster Zero Sugar energy drinks, or I usually have like 2, maybe 3 cups of coffee a day, but it's usually just 2. And I also take nicotine. So I'll take 1 4 milligram tab in the morning and 1 4 milligram tab at night. Sometimes I'll take 3 tabs if I need it. It's not for hunger though, it's for mental health, basically. I'm using it as an antidepressant. It just happens to have an appetite suppressing effect.
Think in a woolly way in front of him.
Because he actually did the studies, understood study design, and fully understood the data. For their congressional testimony, they cited an American study that showed about an 11-fold increase in lung cancer deaths among longtime smokers. Not the 11,500% number that Bart provided per pack year smoked. The numbers that Dr. Dole provided were not very different from the ones the scientists were reporting on Dr. Keyes' study, which was going on at the same time. When the study began, it showed the incidence of mortality from heart disease was almost 10-fold between Finland, who ate a lot of meat and dairy, and Japan, who ate a lot of fish and vegetables. That was before the Finnish government took Keyes' findings seriously and instituted programs like Berries for Dairies, incentivizing farmers to convert their farms from dairy farms to berry farms in Finland. I did an episode about that with another giant in the field and a Keyes protege. Fortunately, Richard Dahl lived long enough to see some of the world stop pushing back on his epidemiology. He and Richard Peto were both knighted by the Queen for their achievements. Those are the kind of scientists I advocate for and defend, and a big reason why I spend so much time and money doing plant chompers. Thank you, Tony. There was a lot of pushback on me from both commenters and Bart about claiming Dr. Noakes was retweeting conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, you've said conspiracy theories I don't know how many times in this little film of yours already, Chris. It provides you with no credibility whatsoever.
Fair enough. Let's look at some tweets and see if I was being too harsh. Here's Dr. Noakes retweeting Peter Clack, a long-retired journalist from Australia. Peter's view is that atmospheric CO2 is on a dangerous decline, and if it gets much lower, all life on Earth will end. His tweets get a lot of traction. Where does he get his belief from? Here's one of his sources.
Sorry. He thinks CO2 is on a decline? What?
Dennis, I have no idea how to pronounce that, says it all started with this German document in 1942 that they wrote in case they didn't win the war militarily.
He also discusses with Hitler a new plan to unite Europe,
What?
not just under the conquering hammer of Blitzkrieg, but through a lasting political and economic union, which the Nazis named Europäische Wirtschaftsgemeinschaft, or the European Economic Community.
So I guess
you need to eliminate the power drinks and their ilk. Too much sugar and caffeine have they.
Well, I take sugar-free. So the Monster Energy drinks, they have sugar-free versions. And I need the caffeine. I'm only eating 1,000 calories a day. That's why I'm losing weight so quickly. Again, it's 5 to 7 pounds per week. So the only way to have reasonable energy is to have like a cup of coffee in the morning and then like a cup of coffee in the afternoon. Otherwise, I'm kind of like zonked. But, you know, once I start eating normally, I'm not gonna keep doing that. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam. Appreciate it.
Yes, it's true that one man's conspiracy is another man's truth. To me, the idea that a German
Right now, I'm doing sets of 10 with 51 pounds for bicep curls, like dumbbell curls, with fat grips. The best I've done, like heaviest weight, was 70 pounds for, I think, sets of like 3 or 4 with fat grips.
Economic document from 1942 is driving Earth scientists like me 80 years later is a conspiracy theory, but I guess to Tim Noakes, it's truth. My conspiracy theory is the coal industry found a retired journalist who had blogged about his financial struggles, so they pay him to write a constant stream of pro-coal tweets, same as Nina Teicholz does for beef. I get offers every week to promote health products on my channel for money, so the theory seems plausible. He claims the UN has led a destructive 30-year path based on a grotesque lie about the wonderful life-giving properties of carbon dioxide. That makes me and my professors grotesque liars since I started my geophysics career in the 70s. If only we had known about a journalist on a crime beat in Australia 50 years ago, we would have saved billions in scientific instruments and research. Last thing, some people called me out as a coward for turning down his invitation to debate.
Yeah, I don't take more than 300 milligrams of caffeine a day. More than that, it's kind of pushing it.
I understand why it could look that way.
It's your arrogance and Dunning-Kruger that don't allow you to actually engage with me. And probably, you know, your ego, because you know that as soon as you actually engage with me in a debate about this topic, I will absolutely wreck you, clown.
But it's not something I can do because I often include my grandkids in my episodes and they watch them. I have to stay family friendly, and if you've watched any of Bart's debates and episodes, you know they're anything but that. I hope you can understand. So what are my conclusions from Bart's fiery episode? Number one, I would have loved to see evidence, charts, diagrams, publications, but I think what we saw was 96 minutes of expert opinion, and I think most scientists believe that expert opinion is the lowest tier of evidence. Number two, any mention of conspiracy theories really fires up the comments section, and I know they can be used as dismissive insults. But I felt in the Tim Noakes episode I had to bring them up because the evidence is so strong that in Tim Noakes' case, he's strongly influenced by them, and they're very influential on the internet. And number three, now I get to go back to the Lisa Mosconi Brainpower episode. Yay! I finished her books and I loved them. Highly recommended. Very convincing evidence from a truly great scientist we're all so lucky to have in our world.
Thanks for watching. Chris almost never asks people to like and subscribe.
Damn 70s. That's a lot. I curled 60s for 7 reps today and I felt proud lol. I wonder if it's easier for taller people to curl. I'm 6'6" myself, so maybe that's why we can put up a lot on curls, but our moment arm is longer, so I'd queered BTW. How are you feeling?
I don't know. I have a friend who's 6 foot, so he's a few inches shorter than me, and he can curl 85s. It's retarded. His arms are actually smaller than mine, but I've seen him curl 85s with good form. Like, just not swinging, just lifting the weight. So I don't think being taller really gives you a mechanical advantage when it comes to curls. I think you're just strong. But I'm feeling just fine, Farce. The diet isn't really that hard to follow. Things have been going pretty smooth. Thanks for the donation, though.
Are you going to play Starfield? Do you like this type of games?
In all likelihood, I'm going to play Starfield, unless it gets, like, really shitty reviews at launch. Then I guess I'll pass, but yeah, I'm probably going to play it. I don't usually like RPGs, especially Bethesda RPGs lately have been terrible. But yeah, hopefully they changed their ways and they actually made a game that functions and works and isn't a broken, buggy mess. Thanks for the donation though, Dan. Appreciate it. Yeah, Starfield comes out in like 2 days, right? 3 days? 3 days. September 5th. What I'm expecting is the world to be extremely vacant. And they only have like a few small hubs, and there's likely going to be a lot of fetch quests. That's what I'm expecting. I'm not expecting the game to be that great. We'll see, but I think it's going to be, in all likelihood, pretty fucking boring. People are hyping the shit out of this game, thinking it's going to be the best thing ever. It's probably not going to be that great.
Subscribe, but I will.
All right. What? Oh, yeah.
This is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Ruby Frank? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the alleged crime.
People were mad
for my analysis.
You couldn't walk on gas giants? That's pretty funny. Like, I mean, they are gas. Kind of hard to walk on it.
Ruby Frank was born in Utah on January 18, 1982. She married a man named Kevin Frank, and the couple went on to have 6 children: Sherry, Chad, Abby, Julie, Russell, and Eve. The family lived in a house in Springville, Utah. They belonged to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In January of 2015, Ruby started operating a family vlogging channel on YouTube. It was called 8 Passengers. The videos featured the family engaging in mundane, tedious, and boring activities. For example, opening packages, cutting hair, preparing meals, and arguing. Ruby tried to teach parenting lessons to viewers and to showcase the challenges associated with homeschooling. Every now and then, there would be random singing. For some reason, which defies any rational explanation, the channel became incredibly successful. It had almost 2.5 million subscribers and over 1 billion lifetime views. That's billion with a B, as in bewildering. Everything seemed to be going pretty well for Ruby. She was earning millions of dollars.
Yeah, dude, what is with the family vlogging channels? It's so fucking crazy. I wonder if anybody would give a shit about, like, pet vlogs. but like, I'd rather watch somebody like vlog them taking their cats or dogs or doing stuff with their animals than them like with fucking kids. I don't know why it gets so popular.
And had achieved fame. However, as is the case with many family channels, the fame transformed into notoriety. In the summer of 2020, the channel ran into some controversy. Viewers grew concerned about Ruby's behavior toward her children. Specifically, there were fears that Ruby selected punishments which were ill-advised or too harsh. For example, she made her 15-year-old son sleep on beanbag chairs for 7 months as a punishment for playing a prank on his younger brother. Ruby took away electronic devices from her children for the summer, and she refused to bring her 6-year-old daughter's lunch to school because her daughter forgot to pick it up when leaving the house. Over time, the criticism grew in frequency.
Yeah, that is weird.
Ready to twerk?
Yeah, just give me like 5 or 6 minutes. I want to see some of this. This story is crazy. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Ruby didn't seem to be too pleased about being criticized. She said that people were taking clips out of context and stirring up drama. She implied that
I'm just taking a normal dose of multivitamins.
She gave her children choices and was teaching them about the consequences of their actions. The Division of Child and Family Services investigated, but they found the claims to be unsupported. Over the next couple of years, the frequency of video uploads decreased, and no more videos were released after 2022. In the middle of 2023, Ruby deleted the 8 Passengers channel. In a video that was released on another channel, Ruby offered a bizarre explanation for giving up on 8 Passengers. I'll talk about that in my analysis. In June of 2022, Ruby became business partners with a woman named Jody Nan Hildebrandt. Jody is a licensed mental health counselor who had established a company called Connections. The name is spelled Connextions, which I suppose was a failed attempt to be clever. Purportedly, the company offers some type of mental health advice or something like that. It's not really clear. According to the company's website, it aims to, quote, invite and encourage healing and facilitate personal growth through impeccable honesty, rigorous personal responsibility, and vulnerable humility, unquote. That statement doesn't clear things up at all. It just sounds like ambiguous nonsense. As far as Ruby's partnership with Jody, Ruby held herself...
You can just see evil in her eyes. There's clearly just something fucked up about her.
...out to be a certified mental fitness trainer who provided content focused on, quote, empowering parents and children to live truth, unquote. Connections had its own YouTube channel. Ruby and Jody recorded videos which were released on that channel. Some of these videos appeared to be recorded in Jody's home in Ivins, Utah.
Yeah, you can tell she's just evil. She has a fake smile, and you can tell, like, she's super uber controlling and manipulative. Like, just the way she does her makeup and hair, how skinny she is, and the way she does that fake smile constantly. She's just a manipulative
There are a few different
wacko.
video formats featured on the Connections channel, but 3 seem to be particularly common. Videos featuring only Ruby, videos featuring only Jody, and videos featuring both of them sitting together side by side on a couch. They talk about a variety of topics related to mental health. At the time of making this video, the Connections channel contains over 500 videos, has almost 5,000 subscribers, and has been viewed almost 1.3 million times. Recently, the channel has averaged about 60,000 views per month. Here are a few video titles that I think summarize the channel pretty well. Manipulation, Tactics of Deception Part 16. Truth Changed My Life. It's Never Too Early to Teach Children Love. Pain, My Invitation to Wisdom. Anger, Parenting, Vulnerability. On the door and ask for food and water. The neighbor noticed that his wrists and ankles had duct tape on them. In addition, the neighbor was concerned about possible malnourishment and open wounds. The neighbor contacted law enforcement. After the police arrived, the 12-year-old was transported to the hospital. He had deep lacerations from being tied up with rope and was malnourished.
Holy
At Jody's
shit.
home, the police discovered a 10-year-old girl who appeared to be suffering from malnutrition. She was also transported to the hospital. 54-year-old Jody Hildebrandt was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree felony aggravated child abuse. A few minutes later, 41-year-old Ruby Frank was arrested in Springville. She was charged with the same offenses. Ruby requested an attorney and did not make any statement to the police. She was in prison for each of the 2 counts. On the same day that Ruby was arrested, her oldest daughter, Sherry, posted a message on Instagram. It was an image of police officers and the word "finally." In another post, Sherry said, quote, "Today has been a big day. Me and my family are so glad justice is being served. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this, and so glad they finally decided to step up. This is a move that doesn't make any sense financially, even if she did not intend on uploading more videos." In one of the videos on the Connections channel, where Ruby and Jody were on a couch talking to the camera, Ruby attempted to explain why she gave up on the 8 Passengers channel. Ruby said, quote, "I was a hugely disconnected, selfish, aggressive, neglectful mother," unquote. She implied that she was mad at herself for letting her children do what they wanted. Ruby suggested that the souls of her children were hurt, and she left the channel.
See what I mean? She is an, like, uber controlling fucking wacko. She's sad that she made her let her children do what they wanted. Fuck me.
To save her kids. She mentioned how she was making millions of dollars, but her children were being affected by both entitlement and people's advice. I find this explanation to be curious. Ruby wasn't acknowledging her harsh punishment style. Rather, she was trying to turn things around and make it seem like she was too permissive. In her mind, Ruby's problem stemmed from being too nice and too accommodating. There is a sense that she really didn't understand the criticism that viewers offered about her parenting. A disciplinary infraction is not permanently recorded. Action of what was actually happening behind the scenes. Video recording in the family home was exposing Ruby to potential liability. She discontinued her channel and teamed up with Jody, who shared similar strict beliefs about raising children. From the different camera angles they used in their videos, one can see a refrigerator and a microwave back there. There is even a faucet for a kitchen sink. It appears as though this is not a controlled environment for video recording. The women were just using a room in Jody's residence. If Ruby's children were in the residence at the same time, I wonder if Ruby and Jody were concerned about them making noise during the video recording. Maybe the duct tape and the rope were used to facilitate a quiet environment. Ultimately, I think that bizarre beliefs drove the alleged behavior, but maybe the recording considerations pushed Ruby and Jody to use more drastic measures.
That is a wacky, wacky story. Holy fuck. Hope they rot in prison. Absolute pieces of shit. Let's see.
Nope.
Where's that collar at?
In there somewhere, Maude.
Can you get that, please?
Can you see if we still have the collar? Because I probably threw it away.
Take one, please.
You can tell they had her chain on the porch.
Okay. All right.
No, 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 no,
Stop.
no. If you taking her, you're taking me.
Sir, can you get your wife before she goes to jail?
Guys, I'm probably going to go to jail on
You're
this
choking
video.
the dog.
I don't even have her collar.
Let's see.
It's a literal blueberry. Why would somebody like this steal a dog? Like, this is clearly not somebody who walks a lot. I just People don't make any fucking sense to me. I don't know if I can play that one. I don't think I can. I think that's probably copyrighted. Caleb donated $2. Ving Gaines, did you know wage growth is now outpacing inflation in the U.S.? Well, that's good to hear. Hourly wages by income percentile. That may be because of strengthening workers' unions. But thanks for the donation, Caleb.